Going.
Thanks for being here, fellas. Much appreciated.
Your mic.
Um,
Brian,
Unfortunately,
can you hear me, Brian?
yes, I can hear you. You are. Hold on, let me pause the sweet tunes. Sorry.
No, awful.
Corey. Forgive me, Corey. Sorry.
Something's maybe I might be quiet too. I know it's a common issue with this one, but something's wrong. You're using the wrong mic, or something's wrong with it.
Am I using the wrong mic?
I think so.
You sound a little bit louder than usual and doesn't
distorted.
sound the same. Doesn't sound bad, but it doesn't sound the same.
Okay, hold on.
Sounds very distorted.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. 1 second. Default mic. Testing. Is this better?
It sounds about the same, but
It
again,
sounds the same.
doesn't sound bad. Just
Testing.
Still about the same.
It sounds echoey as fuck.
It does.
Like a cheap mic.
Huh. I don't know. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna.
Hold on. Maybe if you're using a mic that has settings for condenser and then omnidirectional, maybe you accidentally hit the area condenser instead of omnidirectional. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're using the same mic, but that you opened it up to the whole room instead of in like a shape towards your face.
Could be that, yeah.
Did everybody buy their overpriced turkeys? Since
Are they overpriced?
Probably.
Or is that just inflation?
I'm pretty sure. Well, no, from what I understand, well, I'm sure there's the inflation aspect. Although, well, according to Trump, there is no cost of living crisis, right? I mean, prices are always going down constantly. Even though I believe he rolled back tariffs on quite a few goods, but that's neither here nor there. But from what I understand, as a result of not only this, but I think one of the factors is as a result of avian influenza, they've had to cull more birds than usual, and so there's less supply than expected.
Listen, the avian flus that happen like damn near seasonally now, I have a giant gripe with the way the government handles this, because it overwhelmingly is designed to it's way too keyed towards safety, and it's one of the examples of how socialism and bad government really fucks up the market. Because here's the thing, if you are a farmer and one of your birds gets infected, there's one of two things that you can do. You can quarantine that bird, track where they were, attempt to separate them and anyone that may have been exposed. And then what you can do is you can jump through government hoops, pay for inspections, pay for people to come out, pay, and wait before your goods can go back on the market, right? And then you can sell, the remainder of now that you've proven essentially that your birds aren't infected. The other option that you can do is you can cull every single bird that is anywhere near that bird whatsoever. And then it's not the federal government usually, though you can get aid from the federal government. State governments will then pay with tax money for the fact that you were forced to cull your birds. And so it is the incentive structure for nearly every farmer is to just cull way more than they actually need to cull, which reduces the supply of goods in the market, and then take tax dollars and then give it to them as relief. So the problem here is that every time that there's a breakout of like some bird flu or influenza or whatever, especially, and this is especially problematic if it's zoonotic and it like jumps to like one of the farmers, like the insane loops that
scary.
Like you have to go through with the CDC. And so what ends up happening is they just kill everything, massively reduce the supply, and then on top of that, our tax dollars are taken away from us and given to these farmers, and then prices go up. But if they just got rid of all of this relief situation and let the fucking market handle this, even if they kept the what I would consider to be burdensome regulatory hoops that they'd have to go through, you would still not see such a drastic decrease in the supply of these goods, and you wouldn't see the price get inflated to such a and it was that was a major part of the problem when the price of eggs during the Biden administration. Everybody wanted to blame Trump, for the COVID relief, or Biden because of the price of eggs, etc. But overwhelmingly, it was that we had a bird influenza breakout, and that the government was just shucking out money left and right for farmers to kill like half or more of their entire livestock, instead of them trying to quarantine isolated areas and then go through testing and all of these other things to ensure that there was no longer an outbreak on the farm.
Well, so and just to clarify, is your it sounds like, or what I understood is like your issue is not with the culling, just
1
like
second.
not
Testing. Does that sound any different?
that's a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds a little
More
better.
typical.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like it wasn't like you're against the government relief, as in pretty much them being sort of like reimbursed for the culling.
I'm against the government. Like, I understand the desire the socialist desire to protect the industry from the natural market, right? And
Well,
to a certain extent, this does protect price a
Turkeys
little
are
bit,
cheaper, by the way.
because then farmers don't have to calculate the cost of potential disease or things like that in selling of it. But of course, that money, it's because there is money available, and that money comes from somewhere, which means there's inflation in the overall market, right? So it would still be better even if eggs were slightly more expensive, because everything else would be cheaper to a larger degree. But yeah, I'm not against culling. Like, I understand that like you need to cull certain populations.
mhm.
What I'm saying is that the incentive, because of that money, it's a carrot and a stick at the same time, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with
There's
you that like
there's a stick
they're
of like
incentivized to
and
cull.
right, yeah,
Mhm.
like there's an insane amount of hoops to go through to be able to sell, your goods again. Maybe you think that's good, maybe you don't.
Mhm.
I'm not a fucking, like, I don't have a degree
Birds.
in
You
well,
don't have a
was it
bird degree?
well, no, there's a specific type of degree in
I'm sure
agriculture,
there
right?
is. Yes, I'm sure there's a
Right, yeah,
specialty.
like Virginia Tech, places like that, right? Like certain tech institutes and engineering schools that deal specifically with farms and agriculture. I don't have, like, I'm not super knowledgeable in just how bad that stick is. Obviously my intuition is that it's more than it needs to be, but maybe it's an appropriate amount.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
even if we take that out, the other incentive is, okay, you can go through all these hoops that are going to cost you a bunch of money, or you can just get free money from the government if you kill what is obviously more birds than is necessary.
Well, Scott,
And so we get taxed so that birds can be culled to a higher degree than is necessary.
all we really need to do
Well,
apparently
I just
is
don't know.
just elect
I
Trump,
don't know how
and
feasible
the
it is to
price
like
goes down.
quarantine turkeys or whatnot.
Turkey price is down
Well, wait.
16%
I mean,
this
so
year.
the obvious like piece of this that I don't know why you're kind of like not talking about. It's just the main thing is to try to prevent people from dying from zoonotic diseases, right? And we just had like this pretty big one. I forget what it was called, but I think it came out of like
I
Italy
heard that.
or
I heard
South
something in the
Korea or
news about that.
something.
Yeah.
And a couple of
I'm
people
not
died from
glazing
that.
over that. I'm not glazing over that at all, right? I even specifically stated, I
He
don't know
wants
why
to
you're
call the
lying about my
people too
position.
if they get infected.
I specifically stated that I don't have a degree in this, that it's not my area of expertise, and maybe the government hoops that you have to go through are the appropriate amount of hoops to ensure the safety of the food. What I'm saying is that there is a perverse incentive to not go through all of those bureaucratic processes, even if they are per se, is exactly up to the standard that they need to be,
Mm.
and to simply kill birds so that you can get relief money, because that's the cheaper option for you as an individual farmer. I did not make the claim in any way, shape, or form that like it's bad to like stop,
Mhm.
zoonotic viruses from
No.
spreading
I just
or anything like that.
if it's cheaper for the farmer, I don't understand. I've spent zero time on this analysis, so this could be really easy to answer, but I don't understand why it would be obvious that the consumer cost would be higher if it's a cheaper recourse for the farmer, right? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, right? Like, if this option isn't available, and the stick in this scenario is, and let's
Hmm.
assume
Yeah.
to steelman the position, this is like a perfect amount of government like regulation on
Just
this, right?
hit the
Like
nail
we
on
had
the head
any less than
exactly.
this, right?
Read the
They're
nuance.
like we're just assuming that it's perfect, right? Even if I grant you that, right? Then
Okay.
obviously there would be an increased price on eggs, chickens, cattle, whatever
Mhm.
byproducts because this other option isn't available.
Yeah.
My problem, right, is that there is what we are doing is we are artificially reducing the supply in the hopes that we can artificially reduce the price, right, via this option being available so that they don't have to price in the potential problem of a viral.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 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 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing. All right. 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing. All right. 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing. All right.
Always, by definition, taking money from higher valued means and appropriating them towards lower valued means, right? Like it is impossible for the government to not do that, right? The market would absolutely like it, otherwise there would be no need for the government to give out this relief aid if that is where this money is most valued, because people would have some charitable organization or something that does that, and thus it would make it you know it would make it redundant, right? So
Well, wait.
whenever the
So
government
just
does that
to
redistribution, it's
sure.
it's a harm on the market.
Well, there's also just less turkeys, right? Supply and demand.
Well, yeah, but presumably, right? I'm baking in to steelman his position is that presumably it's the perfect amount of government, hoops to ensure the
Mhm.
safety to enter back into the market, right? And the trade off is that you would kill less turkeys, so
Yeah.
there you'd have a higher supply of turkeys, but presumably without that relief money, farmers would have to increase the price
Even
of
more,
turkeys
right?
Mhm.
in case of there
Right.
being some type of financial
But
setback
right,
in the
but
future
even
because of an outbreak.
but even if the farmers were compensated, the price of turkeys would still go up because there's just fewer turkeys in the market, right? That command a higher
Yep.
price.
Mhm.
Right. Even as they're compensated,
Right.
the incentive is a process that leads towards more culling, which means lower supply, which
Mhm.
means higher cost of turkeys, and we get, this money taken out of the economy in the form
Right.
of taxation to pay these farmers.
Right.
Well, look, if you want to approach this from like an improvement standpoint, if you can say, hey, we should really invest in making testing more available and affordable and efficient, so these turkeys don't have to be cold, and we could just do a lot more testing. And maybe it's like, it takes some investment to do that. Maybe there's some inefficiency compared because there's so much like factory farming, the amount of testing you would have to do, y-
There's
you
no
know,
need. You just
right.
get rid of the subsidies, and then the market itself will realize that the value of better testing goes up because the better testing there is and the less culling and the less bureaucratic hoops from the state, the more the value of the testing goes up. So it is the reimbursement for culling that is incentivizing, or I should say disincentivizing, the market coming up with better testing.
Well,
What I don't think is the
it would all
solution
cost more
is to
though.
steal more money from the American taxpayer to then invest in presumably a better testing thing that presumably leads to a return on investment in the future. That is a problem that is created by the disincentivization of the state to begin with. What you're saying
Okay,
is
but the
just
food would
steal more
cost
money
more.
because the
Okay,
state stole money.
but the food would cost more, and the farmers would make less money. That would be one downside, for example, right?
Well, I mean, presumably the food would cost more until there was an equilibrium where the farmers were making relatively the same money. But
How would
but
that
the
happen?
food
I
would
don't
cost
I don't
more, yeah.
understand. You're removing your so there's a situation that has to be addressed. Sometimes the birds are sick, right? Right? Sometimes the birds are sick. Something has to be done, right? You
Mhm.
can test to figure out exactly which birds are sick, or get kind of a closer, radius of which birds are sick. Or you can kill a large, it's like if you're cutting out a cancer, how close do you cut? You don't want to cut extra healthy tissue. You don't want to miss any cancer, right? Um,
Mhm.
if there was no right, so just backing up a little bit because I want to make sure that we're not getting this might be kind of a big actual ideological difference is like let's say there was really no regulation at all and it was like hey Tyson Foods if they've got an outbreak maybe you just die but it's pretty cheap so it's up to you the consumer to decide you want
Yeah, that'd
that
be
that
better.
cheap turkey that would be okay so that's my guess is we're not actually really talking about this like further down the line you don't want them to say hey, if some of your turkeys might kill people, you actually got to like deal with that problem. Just say, hey, leave it up to the consumer. People will buy the turkeys that they have. The consumer will decide the level of risk that they want, right?
The turkey
Do they want
Yeah,
roulette
that'd be
will
better.
kick in.
turkey
That'd be
roulette?
better. That would absolutely
Okay.
be better, and less people would die because of it. You'd
How would
save more
fewer
lives.
people? How okay? Walk me through that because that's the part that I don't
Hey,
think is
Lactoid.
plausible.
Stream together.
Yeah, your voice also is a lot better now. You fixed the mic, whatever issue that
Okay,
was.
thank you. But yeah, I sent you an invite.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
the way that it works right now is that if you're a small farmer, you're basically the smaller your farm is, the more incentivized you are to get government reimbursements um, for culling the population. And the reason is that in most states, I did a whole thing on it. This was maybe like a year ago, right? So forgive me if I'm a little bit wrong here, right? So I may be slightly off here, but
Hey,
the
one
last
year
time I
out of
looked
date is
at it,
going to be better than me. So
right, because I did a whole thing on like the price of eggs, and everybody was blaming Biden. I was like, no, here's what's actually happening. So I did a whole bunch of research on it, like maybe
No, it
like a
was
year
Biden.
ago.
Mhm.
Right, it's
It's
all
why it's
Biden's
why
He
fault,
it's
turned
why
up
right?
the
And so
dial on
look,
the
it's why
egg
Trump got the
right,
price of
so
turkeys down this year. It's look, it's I'm just saying. It's
yeah, sure.
it's actually still
And
Biden right now.
so when you go through when you have option A, option B, right? Option A is get CDC inspections,
Hmm.
um, Department of Agriculture inspections, and like there's a bunch of shit you have to do. I don't remember the
Hmm.
entire process, right? And it's
Yeah,
different, a little bit different from state to state. And so if you're a
sure.
small farmer, the thing is that you have to pay for these inspections. So these are not provided by the state, right?
Hmm.
You have to spend money to bring these things out. And so this is where you get an economies of scale situation. So Tyson can very easily pay to have all of their facilities inspected, etc., right? Whereas smaller farmers, it's much easier for them to just cull the entire population and then take
Hmm.
government subsidies. And these subsidies are, by the way, at a loss, right? Like even though you are subsidized, you're still losing money, but you're kind of losing money no matter what you do here.
Hmm.
Even if you're Tyson, like you're still going to lose some money. Like it's just it's not fully funding the exact market price of the chicken. It's like a
Hmm.
percentage, and again,
Yeah.
it's like different from state to state. I think one of the best states in terms of like highest amount of subsidies was Pennsylvania last I checked,
Mm.
but then there are some states that have very limited funding for those things.
Okay.
Regardless, you can either pay the state or you can just take the subsidies. So as of right now, large corporations benefit the most when there is an influenza breakout.
Mm.
Um, as opposed to small farmers because they have the economies of scale to pay for all of these things so that they
Sure.
can cull a much smaller portion. Right? Now, if we left this situation up to the free market, right, and we got the government out of it and we just said, sell what you want to sell. Well, it is
Mhm.
absolutely true that high time preference individuals or corporations or businesses would sell dirty, fucked up meat to people and
Mhm.
people would die. And then
Mhm.
when those people die, they would be prosecuted by some level of fraud when they are selling food that is knowingly that they have some knowledge of. Now,
How would you
granted,
prove that?
through 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 whatever market system of justice you're using at the time. I don't want to get
Okay.
into every single aspect of anarcho-capitalism, right? Let's just
Sure.
assume, for an example, that there are agreed upon rights enforcement agencies and
Yep.
arbitration
I
courts
have
and
I have
insurance
some
companies.
some court that I pay to represent my interests, some police to represent my interests, and they'll go to war with Tyson Foods, right?
And in order to avoid going to war, Tyson Foods has their
We'll
own
pay
corporation.
some.
And then just like 97% of like, car incidents in insurance companies, it never even goes
Mhm.
to court
Yep.
because, Geico settles with Nationwide or Nationwide settles with Geico. And then if they can't figure something out, then they go to arbitration and they go,
Hmm.
hey, look, you've already agreed ahead of time that, Nationwide represents you. And Nationwide has already agreed with Geico that if they can't resolve the dispute, that they go to a third party arbitration firm for all of their disputes. And that's like the final arbiter of the situation. Right. So let's just assume
Yeah.
all of that's working as intended, right? In that instance,
Okay.
what ends up happening is Tyson is especially large companies are disincentivized by the market to poison people because the less that they self-regulate, the less that they ensure their services and make sure that they don't have these outbreaks, then the more likely they are to poison a bunch of people. And especially if somebody dies, right? Like the amount of money lost from someone dying is astronomical, right? As you know, you're spending millions and millions of dollars, unlike the government where they
Maybe.
kind of
And
protect large corporations.
just to put a pin here, right? So we're recognizing, right? It's a negative factor if people die, right? That's
Yes, for
bad for
sure,
business.
right? Like
But
there's a risk assessment, right? Like
yeah,
and
but
this is
being
true of the
risky is
state
good for
as well.
business.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is true of the state as well, right? Like the state could spend every single tax dollar to get rid of lead
Hmm.
in our waterway system, and they would
Yep.
still never get rid of all of the lead, right?
Sure.
So the state also recognizes that there's a certain amount of money, right, that you ought to spend towards, making sure that there
Hmm.
isn't lead in our drinking water, and then the more lead we get rid of, the more money it costs to get rid of less and less lead. The same thing
Hmm.
would be true
Yeah.
of, Tyson recognizing that the more money they spend to ensure that they don't poison people with, some salmonella outbreak or, some bird flu or, whatever, that
Hmm.
the more money they spend, they get less and less return on investment. There's an equilibrium where
Yep.
eventually it's, some people are going to die. That's true of the
Yep.
state. That's true of the market.
Uh-huh.
Um, Right. And so what I am saying is that because of the economic calculation problem, the state has to spend more money to reach the same results as does the market. And because of that, money is pulled out of the economy, out of working, people that are working, and thus in some way shape or form we feel the damage of that. And that damage means that there is someone doesn't get a promotion, someone stays homeless instead of finding a job and ends up becoming, a drug addict that dies from fentanyl, someone loses their job and commits suicide. Somewhere in the economy people suffer because there's less money moving through the economy and there's less prosperity and prices are more expensive and jobs are less available, and that is always true of the state because the price mechanism is a superior means of determining that risk analysis
Scott,
than is central planning from the state.
one question I have for you though is I can see like with a company like Tyson, if letting it entirely be, fall in lawsuits is probably what they're most afraid of. Um, but
Mm-hmm.
what about like small producers that don't have the money, like they simply don't have the capital to reimburse somebody for these like lawsuits?
Yeah, absolutely, right? So Tyson is probably more likely to have a safe product,
Yeah.
right? And the thing is then instead of having the state say, right, like when you go and buy meat from the grocery store,
Wait,
right,
why would it
it'll
be
say
why would
on
it
the
be
pack
safer?
Because they actually have enough, like they could. What I'm asking is, okay, you have
because they
Tyson
have
on
more
one
to
hand.
lose.
Yeah, you have Tyson on one hand, which has millions and millions of dollars, and they feed killer chicken.
Hundreds of billions.
Yeah, yeah, I know, ridiculous amounts. But I'm just work with me. They sell killer
Yeah.
chicken, and it wipes out a family of four. They their
Mhm.
estate sues or their next of kin sues, and they win millions and millions of dollars, right?
Mhm.
Tyson has the money to pay that, right? There actually is
Mhm.
like a reimbursement mechanism. But if I'm
Yep.
Joe Schmo and I have like a chicken coop in my backyard and I'm out in my front lawn selling like chickens, and I sell killer chickens, no one's getting $1 million
just
out of me.
over.
Literally not taste wise.
Yeah. Nobody's giving me millions of dollars. Like, no, I'm not gonna be able to give anybody millions of dollars. If they sue me, I'm just gonna declare bankruptcy on my little,
Mhm.
LLC that
Well, I
has
would
like
say
$8 of capital.
you can't declare bankruptcy under anarcho-capitalism. You owe your debts.
What? Okay. Uh,
So
You just be like enslaved,
you would be
right?
at the
Sure.
mercy of the family.
So then
to
I'd be,
be enslaved.
so if I accidentally sell tainted chicken, I would then be the slave of the family.
Yeah. Lots of people would be
Yeah.
slaves, right?
Okay.
I mean, slavery built a lot of cool things, boys. You
That's
know
a good
what I mean?
point,
Like
yeah.
fucking slaves from people that have fucked up, even better. But yeah, so here's the situation,
Or
right?
people who are
Is
children of
Tyson
slaves, right?
Tyson would then be in. So when you go to the grocery store right now and you look at meat, you're going to see on any packaging of beef, right? USDA certified grade A meat,
Mhm.
right? Under a free market, you wouldn't have USDA certified grade A meat. So you have an option as a citizen. You can go to a farmer's market and trust your local farmers in your community. Maybe you trust them, maybe you don't. Maybe the food quality is good, maybe you know them, but you take a risk because
Mhm.
you go somewhere where nothing is insured, nothing is certified, right? And you're taking said risk. You might be risking your health or your life or whatever, right? Or you can go to Elwood Thompson's grocery store. Elwood Thompson says everything sold at our grocery store has met some level of insurance or some level of quality. Okay, so everything at that grocery store, you don't have to look at every single packaging. You know that if you go to that grocery store, that they've certified it, and that Elwood Thompson, the grocery store, is now taking on that risk. Because if they don't ensure that there's some insurance or that the food is certified to some degree, then it becomes fraud. Right.
Couldn't
So if they put a single thing in their grocery store that
Yeah.
isn't certified by like some company that people know, then they've taken on the risk of committing fraud.
well the way
So
out
you
of this
just
is
go to
just
the
to put
grocery
a
store and everything's inspected.
Scott, the way out of this would just be to like put a disclaimer, right? So like if I'm a major chicken manufacturer, let's say, and I can beat everyone's pricing because I'm a major chicken manufacturer, I'm just going to put in my label, this meat could have some kind of deadly disease. Tyson's not responsible in case you get sick. And then
May or
now
may
it's
not be
like
killer
Right.
chicken.
And Elwood Thompson
Eating
wouldn't
people.
sell your shit, but maybe, whatever version of Walmart might.
okay,
Or whatever farmer's market you go to might. And so you choose as a consumer whether or not you want to go somewhere where your food is certified to be safe and it costs more money, or your food isn't certified to be safe and it costs less money. And it's going to balance out fairly quickly that all of the places that are selling unsafe, completely unregulated produce and things like that are killing people and going out of business left and right. And so it would behoove literally anyone that wants to make any level of money to ensure that their food is safe and that it's well regulated. And it would behoove every grocery store to ensure that all the products that they put on the shelves are similarly done the same. Like it sounds crazy because you already have this mechanism that steals 60 or 50, maybe 45% of all of the wealth that you make on top of all kinds of economic opportunities to ensure that there's some level of insurance and compliance within our food industry. But the fact of the matter is that the state is actually really poor at regulating things. The market is better at regulating things because the incentives are based upon the price mechanism where there's far more information. And so you can be context dependent. And on top of that, it's far faster to respond to market pressures from people dying or getting sick or from people, wanting a cheaper product, et cetera, than is state regulatory agencies that are, layers and layers of bureaucracy of central planning that have to, as you stated, Socrates, why don't we commission a study to see if we can get a better food testing thing as opposed
No,
to the market
I
doing?
didn't say that. I said maybe we could upgrade that system. I didn't say commission a study. That's like a very specific way to look at it, right?
Oh, I apologize if I'm
Somebody's doing that work,
strawmanning you,
right?
but like that seemed to be what you were implying was that like maybe we should invest money to get better testing to reduce the price of,
Sure. Yeah.
testing to reduce the culling of
Yeah.
things. And I'm saying the market would do that and it would do it more efficiently if the state got out of the fucking way.
How would it do that more efficiently? I'm just
So, like,
walk me through that.
Because that's the economic calculation problem. Do you want me to
Who-
explain the economic
no,
calculation
no,
problem?
who owns the roads
that's-
in this?
no,
well,
this
it would
system?
also just be more
It's not.
Maybe, and then
consensual.
that's like a legitimate. I'm actually at like who owns the roads, right? Because the only reason for
Whatever
the
road that
roads
you
to be
build,
fixed is if
Ali,
someone owns it,
and
right? And they want it,
homestead.
and they need it fixed, right? So like, do
Yeah.
people own the roads? The state doesn't own the road, right?
Well, if there's no state, then the state doesn't own the roads, right?
course, so
all
then
the roads
who-
would be private property.
So then people could just ban other people from going on their roads
that's-
whenever they want, right?
is what you would think.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so like do you understand like why people like when they start thinking about this type of society, like it just doesn't seem functional? Like if I own the road and I can
Disney
just tell,
owns a highway to Disneyland. Disney could ban people on their roads, and they have before, because certain people are banned from Disneyland. But we don't see this we don't see this like terrorful aspect, of like people being like, oh my God, it's the worst thing in the world that I can't go on Disney's highway. And by the way, Disney's highway is a means by which people can go on Disney's highway and then get off of Disney's highway to bypass
it's a toll road, right?
it's a toll road.
Yeah, well, like the idea is that the person wants everybody to use the roads because they make money off the toll. It'd be dumb of them
private
to just
property
ban
owner would do the
everybody
same
in
thing,
like a
yeah.
draconian measure, right? Obviously, people who are banned from Disney, then yeah, you don't get the privilege of using our highway.
Let me give you an example.
We can throw away that $2-3, but the idea of a toll road is that you want everyone because it's a commodity, right? It's something you're selling.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, use our road. It's better. It's faster.
Yeah,
and
so
it's
the
more
market
streamlined.
incentive isn't well. So here's a great
So it's
example.
not like draconian
of like,
though. He's not gonna be like, no one can use the road because I own it. Because that'd be dumb.
yeah, that'd be dumb for the private property owner to build a major highway and then ban a bunch of people from a major highway, right? Like that'd be a terrible idea. It'd be a terrible business model. But let me give you an example of like tolls.
Who's the
right?
richest
An example
libertarian?
why. I don't know.
No,
Like I
just
mean,
off-
it
offhand.
depends upon your definition of what
Peter
libertarian is.
Thiel, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, like some people would say Peter Thiel, but I wouldn't consider him a libertarian, right? Like,
Okay.
but
He's a socialist like Lactoid.
yeah. Regardless, let me give you an example of.
I'm
like,
on board with
why
most of what
toll
Scott's saying, by
roads
the way, on
for the state is like a big problem.
chicken, the tainted
So-
chicken. If I want to buy tainted chicken, that's my fault, right? That's my choice.
So like let I don't know where you live.
You can taint your own
right?
chicken, by the way.
But
Lactoid. Nothing stopping
Let's
you.
assume that there's a major
I
highway.
prefer my chicken
in-
pre-tainted.
Yeah, so like let's
That'll work.
assume there's a major highway in and out of a city, right? Whatever city is nearby you, just imagine that major highway in and out of the city. And what you will find at basically every city in America is that there's something called 9 to 5 traffic, right? Where somewhere around 8 to 10 o'clock in the morning, traffic's really bad. And somewhere between like 4 and 6 p.m., traffic's really bad. And then traffic isn't as bad during those times. Now, one of the problems is that the state puts this regulation that says if you're going to have a toll road, the toll has all of these requirements that the state puts on it, right? So the toll can't be too expensive because that would be like a violation of people's rights for some fucking reason, right? And then one of the ways that they'll recoup their costs is that they'll put higher tolls on 18-wheelers, right? Because 18-wheelers are they weigh more, so they tend to do more damage, right? So that kind of makes sense. Right. But here's one of the bigger problems. One of the ways that you can reduce traffic without building any roads whatsoever, just
Build
keeping the
trains.
exact same roads, is that you have a toll, and the toll price changes dependent upon the time of day. What you can do is you can have a toll road, and the toll is $1, but during 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., the toll is $2.
I think the same thing
And
with speed
from
limits.
4 p.m. to 6 p.m., the toll is $2. And so if you want to go into town to shop on your day off, you're sitting there and you're going, "Ooh, let me actually wait until 10 o'clock." And that way the toll will be
Didn't New
cheaper.
York try this?
Isn't that
There-
basically
some-
congestion pricing?
They put the fee to get into the city, right? If you use the bridge, if you use the road, you have to pay like
Mhm.
$15 or $20 to get into Manhattan, and I think out of Manhattan as well. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
I don't know how
We've
well
seen
that
it-
worked out for
we-
them.
We've
But
seen
that's-
it with
that-
some relative success.
It works
but we
great.
know
But he's
for-
talking
we-
about something different, right? You're talking about dynamic pricing, right?
Dynamic
so
pricing.
I'm talking about dynamic pricing based upon the
Yeah.
time of day. And so there are absolutely going to be people that want to drive into the city at 9 o'clock in the morning, but aren't doing so because of work. And they go, "Oh, it's traffic, but whatever. I want to be in the city." But if you increase the amount for the toll, specifically during high traffic times, then some of those people will go, "You know what? I want to go to coffee, but I'm going to schedule my coffee date for 10:30 instead of 9:30 in the morning because it'll be a cheaper toll to get into the city." And so what ends up happening is that you can actually reduce traffic just by increasing or decreasing tolls. But one of the problems is that that's not how taxation works. When you tax everybody for a road and it isn't a toll road, then what ends up happening is that people just use the road because they have a quote unquote right to use the road because they pay for the road with their taxes. And so this is one of the ways in which the
Mhm.
price mechanism can literally just reduce traffic without building a single new road, just by changing the tolls based upon the times a day. So traffic will be a little bit worse during non-peak times and a little bit better during peak times, and you're less likely to get stuck in stop and go traffic on your way to and from work.
Sure. So sorry, I missed what's the problem? Yeah, that makes sense, and that maybe
Right.
happens somewhere.
What I'm
What
saying
was
is
the
that when you this is just one example of how the price mechanism more accurately allocates resources than does taxation, right? Because taxation just pays for the roads and then you end up with congestion in 9 to 5 traffic. But if they were privatized and you had toll roads and people could respond with the price mechanism, you could actually reduce traffic simply by utilizing the price mechanism in the usage of those roads.
So
well,
instead of taxes,
a
you pay
well, a city
tolls.
could do that. A city
Yeah,
could do that
instead of paying
instead of
taxes, you'd pay toll.
wait. Okay. There are some places that have toll highways, or that's I guess all highways. They're not free. If they're not freeways, they have a toll. That's a
Mhm.
normal thing that happens just in the world. I don't understand why could a company do that, but a city or whatever couldn't. I don't understand.
I never made the claim that the city couldn't. It's that the city doesn't right now because most of, especially our
And
major
you wouldn't want
highways,
them to, right?
are used that way. And then you would absolutely get a whole bunch of people, because we live in a democracy, that are saying, how dare you all of a sudden charge me extra money because I'm the one going to work in the city, and people that don't have fucking jobs and are on welfare are paying less money because they don't have to get
Oh,
into
they're
work in
absolutely
the
going to get
morning.
exemptions
Right.
too. That's going to be like a big welfare program. Like, oh, we're going to cover your tolls for you. 100% that's going to
Right,
happen.
and so it's not so much that the state couldn't do it. And I would even say, insofar as the state moves closer towards price mechanism and farther away from like flat systems of taxation, that I probably would support that, though obviously I would support privatizing the roads more, right? I'm not saying the state couldn't do that. I just gave you an example of how the price mechanism can be a
Progressive
superior
taxation is
means,
good.
can,
I
can be
agree.
a can be a means of can be a means of of more
Of
more accurately
regulating
allocating
assets.
resources
Yeah.
than does the state.
Well, so again, there's a balance because if you have tolls, that's an administration that now costs money to run. You're basically you're doing that study, or if you're doing it in like a clever way, then you're collecting data about how those prices are relating to traffic, and but if you're a company who's running that, then who's just running the roads, you're thinking about, well, what's the optimal amount of toll that I can get. If you're a city, you're trying to get
Yeah.
people to have like a good experience of being. Those are different values, right? So efficiency is only relevant within very specific narrow domains. It's not relevant to every step of the process because you're optimizing for totally different things, or at least potentially opposed things,
What's
right?
your argument? I'm missing something. I
So,
haven't heard an argument. You just, other than like efficiency isn't always good, which I
well,
feel like isn't your argument.
I mean, it's efficiency to do what? So if I'm a company and my company is we build roads and we charge a toll, right? And so we make money over 100 years or whatever on those roads that we build for people, right?
Hmm.
And I'm trying to maximize efficiency. To me, that means what's the most return? Okay, if the toll's way too high, nobody's going to drive on my roads. They're not even going to use my roads. They're going to use somebody else's roads. So it's got to be low enough. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to maximize is how much toll over some long period of time that I can collect.
You need an
That's what I'm trying
ROI.
to optimize.
Yeah,
Have
so the
ROI.
so the
Yeah.
the price mechanism, right? Like, so first and foremost, it's important to recognize what is profit, right? People think profit is just extra money after, after revenue and costs, right? When in reality is that, in order to create a complex economy, you need land, labor, and capital, right? So you need land, right, to build whatever it is you're building. Even if it's on the internet, you need like land for the servers, etc., right? You need labor. At some portion, you're going to need
Mhm.
to utilize labor. Some individual products can be done with only one or two of these, but in a
Sure. Yeah.
complex economy, you're going to get all three, right?
Yep.
And then you need capital, right? So profit is the reward that the capitalist gains for properly allocating resources into the future, for properly predicting where the future price will be. So if the capitalist says, you know, in the future, after, because we have what is known as a universal time preference, right? If I have a if I want a slice of pizza, right, and I can pay $10 for a slice of pizza, well, let's say $1 for a slice of
Mhm.
pizza right now, or I can pay $1 for a slice of pizza a month from now, I'm always going
Of
to
course.
choose $1 slice of pizza right now than the one in the month. And so
Yep.
production takes time. And so the capitalist invests money to make a product or a service in the future, which means that they need to attempt to um, figure out what will be the price in the future so they know what is the worth, like what it's worth to invest right now to build a factory, to build cement, to build steel girders so that they can build a road, so that they can then have a road in the future, and they need to
Yep.
be able to do that cost benefit analysis, right?
And the
And
better they
so
can do it, all else being equal, the more profit they'll make. The better
right.
they
So
can do
when we're
that
talking
analysis.
so when we're talking about the price mechanism, why is it that the price mechanism is so much superior to central planning? It's because the price mechanism has in it an infinitesimal amount of data. What we have to recognize is that value is subjective and that values change over time. So you can never properly, like we will never be able to get, even in a post scarcity world, what's known as an evenly rotating economy, which is where prices are fixed and that those prices are always going to be the same, right? That is an impossibility to do. And the reason is like, right, like just as a quick example, right? I'm walking into work and there's a hot dog stand and the hot dog stand sells hot dogs for $3. Well, in the morning, I don't really want a hot dog, and $3 isn't really worth it to me. But because I'm not hungry, but maybe I'm really, really hungry
Mhm.
and I forgot to eat lunch, I'll buy a hot dog, right? However, I go to work, I get out of work for my lunch break, and then the first thing I smell is those hot dogs and I'm hungry. All of a
Mhm.
sudden, $3 is worth it for a hot dog. So the value of a hot dog to me in the morning, having eaten breakfast, is maybe like 20 cents. And then the
Mhm.
value of a hot dog when I haven't eaten breakfast is maybe like $3.40 or $3.50 or $4. And maybe the value of a hot dog is $5 at lunchtime. So
Sure.
what I value a hot dog as changes throughout the day based upon my preferences, my values, whether or not I'm hungry, et cetera, et cetera. So the
Mhm.
price mechanism contains all is like the capitalist is the one that is that gets the most profit, is the one that can get that price closest to the equilibrium where I run out of hot dogs and at the same time nobody else wants a hot dog, right? Like
Mhm.
if I can get the price, if I can have 200 hot dogs, what I want is I want to be able to sell 200 hot dogs, and I want not a single person to be like, "Oh, you're out of hot dogs? That sucks." And
Mhm.
that's how that price mechanism, that's the perfect presumably price for that day of selling hot dogs. Now, when we're talking about the state utilizing central planning to attempt to build something versus the market and the price mechanism, I think the
Mhm.
best example to utilize in this is a railway. So the state wants to build a railway from city A to city B. Okay. Now, the state can do one of two things. The state can either use a bunch of dynamite and machinery to go through a mountain and build the railway through the mountain, or the state can go around the mountain, but they'll need to use um, more track, right? So they'll need to use more
Mhm.
wood, they'll need to use more steel, etc., and they'll have to use maybe like different engineering things, etc. And let's assume that it would take the exact same amount of time to get from city A to city B, going through the mountain or going around the mountain for whatever reason. Maybe you can increase speed outside of the mountain in a way that you can't going through the mountain.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, the central planner has to commission studies, commit tax people, right? The commissar under a socialist system, right? They have to figure out to the best of their knowledge what is the more cost effective means of getting a railway built from point A to point B. But the capitalists under capitalism, unregulated by the state, what they use is the price mechanism. What's cheaper? if they can both get from point A to point B in the exact same amount of time, what's cheaper? Are engineers cheaper? Is dynamite cheaper? Or is steel and wood to go around the mountain cheaper? And in that price mechanism, by looking at how much does it cost to go around and how much does it cost to go through, is billions, is infinite amount of information. It's how much is engineering worth right now? Do engineers, are they more valuable in agriculture? Are they more valuable in city planning? Or are they more valuable in railways or in demolition? How much, when we look at steel, it's, how much are coal miners being paid? How much are steel miners being
Yep.
paid? How much are the smelters? There's an infinite amount of information in the price mechanism.
Well,
So when the central planner attempts
it's
to do
tied
this,
to a lot of information. It's convoluted with a lot of information.
right, but I mean,
but
sure,
yeah.
but what I'm saying is that information is contained in the price. All of these economic interactions, from the coal miner to the steel miner to the grocery stores to the agriculture to the engineers to the individual person shopping at the grocery store, all of these millions of interactions between millions of people is all contained within the price of steel and the price of wood and the price to hire an engineer. And when the central planner, they have to attempt to determine this information. And what ends up happening is it costs money to determine that information,
Mhm.
and they get less information than does the price mechanism.
Yep.
Okay.
No,
Well,
that's true.
first of all,
Welcome to the reverie.
yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, I went to
I
let
get it. Everybody's
Scott
falling
get-
asleep because I'm doing my fucking
No, no,
ANCAP fucking
I-
Austrian
I
I was
wouldn't
not
ACOS
falling
stream.
asleep.
I wanted to
I'm
let I
having
wanted to
to
give you the
look this up.
space to do it because I know like Socrates hasn't heard it. All the rest of us have heard it, so I'm just gonna. And that kind of at the perfect time. However, thank you, Doobie. Thank you, Doobie. Thank you, Doobie. YouTubing, super chatting,
Wow.
right now. And let's put that on screen. $500.
Holy shit.
And Scott, connect the ANCAP 101 lessons to the inevitable glorification of the Republican Party.
I don't think that's a word.
Yes. Yes. It's really, really simple, right? The Republican Party is just as socialist as the Democrat Party. The Republican Party is, as Michael Malice says, are Democrats just going the speed limit. And the problem is that they ping pong off of each other and they don't actually fix any problems. They are the one step back in a process that is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And
Yep.
young Gen Z men grew up in a world where they were constantly castigated for being white men, where they were constantly attacked by every institution, their teachers, etc., for the crime of being white, and they wanted to rectify this. They were liberals. They wanted to be good liberals. And what they saw over and over and over again is this process of the Republican Party selling them a box of lies that they were going to do something about all of this socialism and all of these attacks on them, and instead creating wedge issues where they accomplished nothing. And so, slowly but surely, liberal minded young white men realized that if the sword of Damocles was going to be over someone's head, it wasn't going to be theirs. And so instead of going deeper into recognizing the inherent contradictions of socialism and liberalism and finding a philosophy of liberty and freedom, instead of watching Lord of the Rings and realizing that you need to throw the ring of power into the fires of Mount Doom, they decided that they wanted to wield the ring of power because they do not believe that they have the capacity or that our society is at a point where they can stop this socialism from the left. So they are going to adopt the socialism of the right to use against the left. And if we do not do something about this, we are absolutely 100% going to see a rise of fascism, especially amongst young Gen Z males, because they are sick of being the victims of socialism, but they do not understand that they are only making the problem worse by wielding that power themselves. They just have a reaction to use that power against the left that has been fucking over their country for the last 100 years.
I'd say it's $500 well
Um,
spent right there. Look at that. Full explanation.
I I would agree. I want to respond to that. I have thoughts. Before I respond, because it's gonna be a whole thing. And then Scott's gonna yell at me, and then I'm gonna yell back. It's gonna be a whole thing. Okay. All right. So
Scott
before
would
we
never
do that,
yell.
I'm not yelling.
not yet.
Also, why the fuck are you giving him $500 for a question for me? Like, I'm streaming
Because-
right now.
Because
You know what I
he-
mean? Like, at a minimum, you could have
No,
like done.
he
You could
needs
split it
production.
250. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Because Doobie
I made
is my homie.
$53 tonight so far. You know what I mean? Like, that's 10
Because
times what
Doobie-
I made tonight.
Because Prime
Oh,
is the capital
Doobie is
owner
my
and
homie.
You guys are making
and
money?
I don't make that much here, right? Okay, so Doobie's my homie. He's looking out for me. I do appreciate you, Doobie. You're really cool. Thank you so much for the kindness. And we're not done with the discussion. We're gonna get back to that in a second. I just want to get this one other super chat out of the way. From our friend FQ, who I appreciate as well. Thank you, FQ, for the $10. Happy Thanksgiving. I wanted to give thanks to those who helped elect our first American LGBT president. White Boy Winter in a red turtleneck and ballroom musical theater is
was an
the
awful outfit
vibe.
choice, it
Well
really
done,
was.
well done. Sorry, hon, I didn't see this picture. So, like,
Awful.
President Trump was in a.
It's like he copied fucking Zoran Mamdani's outfit, and he doesn't have
No,
quite
he's
the aura.
pro Zoran Mamdani recently.
FQ, send me the picture or whatever.
He looks
I
good.
haven't seen
I'm
it.
not gonna lie, it's a good look.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if people are appreciating it, FQ, I'm really again thankful for the $10 for the constant support. I really do appreciate you, FQ. You're not a billionaire, so it means a lot.
And let's be honest, Trump is not the first gay president.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's true.
what do you think of getting a blowjob? Does that make Clinton gay to get a blowjob from him? Or because different people different.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
feel
was
like
the
that's-
top in this situation. He's not gay.
I actually have a calculation
that's
on
kinda
this.
gay.
I have an equation called the gatio. You
Ooh.
can plug in certain values and get to exactly how gay you are. I'll send it
Do you
to
have an
you.
Excel spreadsheet I can plug this
It's
in?
It
not a-
does, probably.
I probably could just make an Excel spreadsheet.
And here I am, the autistic libertarian, and he's got a fucking gay equation spreadsheet.
I didn't say that.
I got a lot of charts and shit. I keep track of everything.
No, I keep track of a lot of links. I have like probably hundreds by now of links I've like accumulated for like interesting stories and things for us to talk about, or to argue about. Like when I have to dunk on one of you, I gotta have a source. Find me a source for why I'm so wrong. Oh yes, I do have a source. Bam, there you go, bitch. And
Obsidian is really helpful for that. If you've have you used that before?
no, actually, so I did use Obsidian previously. I actually used it when I went on Tim Pool's
Me too.
thing, right?
Yep.
But I had literally discovered
I
it
use
like
handwritten notes.
2 days before. Yeah.
Like a
Yeah,
boomer.
of course. But on the other side, I actually use. I was telling Corey about this. I have a private server, Discord server, where I organize everything. It's just me, and I just I got all the different channels with different subjects, and I got a whole list of stuff. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
You don't have the
Okay,
gatio,
so
though.
back to.
I'll send that to you later.
Sorry, what?
You don't have the gatio.
Is that
though.
trademarked, by the way?
Oh, the gatio.
I think
The
technically.
ratio, the gatio.
I think technically it is trademarked now that I've made it. Because
Okay.
it's not a patent. You don't have to file for it, right? It's
I don't know
automatic.
that. The case.
Scott,
Okay.
can you help me
but-
break that trademark?
Well, it's not. Hold on. You're sorry. It's copywritten. It's not going to be trademarked or patented.
Okay, good.
Sorry, but you still can't
back
copy
to
it.
back to this Doobie again. Thank you for the 500. It's really kind of you, friend. But and hopefully you're still listening. The thing that before I do that, FQ did send me the picture. And okay, let's see. I think it's interesting what Trump absorbs, right? Like who he accepts and who rejects. Like that's like amazing. Like the
Are we
fact
talking about
that
orally or like figuratively?
Well, I mean, how did he feel about Bubba? Did he ever dress the way Bubba did? I don't know. I
Did he
mean,
absorb?
who could tell?
Is it less gay if Bubba was cross dressing at the time?
Um. Okay, that's not the that's
Like
that's another
6%.
debate right there.
Slightly.
Um,
Very
You know what I
slightly.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious. You know,
I would say so.
That's a good
More than
discussion.
5, less
But
than
anyway,
10%.
I appreciate that. So anyway, thank you, FQ, for that. But anyway, back to this. Yeah. So I don't think it's socialism would be why those people are moving over to the far right. Um, I think it's a
It's the
failure
fire
of
department.
it's the fire department.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yes, it's the
socialism.
fire. Indeed, it's the fire department. It's our socialized fire department, which is would be the reason. No, like I would say it's the cumulative failures of our society to properly redress their issues. I think that we haven't provided them of opportunities. Now, I understand that uh, that the way you interpret that is, hey, the government taxes the population and takes a certain amount of opportunity out of the economy,
Mhm.
and maybe that's the way and that's how we get here. And sure, uh, I will one day love to see ANCAPism out in the wild working properly. And that's not like a slight or anything. I'm like I actually mean that. Like one day, like you've got me interested, friend. So like one day I would actually like to see it. But
maybe we'll see it in Argentina. Who knows?
Yeah.
maybe
Or the Congo, maybe.
Unlikely.
I think the problem is it's not socialism. I think we have very little of that in this nation. I know you disagree on that one, but I think we have very little of what
No,
most people would.
that's fair. I mean, it's relative, right? Like relative to Europe, we have less socialism.
Yeah.
You know, relative to
Um,
America 100 years ago, we have astronomically more socialism. You could agree to that,
what?
right?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Wait, so
I would
just
say
to
that.
get like what are the worst? What's like the one worst socialism that we have right now? Just to get like
Oh, no. Before we
okay.
get distracted with that.
Let him
Um,
answer, Doobie.
yeah. So one of the problems is, and I was just discussing this with someone the other day. I forget who I was talking to. Oh, now we were on Dr. Greg's thing. Corey and I we were talking about this. I think one of the issues is that we're not investing in terms of people's education. I think at some point, right, the price of upper education, higher education, has just like gone completely out of the realm of attainability for most individuals. They feel locked out of the economy. We're supposed to be transitioning to a knowledge based economy. I'm not sure if we're still on that track. But so many young men feel locked out of that. They don't have access to even vocational training to access these jobs. They live in cities and communities that have been uh, disinvested for years, right? So that would be urban environments, but also like rural environments, right? We see a lot of hopelessness there, right? We see just now, just the other day, in was it Lexington, North Dakota, I believe, is the state where there's a Tyson factory. Bringing up Tyson, they're going to close that factory, and that employs 1/3 of the population. Right? We know how this story ends for this town. It was like around 10,000 people in the Tyson factory,
Fentanyl.
or
That's how it ends.
yeah, fentanyl. Yeah, right. The Tyson factory employs about like over 3,000 of these individuals. Right. It ends in fentanyl. Exactly right. We see we have the concept of the Rust Belt. We have the concept of excess labor here, where it's just kind of like built into our economic models. Right. And I actually mean like actual plan models that yeah you'll just have an excess amount of labor here, and that's just like okay, like these individuals will just be unemployed even though there's plenty of work to do in this country, right? We could put them to work doing something, maybe not maybe not as excellently, right, as the price mechanism can do that. I'm not fighting you on that, okay? But I'm just saying that like we could direct them into our country to do something productive, and there are plenty of things to do, but we don't. So when and tie that with the fact that we see women doing better in our economy, and shout out to our female friends, we love you, we're glad to see it, right?
And they
But we
talk
see
shit about
them
men
steadily.
too. That doesn't help.
Sorry, what'd you say?
And they're also talking shit about men while, like, as they're doing
They're also
better.
talking shit about men,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh no.
And how big their dicks
Shout out
are.
to
You know,
women.
like it's a big problem, or a little problem.
I
Really.
hate when that happens.
But
Yeah, it's just oh, it's
Well,
always
that's
too
kinda
big. It's always too
snowflakey.
big. It's like Jesus Christ.
How do you even
I love
swim
you,
with
friend.
that thing? It's so non-aerodynamic. I don't.
But last thing I'll say, sorry, because I'm rambling here. Is yes, when men see that their prospects are lower than women, right? Now, for better or for worse, like since society has told them that you should be a provider, and they feel like they can't be a provider, yes, that builds deep resentment. When they feel like they can't date, right? When they're not in a position to present themselves as a partner, right? A reasonable partner. When they feel like their dating prospects are drying up, yes, that builds resentment. Like, and final thing, like the other thing that we used to do in the past, right? Like, you know, many years ago, centuries ago, right? When we had excess labor, like we do now, right? What does the kingdom do? They send them off to war. They send those guys off to war to do something, right? Die there, because
Build
they
some
understand
pyramids.
that when you leave young men alone, right, who are idle, who don't have prospects, who aren't investing in their community, right, they start getting all kinds of funny ideas that, well, maybe I could run this place better, and that becomes an issue. So
Or maybe
I'll
I
leave
can
it
go
there.
steal a car, or maybe I can break into a Walmart. That young unemployed
I mean,
men is like a major cause of crime, right? That
big
is
and
like,
small issues, yes.
yeah.
I agree. Yeah. So, Scott, if you want to respond to that, or anyone else wants to respond to
Yeah,
that, it's fine.
I'll be very quick because I don't want to get in. I already did enough Austrian economics for everybody's taste, probably. But I'll just say that, yeah, I mean, I completely disagree with you. Like, I hear what you're saying. I think you're just misdiagnosing the problem. And the reason I think it is absolutely socialism, like, for example, you talked about the price of education, right? Well, why is the price of education going up? It's not
It's
because
because
it's
we're
more
defunding it.
expensive. It's not because there's, more, more and more expensive lab work that just requires more and more money. No, it's because we're heavily subsidizing with socialism education, with, federal student loan programs and grants and things of that nature, and we're pushing people towards that education. And what is, in sociology is called the McDonaldization of education. What we're seeing is education standards lower and lower and lower, so that we can get more and more butts in the seat, because it is become credentialism to simply get that degree. And we've seen administrative costs that are completely unnecessary at university after university after university increase orders of magnitude, because there is government funding, and so there's less of a price mechanism, and that socialism is driving up the cost of education, which then goes, oh well, that's why we need more money towards education, and it becomes this vicious cycle. When we talk about cities being less invested in than ever before, I would say the exact opposite is true. We are spending more and more and more money in inner city education, more and more money in, you know HUD, has consistently gone up in terms of costs. Small Business Authority has consistently gone up over time. We're like, oh well, these cities aren't invested in. Well, obviously, we need more money and more investment in these places, and yet what we have seen is every government program that is designed to invest in these places has invested more and more money as we go more and more in debt and have more and more inflation, and we're not getting the same return on investment. When we talk about society tells men that they need to be a provider, I think society is a funny word to use when the answer is women. Women are consistently making more money than men, and are consistently demanding that men make more money than them. Right? We are seeing, especially as far as young men are concerned in the dating pool, that women are demanding that men meet these standards that only 1 to 5% of men
Do
are,
be.
can possibly achieve. right? Like they need to be tall, they need to be in shape, they need to be making six figures, even though the median household income in
The
America is
salary expectations are
$64,000,
actually crazy.
right?
Yeah.
The salary expectations of many women. Now, to be fair, there is a bit of a self-selection mechanism here, right? Because a lot of women have dropped out of the dating pool and they don't show up on fucking, TikToks and things doing street interviews or on the whatever podcasts or, think places like that, right? Like there are a lot of women that have checked out because of the toxicity of online dating and things like that. But nevertheless, women are making more money than men, and they're saying that they're making less money despite the fact that they are making more money than men. This is just true until we get to the point where they have a child. And then we don't count the government resources that are taken from young men to subsidize single motherhood because of welfare programs as income that they're making, because it's not income. And when we put that together, what do we get? What we realize is that overwhelmingly women are doing better than men in this economy, partly because of the standardization of schooling, which is designed for women and not designed for men, partly because of DEI programs and things like that, where we've seen the tech industry is only hiring, like, New York Times did a report where they had only hired 6% white men in the last few years, and that 94% had been women or people of color, because of DEI initiatives, both spoken and unspoken. And so you see young men realizing that education's getting more expensive because the government is funneling resources away from them towards other people, that dating is getting more expensive and more difficult because the government is funneling resources away from them towards other people, and that cities and other places are getting more expensive because the government is funneling money away from them towards other people. And instead of saying we should get rid of all of these welfare and socialist systems and return towards liberty and return towards the market, they're not saying that. What they're saying is, I want my check too. I want our country to stand up for Christian white men, because that's an easier solution to sell to them and an easier means, than simply saying that we should just get rid of those systems.
There's also a nostalgia
so-
they can look back on too,
okay.
that I think is like an important aspect of this, where like you're right, like young women without children who aren't married, right, which is often the cohort that these groupers are in, right, which is going to be young people who are not married and don't have kids. Women do make more money than them, like on average.
Wait,
Yeah.
I just looked that up, and I don't think that's true. I think in like some rare circumstances that is true, but I don't think
It's
that's broadly
it's
true.
absolutely
It's true.
true once you account for hours worked, right? When you look at just salaries of young women versus
okay.
young men, what you
Men do
realize
work
is that
more,
men tend to
considerably.
work more hours, right? And so if you're just
Okay, if you
looking at tax
normalize
returns,
that.
young men are doing that. But if you go parity, job for job, and it's important that this is pre-childbirth, right? Pre-childbirth,
yeah.
job for
Having
job,
a child tanks
women
your
make more.
income. Yes.
Women,
If you have
right,
a child as
because
a woman,
you're
it
out of the
tanks your
job
income.
market for like a year or two.
Right,
Of
and,
course.
or you got to move to
Yeah.
part time. Like, yeah, the wage gap that how they come up with
I mean,
it
that's a
is they
thing, though, right?
they literally just take all the money that is
What
earned
we
by
need
men and just
babies.
compare it to all the money that is earned by women. It's like an incredibly oversimplistic way that they calculate the wage gap. When you
Wait,
factor in,
just a
go ahead.
sorry, just a question. Where do you guys fall on the like birth rate stuff? I know everybody's got
Oh, that's a whole can of
some
worms.
kind of
I agree
So
that
that's a
birth
whole
rate
nother
exists.
conversation.
I think it's a problem, and yes, I think feminism.
I think-
feminism.
I don't believe in
but
birth.
I think if you get rid of abortion, then the birth rate normalizes instantaneously.
I don't think that'll do it.
Do you think we should do that?
No.
No, literally, if you just calculate how many abortions were occurred, then you only look at U.S.
Sure, that's
born
fine. Do you
citizens.
think we should
The
do
birth
that?
rate goes to 2.04.
That's fine. Do you think we should do that?
That's like barely
Wait,
above
hold on.
replacement, right?
So I know for a fact there was a fertility when they banned abortion in Texas. There was a fertility rate increase. I don't think it boosted it up to 204 among
No,
non-immigrant
because you
families.
can still just go because you can still just drive out of Texas and go get an abortion. And I'm
Do you-
not
do you
saying
think that
that
should be
this
illegal?
solves everything. All I'm saying
Well,
is,
how do we
is
know
if
that it
all
goes
other
up to
things,
205?
I'm
or
not saying the
204?
birth rate immediately goes up to that. What I'm saying is if you take every single death from abortion and then you just calculate it as a birth, it goes to 2.04. Obviously, culture changes. Obviously, people will start using protection so
Yeah.
that they don't get pregnant, right? Like, obviously, there are other things. I was just
They
throwing
just
in
got
a
their
quick
tubes
one-liner because he was
Okay.
bringing up something that was like
Fair
kind of
enough.
off of what we were saying.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm not saying it fixes everything.
Yeah,
getting rid of the socialism would.
Now, removing if you get rid of abortion, the fertility rate does increase. I'm just going to remain agnostic as to how much it increases, or if it'll actually increase us beyond replacement rate. There's like a lot of factors that go into this. I agree that like feminism, I'll just no problem saying it. I'm an anti-feminist. I have been the whole time. Never
Brave.
lied about that.
What a surprise,
What a
conservative white
surprise!
man.
I'm
No
a
one could- no one
conservative
seen it
white
coming.
male who identifies with libertarians. What did you
And that's
expect, Prime?
illegal. And that's
Well, wait,
illegal in my
What
the
did
only,
you-
America,
the only
okay?
reason, the only
What
reason
did
my
you
life is
expect?
not because he wants to reduce his gaystio score.
That's
That's
not
it.
No.
He just wants to
illegal.
minimize his gaystio score.
That's not
it.
illegal in
Okay.
America.
And
okay?
What are
It's
you
illegal
doing about the
Not
birth
yet.
rates?
UK and
what are
Germany.
you doing about the birth rates, Lactor?
Not yet.
By the way, great
I-
conversation, and like the one woman panel comes in right when I'm saying this. That's a good
No,
time.
no,
Keep
this
saying
is
it.
even
Say it
better.
with your whole
it's-
chest.
I'm saying with my
this
whole
is even
chest. Yeah,
better,
I'm not
right?
afraid.
Because
Yeah, fuck
no.
feminism,
So-
obviously.
So
Say you want
hold
to
on,
Be
hold on.
insane to
Guys,
support
guys,
feminism.
I'm listening.
Guys, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
This is better than you think because, like, I talked to Zealous when I did the same interview I do of all of you guys, right? When you first come on, I asked her, "Hey, like, what don't you want to talk about? What are you interested in? What you don't want to talk about?" And when she said specifically what she didn't want to talk about are gender discussions, right?
Ooh.
Specifically this. She didn't want
I
anything to do
won't
with
ask
it.
her anything specific. I won't ask her about
So you
it,
just
though.
don't want to be on the internet having conversation at all.
She's not a feminist,
have-
I
so
don't
don't
wanna
worry.
have
So
any
she's one of
gender
you.
discussions.
Okay,
Fantastic.
great.
Well, then we have no
There you
beef.
go.
But so yeah, I mean the birth rate question.
Then
'cause
why isn't she streaming from the kitchen? huh?
Got him.
I'm not even touching
You don't
that.
know that she's not. I mean,
The
yeah,
birth
she-
rate question
yeah,
I
yeah.
think was a tangent. What were we just talking about before Socrates threw out the
Wait.
birth
Okay.
rate question?
So there's
Oh,
a
the
reason
gap,
that I
the
asked
gap, the
that.
gap, the gap.
There's-
Let me just quickly finish up on the gap.
Okay.
How they got the gender pay gap is they literally just took the combined incomes and then just compared the two. They don't factor in hours worked, and men work considerably more hours. They were more likely to work full-time jobs, and they also don't factor in, again, the income drop that happens after you have a kid. When you start isolating those factors out, so you look at like, okay, let's look at
They don't factor in types of jobs.
right,
either.
yeah, young unmarried women without kids and young unmarried men without kids, between which again most of these internet communities consist of. What is the income comparison there? And in that, women make more money. There's been a study on this. Like they just do make more money, and so you have these young men who are being told, like they are being, I think, sort of being made out to be this, this oppressor, this perpetrator. And anybody who says otherwise, I think, just didn't go through like the U.S. college system, just haven't been around these people. It definitely is a thing. Like this is just a cultural experience that a lot of young men have, and it feels very frustrating to not be as well off as the people who are telling you that you are, and they do it with this
Okay.
very smug kind of like,
this is where I want to push back on. So
You forgot to add that women just don't
Yeah,
live in
yeah, yeah,
reality. There's another thing.
Okay.
Like that.
Yeah. So this is
They also
where I
initiate
want to push
most
back
divorces.
against you and Scott. And not on the gender pay gap. I do understand that it's a lot more complicated discussion than it's like made out to be in the press. And fair enough,
Thank
know,
you.
a nuanced economic discussion being flattened in the press. Who would have guessed, right? But fair, okay.
Yeah.
But the thing that I want to push back on you against, and I promise you, Azels, we're not gonna be here forever. We are gonna actually move on to the topic at hand. You just came at like the worst
Maybe
time.
she has a based opinion on this.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, who knows?
But I guess my issue is that, like, I say society is putting this pressure on men, and then Scott, you went and adjusted that saying women are, right? Yes, women are, but women are a product of society too, right? The women get these messages from their mothers, but also their fathers. They get it from mass media. They're told, hey, you're going to find a man who's going to provide for you, right? Who will be the breadwinner. That is the ideal outcome for you, right?
Mhm.
They're responding to all of that. And so, like, I push back to say, well, it's
I
a
understand
woman.
Yeah, I just quick question. Can you name a single functional society throughout all of human history where women were presumed to be the providers and men were not?
Wait, do you want men to be the providers, or can we just like establish some of these things?
Well, no, it's not per se that I
Damn.
want
Already too much.
right. It's not so much that I want men to
I
have
do,
some
by the way.
societal imposition of
Okay,
a
he does.
provider role, right? What I would rather say is that the natural tendency of the market and the natural tendency of free people is such that men tend to be providers. That what we have is we have a natural tendency that is in part rooted in biology and in part rooted in social constructions and things of that nature, especially how it manifests itself, right? Like there's no natural tendency of men
When you say
to
natural,
be
what's unnatural about
coders.
now, present? How can it be
Well,
otherwise?
it's un-
Look at the birth
well,
rate.
it would be it's
What's
un-
unnatural
wait,
about that?
well,
wait, no,
yeah,
whoa, whoa,
my
whoa,
answer.
whoa. What do you?
It is unnatural, and it's unnatural because
What are you
the
defining as
state has-
unnatural? Like
The
Well, when this-
extinction
when-
of
when-
the species. That is unnatural.
when the
wait,
state
that, no,
when
how,
the state
how is
no
that?
no no
I mean,
it's
species can go
unnatural.
extinct. How can that?
It's unnatural when the state interferes in the free movement and the free exercise of human behavior.
Why
and
is the state
instead-
unnatural?
Why is the state unnatural?
Yeah.
Did
okay,
humans come
if
up
you-
with a
if
state?
this is
Wait,
a-
wait, like
Who made
No,
the
no, no,
state?
no,
this
no, no.
is-
This is no.
Technically,
no, no, no,
all
no.
things are natural
This is-
because even if it's
Yeah,
artificial,
yes.
it's made from natural
Right,
things.
right,
so,
right.
like,
This
I would
is-
agree. Yes, that's why I asked. What is your
this is
definition
like-
of natural?
this
why
is
do we
like-
even have the
True.
term
Right, this
artificial?
is-
I mean, it's all natural.
True.
Right.
True.
Yeah,
yes.
everything. There's no such thing as artificial. Everything is natural, right? Which gets us into this
It's all
like kind
computer.
of millennial woes kind of famous quote, right? Like where like the left's primary means of arguing is to just intentionally misunderstand
Well,
things.
no,
and
whoa,
thus
wait.
make
You're
communication
obsessed with definitions.
impossible.
You label Lactoid as socialist. So tell me what is natural.
Right. What I'm saying is that when people are coerced against their will and against their desires and against their values by an apparatus that is giving power towards a collective to impose its will against man's values and against man's ability to engage freely, then what would naturally occur otherwise? That coercion is stymied by this creation, this man-made construction of the state that is placing in those impositions. Now, if you want
Wait,
to say,
just to
well,
clarify, when you say man, do you mean humankind in this case, or man?
yeah,
just
I
have to
mean it.
ask
I
this.
mean it like etymologically, right? Where like
Okay.
where like there's
In
with
any other
weremen,
conversation, that
right?
would be like such like a fucking kind of point, but actually
Right.
it kind of makes sense in this conversation. Okay,
no,
fair enough.
it's fine. It's like right, like including both weremen and withmen.
Whitman, yeah,
okay?
exactly. Mhm.
Okay, like yes, I mean mankind, right? That is my point of contention. My biggest point of contention is that listen, I don't think we should like shame men for not being providers per se. I mean, I do think some level of social shame for like deadbeat dads or like
Bit of
men that
shame.
like don't do anything with their life is certainly probably healthy. But like obviously there's a certain level of balance there. What I'm saying is when you say, oh well, society expects men to be providers, but like we could structure society in some other way, I think is kind of like gets to the heart of the difference between the value structure of conservatives versus left-wing people, right? Which is the left-wing philosophical belief that man ought be shaped by the collective and that we can kind of socially program
No,
man
that's
to
not a
be
left-wing thing.
I think
that's
it is
like a liberal.
absolutely.
That's a liberal thing. That's not because there's a narco leftism. There's a libertarian left. There's an entire
Libertarian
other
left is a
axis.
contradiction in terms, but
It's
like,
not.
it is.
There's different ways
like,
of defining these things, but that's
yeah. If you're
not.
talking about you're talking about like lib socks, which are just fucking like anarcho syndicalists by another fucking
Sure.
name.
Okay.
Like,
Now Scott's all about
right, like-
definitions, but bring up natural. And it's like, whoa, we can't
So
do that.
pedantic.
Can't have that conversation there.
No, you're
You get in
trolling
the
and
weeds
avoiding
about libertarian
conversation.
lefties, but bring up natural. It's like, whoa, what are you talking about here?
Let me.
Yeah, I
let
mean,
me-
you
let
can
me,
engage in
let
the
me-
argument,
let
or
me-
you can
let me
engage.
I
get
I
this,
tried you,
super-
but you can't.
No, you
Let me get
didn't.
this
You
super
fucking
chat in.
liar.
Oh my
He was-
god.
okay,
Here we
he-
go.
He was
Here
being,
we go.
he was
All
being a
right.
dick, but I was being
FQ.
serious.
Thank you for the $5. Modern gender debates come from school performance trends, economic shifts, screen time effects, and the squeeze on the middle class. See YouTube chat.
See YouTube chat. No, you pay more money for the rest of that. Fucking get out of here.
I appreciate you, FQ. But no, I
Yeah,
think
the
what she's
extra money from being an unmarried woman compared to us. You fucking pay these males.
She's an unmarried. But no,
8%, brothers, never married women. 8% more than never married men.
Oh god. So, but I think what she's hitting on is that like these are what the gender debates tend to be focused on. That like school performance trends, like or are men or women or boys or girls doing better in schools, right? Economic shifts we were just discussing. Yeah, screen time effects in terms of like, hey, body positivity or the opposite, right? Like is um uh social media causing people to have more eating disorders or something, right? Squeeze in the middle class, I think, which is a bit more generic, where it happens on all of us, right? But yeah, I think that
I bring
these
a
are
libertarian
discussions.
analysis to the party that's superior. I get
Thank
it.
you, FQ. For that. We got a few more too. Thank you, FQ. Oh, Alexander Wynn. Oh, hey, we haven't seen you in a bit. Thank you for being here. $10 from Alexander Wynn. Really appreciate it. Sorry, I was super far behind. Back in the debate about Tyson and a I'm not sure what that is. A customer who died because of their negligence. What's to stop Tyson from paying the company you're using to screw you over on that? And before you answer that, because that's going to be a thing.
Yeah, it's way back, so it's just like I'll be
One
super
second.
quick.
YouTube,
high time preference
$2
versus
from
low time
FQ.
preference. It's not in their interest.
FQ YouTube is woke and won't let me say it, so I appreciate you on that. We appreciate
Probably because
you.
women
Thank
work
you so
at
much
YouTube.
for that super
That's
chat.
probably the reason.
But high time versus low time preferences.
Probably
What's
male dominated.
stop?
Yeah, I'm
Tyson
just
from
saying
paying a company you're
companies
using to screw you
companies
over.
that attempt to become warlords and circumnavigate circumnavigate other insurance companies and things like that are just begging to have the guns pointed at them. It's just terrible business practice. It's just high time preference nonsense, and Tyson would go out of business to continue behavior like that
Thank
because
you
that
for
behavior
the
comes at
super,
a cost.
thank you for the super chat, Alexander. When it's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well. And thank you, FQ, for the kind super chats. But I do want to go back to the gender debate just for a little bit. Just for it probably we're not going to be here for long. Okay.
Just 2 more hours.
It's just
Stop lying.
I've seen it
Brian.
happen before, where he's like, just a second, and then it's like another hour.
We're about to move off this topic.
This is
don't-
what
I
they're
don't have
saying
much
when
to
they
say-
say men lie. Okay, when
I
they all
don't-
men lie, this is exactly what's happening right here.
Look, guys, I don't want to talk about Elon Musk, but
But
The next three
proceeds
topics.
to talk about Elon Musk. Got it.
oh my god, for the entire rest of the stream, but we won't do it. But anyway, so
This is what's known, by the way, chat, as a performative contradiction. I really don't want to talk about Elon Musk, and then immediately starts talking about Elon Musk.
I'm not racist, but
no. So I think that
It is another
yes.
performative contradiction, to be fair.
What?
I'm
I
not
think
racist, but,
yes.
and then says
Okay.
racist thing.
Yeah.
have you ever noticed?
We have when in our society, right? I think you asked me, hey, is there a society that has been anything but a male provider society, right? Well, we are
I said a functional
Just-
society, right? Like there have been
Functional
examples,
society,
but they
yes.
die out.
they don't last all
They've
that
all died out
long.
so far.
But yeah, in any case, right? Like, well, there also isn't this a society where um women have been physically larger than men, right? This is what you were moving towards when you mentioned biology, right? Like, hey, there are some biological imperatives, but like, I mean,
I mean, that'd be one aspect, but I would
It's
say
one
there's far
aspect.
more than that.
I would agree with you, but looking at that, right? Like up until let's say into the 19th century, right?
Yeah.
Into the
There
point of
hasn't been a force
industrialization.
multiplier like guns and things like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yes, exactly, guns, but also just industry, right? Like relocate factories, and then moving away from that into a knowledge economy. right now we're having an interesting transition. This is what I'm trying to get to. So I'm doing it clumsily, but like what we're going into is a knowledge economy where strength doesn't matter in the same way, right? Where those who are making the most aren't necessarily isn't because of their physical fitness, right? Like that, and that is completely different from the vast majority of human society. So you ask me, hey, has there been a society where like females have been in a position to provide, right, a functional one, to provide? I say no, but they've had like the deck stacked against them, and they've had a society that oftentimes have violently repressed them, even when they try to assert themselves. So I think in this moment we're seeing an unprecedented shift. I think hopefully one for the better. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have a society where like women are necessarily quote unquote above men, because that's not what they're even looking to do. I think that as our society changes, as our economy changes, hopefully again to a more knowledge-based economy, as that happens, so will our societal expectations, right, between the
Maybe,
genders. But that's going to
maybe
take a while. There's
I
going to be a lead time there.
I would argue, right, but I won't deny that, like, with an ever changing economy and AI and knowledge economy and things like that, that might, that it's certainly going to throw a wrench into what are traditional expectations of gender roles, right? I would still say that there's more to it than simply physicality, right? I think there isn't great research on psychological aspects of gender roles, right? Because most gender role research is done by, feminists and gender studies, women's studies, and sociologists that are very feminist and or Marxist. Um, what I would say though is that there I would posit that I would give some credence to the concept of the differences that tend to occur. Obviously, we're talking about um, distributions, right? So they're always outliers. But I would say that one of the biggest gender differences is interest in things versus interest in people. Simon Barron has a piece of research from 2002, which is really really interesting, studying autism and extreme male brain theory of autism, and why we tend to see autism rates be more so showed in males as opposed to females. Some of that you might say is the ability to catch it, but one of the things that he talks about is the concept of female empathizing versus male systematizing, right? And so many of the things that lead toward production, that lead towards accumulation of resources, as well as one of the main things that females have been attracted to for so long is the male ability to prioritize resources. And one of the things that men tend to be very good at is systematizing production, creation of things, scalability, etc. Whereas women tend to be more focused on things like, um, empathizing, right? Being able to maintain equality, being able to, engage in work like teaching or,
These
engaging
these
with
feel like
people.
such vague and like
Yeah.
not accurate.
Right,
So
but
like
there you can call them vague and not accurate, right? But like, but
okay, problem.
when we do studies, for example, of like what are the most egalitarian societies, what we find is in the most egalitarian societies where we have tried to get rid of gender roles to the greatest degree, we find the largest differences between men and women in their chosen fields, with men going towards things like engineering, software engineering, architecture, et cetera, things that deal with things, and women going into the medical profession, teaching things that deal with people. And what we find is that societies that are far less egalitarian, we find that that they're much closer together. One example is Rwanda. In Rwanda, you have a lot of female engineers, you have a lot of female software developers, and things of that nature. And so when we do
Well, which
everything we
one's the natural
can,
state between those two, between Rwanda and the Scandinavian countries? Which one's the natural state?
again, it's I understand
Yeah,
that you're a piece
exactly.
of shit that refuses to engage in the
Exactly.
argument as a whole, but
Of course,
instead
you
just
just don't
wants to
like it. That's it. You
meme
just
on the
don't like it,
concept of
and you
naturalizing.
can't engage.
No, it's just that you're not engaging with anything, and like you
I
might
literally
as
use
well
your
not be
examples. I just
here
asked you a
because
question.
you don't talk at
Which,
all. You just sit and farm content
yeah,
until
of
you want to
course.
subvert the
When you're actually
conversation.
challenged, you
No, I've
become all,
already
like
answered
a
and gone
triggered
through the
snowflake.
concept of
Come to the left,
naturalization, and
where the snowflakes are.
I already explained why the state, as a mechanism against the free will and liberty and the volition of people being able to express their
So your definition of
values,
natural can apply to
is
natural flavors as well, right?
your definition of natural applies to literally everything in the world, as to thus make the term
I agree. So I'm asking
useless
you to
and
clarify. I'm
dysfunctional.
asking you to clarify.
I have already
Clarify.
clarified.
Okay,
Shut
so
the fuck up.
it only has to do with the state.
You have
right?
nothing
It
of
only has to do
value
with the
to
state.
add.
Is that a fair assessment? That natural has to
No,
do with
that
the
is
state.
not. No, it's not, and you know it's not. You were just trying to jump on because you want to subvert the conversation so that you can farm a fucking W. When I've already answered this
what?
fucking
I'm not
question.
even streaming. What am I farming?
Well, I don't. I guess you're just being retarded for the love of the game.
Yeah, of course,
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you have nothing.
What do you mean I have nothing? I've given you my answer. I've given you my answer, and you refuse to accept it, and your definition is dysfunctional because it means nothing. Your definition defines everything as natural, and therefore you can dispense with the word natural when obviously there's
term. I don't use it. That's why.
Yes, you're trying to throw out the term so that you can make language
because
more
natural
difficult.
to you is just like what you don't like. That's it.
That's not my argument at all, and I've already given you my argument.
That's all.
No, I've given you my. Do I need to explain to you a third time?
Okay.
Yeah.
As you interrupt and try and make conversation difficult.
Guys. Yeah, sure.
Wait, so I can make some very specific critiques to what you said. So here's two things. So when it comes to natural, I actually do understand your definition. I think it could be a workable one, but I think if you were to apply it more more kind of consistently, I think you would have to demonstrate that there were periods in human history where a kind of like, tribal collectives somehow didn't coerce people into behavior. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is,
Why would you put on a standard? Why do I need to accept that standard? Fuck that standard.
That was because that was your standard. That was your definition.
No, I don't need to say that there had to be an example where people's will and volition in a community was completely free of coercion for me to ever be able to say, like, my argument would be that the movement of people and the volition.
But we've always had some form of coercion.
Yes, we have higher levels and we have lesser levels, and I just gave an example where you have when you have higher levels of coercion towards trying to force an egalitarian, like when you try and reduce that coercion towards creating the most egalitarian society, where you try and specifically program people to not be to be as egalitarian as possible. What you get is you still get the tendencies of the differences between men and women to be extreme. That is what I'm saying, is that absent government coercion, you see more of this expressed because that is a natural tendency of man. And that the more coercion you have, the less you have the natural expression of man's behavior.
Wait.
I don't need to make the argument that there was ever a society with no coercion.
Those societies that enforce that have the most government coercion to enforce equality are making men and women's differences in preference most stark, and that's not natural. So the natural state therefore would be to be very similar. That's what you just said. I'm not making an argument. That's what you just said.
No, what I'm saying is that when society tries to be egalitarian, when a government tries to
enforce egalitarianism, right?
They attempt to enforce some level of egalitarianism. Then what ends up occurring is that you have the ability of natural expression to be able to showcase itself more in the economy. Because
so
they're not imposing gender roles.
More egalitarianism, it makes things more natural. Do you understand how
what I'm saying is
a contradiction that is?
It's not, because you're trying to frame it as such. What I'm saying is when the government does whatever it can to not enforce gender roles and gender stereotypes, to just let people be who they are, what we see is gender differences become Scandinavian countries, right? As
really anti.
We're not imposing. They're not imposing
cultural level. Is that really true? I've heard that sentiment expressed. I've heard people like
I mean, we
Jordan
can pull
Peterson
up
or whatever cite
the
that.
research. We can pull up the
Real-
research at some other time.
I would like to. So I want to move on. I want to let our friend Lactoid get his point in, and then I have a super chat to read. It's gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be a fucking doozy. Be prepared for that one. And another one from Alexander Wynn. Alexander Wynn, I see your super chat. I'm going to read that in our transition between this topic and the actual topic that we've got scheduled. Okay, but I am going to read that super chat. 1 second. But first, let's get our friend Lactoid, and then that second super chat.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right
I think
back.
Scott's right, and I guess I'll just maybe say it a little bit differently. When he's talking about, generally speaking, there being a difference in the way men and women think and the way men and women exist in the world biologically, and this informs gender roles. I think if we break it down to its contingent parts, you just have to accept this, right? Like very consistently, studies find that estrogen increases empathy, right? To the point like actually being able to humanize with somebody. Estrogen also dramatically increases neuropathy. It increases anxiety and makes people more anxious about the future. Men consistently perform better in spatial rotation tasks. If you give women testosterone, they actually report a drop in neuropathy, or sorry, not neuropathy,
Neuroticism.
neuroticism.
Anxiety?
Yeah, neuroticism. Sorry, neuroticism. When you
If
give,
you have some neuropathy, maybe.
sure, that would just be loss of feeling in a particular limb, I think. So neuroticism is the correct word. Sorry, neuroticism. Like all of this is influenced by hormones. If you give women an increase in testosterone, they begin developing mind states more similar to how we perceive men. And if you give men estrogen, like for example, when you give people who are transitioning to transgender women, when you give them estrogen, the way they approach the world does change. They become more empathetic on an individual level. They just like Scott said, they have less of a desire to engage in systemizing tasks, and as opposed to more direct, empathetic, working with people tasks. And it's not a surprise then if we see such a consistent, strong scientific correlation between these hormonal effects on people, why we see like nursing or young early child care or the specific careers that are most directly associated with direct interpersonal workings be dominated by women. And then you see the careers that are primarily kind of more detached, systemized, above the shoulders mustard shit, right? Like engineering, be dominated by men. It's only when, what Scott's point was, it's only when you have a society in which there is for whatever reason, a tremendous incentive for women to overcome this and move into fields where they could perhaps make money and they could obtain some kind of career dominance to escape some kind of artificial oppression, let's say, that you see
Artificial.
whatever that you see.
Just what he doesn't like. That's it. That's the preference.
I'm not getting as hung up on the whole natural fertility, but regardless, what
We
Scott's
all
point
don't
is
like oppression, okay?
that's when you see a little bit of a difference, right? Not all the way, but a little bit of a difference. But when women don't feel like they have to, what are the roles that they naturally tend to fall into? They tend to fall into careers, again, that are more based in what their hormones dictate, in the same way that men are more apt to fall into careers that their hormones dictate. And not only that, well, hold on real quick. It's not only that, like just the rock solid science that demonstrates these hormones have effects on the way people think and brain over time, brain development, literally changing the way you operate. There's a whole bunch of other physical differences that are also relevant to how gender roles are structured. The ability to have children, this matters a lot when we're talking about one person going out and doing like the work or the hunting, and the other one staying home and taking care of the kids. There is a reason why almost
the work at home.
There's a reason why almost every mammalian species operates this way. I think it's just wild how we can look at humans and say, well,
the work at home isn't resource allocation.
Yeah, every other species of almost
TV, housewives.
Yeah, with some exceptions, every other mammalian species operates this way. And the hormones like demonstrably show that this actually does have an effect on minds. Oh, and also just like logically, it would make sense. Like, oh, if you're the one that can breastfeed and you're the one that can like give birth, like maybe there's going to be some correlation there with you being the one to stay at home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You look at all that, and then you just take a step back and say, no, it's all just social pressure. That's all it
Sorry.
is. Gender roles aren't
Okay,
real. It's
hold
all
on.
just social pressure. None
Okay.
of that science is real.
Okay. All right.
I
First
think
of all,
that's ridiculous. I think it's a
It's all the
ridiculous statement.
government.
I think what's happening here, one, that Lactoid is having flashbacks to arguments he's had on Twitter. Because no one here, at least I don't recall anyone saying that none of these pressures have anything to do with biology or anything to do with any like based on something outside of simple societal trends, right? Like I think I don't think
That's
anyone
most
here
feminists.
denies that. The most feminists. Hey,
That
are
is
the
like the
feminists here?
vast.
Are they talking to you now?
I
Do you see them?
I
Are
thought
they in
you've
the room
defined
with
yourself.
you?
Hold on, you've defined yourself as a feminist in the past. Forgive me for assuming that you would hold this crazy belief as well. So you agree that gender
Lactoid,
roles
we're
are
winning.
You agree
We're,
that
we're slowly
maybe
converting
we're winning.
him.
Do you, Prime?
You're
Do you,
not
do
He's
you,
not a
gonna-
feminist anymore.
Prime? Do you
Well, I'm
agree that
behind.
gender roles are biologically informed? At least, do you agree with that?
I do, but like I in the most liberal and the most like open, the most like the diluted version of that, yes. I because I'm sure what I think when I'm thinking when I say that is different from what you're thinking. And we need space to like discuss that, and that's why I'm not going to give us that space because I am going to move on. But like I want to have that discussion with you, friend. But like I think you're loading a lot more on that than I would. Just a quick response is that like I would say that yes, they're like there's no way that hormones don't have an effect on people and like how they operate. This is known,
And the way they
right?
think.
And so there's no reason to think that that wouldn't happen on a gendered basis. If like there is a across the board like different ratios of these chemicals in the brain, right? We all have testosterone, estrogen in our bodies, right? Men and women. But like the ratios are
Very
different.
different
My
ratios. Yeah.
yeah, my understanding.
Well, to be
of
fair,
that, right?
to be
And
fair,
so,
young men today have less testosterone than their grandfathers.
It's
So
still
who
yes,
knows?
women are still
indeed,
way
yeah.
below. It's not even close. But yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
it's
But
not even close.
but any case, right? So I can see that. But I think that how that plays out in societal level, that like is much more complicated. I think humans are much more complex than like I'll say your side, and I don't mean that derisively. Your side tends to boil that down, right? I think it comes down to a talking point about testosterone, estrogen, and you layer
There's more to it than
a
that, but that's a
lot
big
more
one.
meaning on that, and a lot more power on it than it actually has. But I'll leave that there because otherwise we're gonna have a big fight on this. We're gonna have a big fight on this.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you. So let me get these super chats out of the way. We got one that's gonna accelerate this, but we'll see. And then we'll move on. So FQ says $10. Thank you, FQ, so much for the kindness. Do it, Prime. Read the anti-woke feminist chat. Okay. All right. So she sent me. So she sent me something. And in our DMs, and I'm gonna read it. We'll see what happens. Okay. And I can also copy and paste this into our group DM so you guys can see it because it's kind of long.
Can you do that
Anyway,
now then so we can read it
it
along
says,
with you?
yeah, sure, I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
Copy, paste. All right. She says, let's play a math game with our favorite right-wing topic, IQ. Imagine I am King Kim Jong-un. I imprison 50 men and 50 women in one room. To save our failing birth rate, I force men and women of roughly the same IQ to marry. The graph below depicts their IQ distribution. I got to send you the graph. Sorry. As you can see, women have a lower standard deviation from 100 IQ compared to men.
Probably not
This
gonna be
will
an accurate
result
graph, but okay.
roughly. I'm gonna send you that graph in a second. This will result roughly in 5 lower IQ men and 5 higher IQ women with no match. A surplus of roughly 10 middle IQ women remain left over. Out of our room of 100 people following the equality standard, roughly 20 men and women remain unmatched. I am now left in a bit of a pickle. As dictator of North Korea, I am left with three options. A, even distribute the surplus women to both low and high IQ men. B, force the surplus women to only marry high IQ men with about 5 low IQ and 5 middle IQ women left over. Or C, allow 20% of the room's population to remain unmatched. Congratulations, you now understand why women go after the Chad. And so this is what
You're
she's
making a false
referring
assumption
to.
that IQ is associated with
Copy
Chadness.
image. Let's
But
see if
No,
I
okay.
can.
I can
This
respond.
this is
I,
the the graph. So you can take a look at that. And she
it's
says,
true.
let me read two other things that
Yeah.
she sent. She says also one more thing: income matters to women, at least in large part, because it's combined with IQ, and it's
Very
one of
strongly
the
correlated.
fastest way to sift through dozens of options to choose a mate of higher intelligence. That would be the price mechanism. That sounds like that to me. And then finally, she says it's not simply about resource allocations; it's a sign of intelligence which women care about in order to pass down their children. I'll copy and paste that as well, so you can respond to that.
So I don't know if this is the full graph, but I love graphs that have like no axes labeled and it's
Hell
percentage
yeah.
and like there's no numbers.
It's
Those are always
true.
the best quality graphs.
I can
Quick
independently
size over
I can
time.
independently
Quit.
verify it. I just wanted to say
It's just a representation of the variability
Right.
hypothesis. Okay, and there's
It's just-
research to back that up.
it's all in
Please
the middle
stop
as opposed to
subverting the
the ends.
conversation.
But
Don't tell me what to do.
This was in reference to,
liberty.
I think, an earlier question or an earlier kind of spat between Socrates and Scott, which is like, well, do you want the kind of, male kind of like the male-led society in the sense that like they're the ones going out and working and making the money, or do you want this kind of feminism kind of angle? And um, I think the problem here is, at least from my position, I think that having the men be the providers makes sense based on all the biological arguments I just made. I'm not going to rehash that. But the concern is when you try to take the best of both, and this is what I'm accused like feminism generally of doing, is where we try to take the best of both worlds, and then like keep none of the bad, right? Because at the end of the day, it's an interest organization. It's basically like a union. It's not actually an equality movement. It's aimed at addressing inequalities that affect women negatively, and it completely ignores, like, you're not going to see a feminist rally where they're all out marching for greater sentencing for women for the same crime, despite the fact that the gender gap is much greater than the racial gap. You're not going to see that. Nobody cares about that. Nobody talks about that because that's not actually in the interest of the feminists, right? Their interest is to appease their base, and their base is going to be primarily women that want to achieve certain ends, and they don't want to lose that support. So
men
Sure, I mean that's
fucking
a fair
that's the
critique of white
concern.
liberal feminism. That's fair.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
And you can call it white liberal feminism, but like that's all brands of
Yeah.
feminism that I have run into in my 30 years of existence. So whatever wisdom that grants me. This has
Here,
been
wait.
like I've not, and I've honestly that kind of feminism seems to be like the same whether it be a black woman feminism or an Asian woman. I don't see it
A
like
black woman
specific.
feminism.
Yeah, well, you said white liberal, white women, white liberal feminism. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand that like it's easier just to toss it on the whites, but I mean this is a multiracial problem. I think it's a multiracial coalition.
Socrates, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, look up Bell Hooks' Will to Change.
Is she white?
No.
No.
Damn, I wish I would have got you on that.
If you want your
Sorry, I
brain
guess.
to be muddled with contradictions and nonsense, read some Bell Hooks, boys.
What do you have against Bell Hooks in particular?
Oh, let him count the ways.
No, it's gonna be a big fight. It's gonna be a big fight. We're gonna ignore that for now. Sorry.
She's
hold on.
unnatural.
So what?
So what I was gonna say is I
just
totally understand why women go for the Chads. Women should go for the Chads. It should be a society that emphasizes male production. That's all good and
Chads with
dandy.
the motorcycles.
We just have to. I just want these women to fucking accept it. That's what I want. I just want women to say,
Chads with the
yes,
motorcycles and the
I am
law
fine
degrees.
being the housewife. That's what we need. Okay, we need more of that.
So the
hold on.
reason that I brought this up is because this book by a very renowned, one of the preeminent feminists of the last century, talks about how she feels like feminism lost its way in terms of, and many feminists lost their way in terms of forgetting that men are like at the same time the primary victims of patriarchy, and that they're not men individually, and men as human beings are not the establishers of patriarchy. They are victims of patriarchy at exactly the same time as women. And so if you want to be able to be serious about your like speaking on these topics, and you say something like, well, I haven't encountered a feminist speaking on this topic in this way. If you read this book, and it's not a crazy long book, and it was a pretty easy read. It wasn't like jargon heavy painful philosophy. What is It's a very straightforward, easy to read book. You can read this, and then you won't be able to say that anymore, and you'll be able to talk about specifically like what the academia
Look,
says.
hold on. Anybody can publish a book. This person, I've
Okay.
never heard of this fucking person
No,
before.
Okay.
hold on,
This
Whatever.
person,
I
this
don't know.
person, no,
Hold on.
no. This person is not
As-
in the cultural zeitgeist. When you see the
Holy
feminist,
shit, yes,
no,
yes.
they're not.
Yeah,
No, you're wrong. You're just
Yes.
wrong on
No,
this.
wait, hold on. When you look at every major feminist movement, are you saying that they've read this book and they're like, you're right, we should march to raise sentences for women? Weird. I never see it. Yes,
No,
maybe
no,
this
it's
is going to
more
be
like
some.
prison
Maybe this is
abolition,
going to be some concessions in a book that some sociologist writes.
No,
Whatever.
no.
It doesn't actually
You're
inform
just so far
any of the
off base,
movements that
like,
I see.
I don't know why you would talk about this if you're not familiar. Like, why would you talk about it in this way if you're not familiar with it? I don't get
Because
it.
I can
Yeah,
I
to
can
say-
experience the cultural zeitgeist of America.
Yeah, I'm sorry, friend.
But that's just
I- it-
feelings. Like those
this
aren't facts.
shows-
Those don't have anything.
Do you
It
have an
shows,
example
like-
to prove me wrong? Like of a
Hold
current
on.
feminist organization that actually has any kind of political clout that is
Okay.
taking this whole we gotta fix the
The
male
thing
problems?
that you're asking for doesn't make sense. No one's advocating for that because it's
Yeah.
someone's advocating.
Because why isn't anybody
Someone out
advocating
there
for
is
that?
advocating for that? Yes.
Why isn't anybody
The thing
advocating
you're
for
asking
that?
to advocate for
Hold
it
on, because
is
you're
the
asking for
answer
something
to that.
ridiculous, and in fact, we have an answer for you.
What's ridiculous?
Sorry, hold on. No, sorry. I'm gonna tell you what's ridiculous
Tell
about
me.
this, right? One, it's showing, right, that like in your 30 years of
And my doctorate.
experience, right, you haven't run across the name
A doctorate? Don't know about bell
This is your
hooks?
first time,
No,
right?
not a doctorate
And then
in
you think-
degrees that don't
I
matter.
know. And look, I don't
why'd you bring that
blame
up?
you for that, right? Look, you run into things when you do that. You learn things when you do, right? I'm not saying you're wrong or something, but I'm saying that it shows that your experience in this field, right? This field that you're critiquing so hard is very tiny. It's very limited, right? Bell Hooks is extremely famous. She's definitely within the zeitgeist when we're talking about feminist discourse. Absolutely, right? That's a gap in your knowledge, and that's okay, right? Again, I'm not trying to hit you, blame you on that. That's that's simply the facts.
let me I guess explain then
but
what I
hold on.
tried. No, hold on. Let me
But
explain then
let
what
me
I'm.
finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Well, did you just
Let me
make a
finish my
point? You said I'm
No,
not
no,
informed.
that was the first part. That was point one.
I want to address
That's
that
point
point. That point's more interesting to me.
one. Okay. Well, then you'll probably want to address the second point as well.
Okay,
right?
go ahead.
Okay, I'll make. A
Well,
really
I know Bob's gonna
substantive
make a
point
second
here.
point.
Leave
It's very
Oh,
important.
okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, like you're talking about, hey, why aren't people marching for like equalized sentencing, right? Like, well, the feminists
Higher sentences.
the higher sentencing, right? Well, within feminist thought, within like intersectional feminist thought, they think about like the prison culture. They think about incarceration, right? And with the dominant school of thought there would be, we want to reduce incarceration all around, right?
Mhm.
They would say that, hey, we would have like to have like not retributive justice. What's the other word for it?
Restorative
Yeah.
justice.
Restorative.
Restorative
Thank you.
justice.
Thank you. Restorative justice.
Or
We
social
would
justice.
want to, you know,
Sure.
or social justice, right? Like we want to.
That's where it came from.
Yeah.
We want to we want to reduce our reliance on the carceral state. We want to vastly lower that. We would say that they would say that like a portion of that population is due of male population is due because of the pressures of patriarchy. That's why they end up there in the first place. They'd want to get rid of those pressures, so they want to vastly lower the amount of people within prison in the first place, right? If not being a straight up prison abolitionist, right? So you're asking literally the wrong question when we were discussing this. And again, this is I don't say this to say that you're dumb or anything like that, right? I'm just saying that like your knowledge here is clearly lacking.
No. Okay, I'm gonna address both points.
No.
I know you don't take me as dumb. That'd be impossible, and it's also possible for smart people to have gaps. I'm not taking this in terms of personal offense. What I'm taking this in the sense of I feel like you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. If we want to take a dive into like these esoteric like academic
What?
areas of gender philosophy or gender theory or et cetera,
What do you mean?
like I'm making my point. I'm making my point.
If
you wanna-
you've already
if you wanna-
failed
if
3
you-
words into the point.
He's making his
yeah,
way
hey,
downtown.
maybe I can
walking
redeem
fast.
myself at the end of the sentence. Just give me a
Okay.
second.
I trust. I believe.
Do you? Anyway,
I'm a believer.
what I'm saying is that if this was a hey, let's have a study on like gender philosophy, etc., or like a I want to say like Bible study, but like a gender philosophy study where we all get together and like people bring up these.
Told you it was
like,
going to take an hour, by the way.
these feminist. Yeah, that's a good point. These feminist writers, etc.
I said too.
I'm sure that knowing who Bell Hooks is going to be relevant, and like these theories. Now, I would disagree with this person. I assume what this person's writings are generally because I, as a
You would
defender,
disagree with everything. she
yeah,
said.
as
Yes,
a
I'm sure.
defender of
We've
the,
never heard of her.
as a, so that's why I said I assume. All right.
As a black woman or what? What do you agree?
I
what do you
mean,
disagree
yeah,
with
that's
her?
all of it for sure. But I would just, as a defender of gender roles, I would likely disagree with her. If you're saying this particular writer happens to avoid the pitfalls of hypocrisy and obvious interest pursuit that the actual feminist movement and organizations and the vast majority of feminists that you run into and the people who vote based on feminist ideals,
you
et
run
cetera, the actual political power associated with the movement, these people do not avoid the pitfalls of hypocrisy or the pitfalls of like brazen interest pursuit, where they are just
Yeah,
hyper
that's-
fixated on their own single agenda, which is I want to
do you know
pursue
what-
policies that benefit me as a woman, and I don't want to
Yeah,
pursue
hon.
policies that benefit them as men.
Friend,
And that's where most of this comes
do-
from.
Do you when we talk about when we bring up white feminism, right? You understand why we call it white feminism? Isn't to attack
White
the white,
liberal feminism?
right? It's not like,
No, I
white.
think it is.
Like,
it's like people talk
no,
about
it's
white
not.
women,
No,
oh,
it's not.
white
Only
woman,
when I
You think
as
it is
opposed to
because you have such little understanding
no.
of this subject, right? Yes,
Again.
the base understanding says yes. It says
I
the
went-
word white in front of it.
I
so they must be
went to
talking
college.
about-
I dealt with these people. I know what they
Yeah,
think.
I know you went to college. Yes, I know you went to college, and I know that like you were too busy being like upset and butthurt about what these people were saying, but
No.
to actually intake like the knowledge.
No,
Hey,
I
look,
was
so
let into their inner
the
circles.
reason-
I was a
hold on,
leftist.
The reason, hold on, the reason, because you're wrong, because you're wrong here. The reason why we call it white feminism is because it's not multidimensional. That like feminism, as it was originally created within the Western tradition, right? Was created by middle class white women, right? And they did it. To your point, right? To your point, the feminism they created, the things that they pushed for were specifically for their interests, for their class interests, right? So those individuals, yes, they would like fall perfectly into what you're saying. I would agree with you when we're talking about white feminism. Now, again, it's not to talk to attack simply white people. It's just to say
no.
that that feminism
hold on.
was
Can I jump
wait.
in?
This is the second point. I want to disagree with this one.
We can't because if you do, Scott, and I'm not trying to stifle you, friend.
I actually want to
to
just like marry this real quick so we can move on.
Oh, wait, he made a second
love it
point
that
that I
much,
have
huh?
to address, and he's reiterating it.
Lactoid, let's just agree to move on a little bit. All right. Listen, bell hooks is super popular in any feminist class you take. If you take gender studies, women's studies classes, you will absolutely learn about bell hooks because along with Kimberly Crenshaw, she's basically
I know Kimberly Crenshaw.
These two people essentially created intersectional feminism. Right now, bell hooks gets less respect than Kimberly Crenshaw, right? But like Ain't I a Woman came out long before Kimberly Crenshaw had any major publications. The main thesis of like bell hooks in general, right, is that feminism solves everything, but also feminism needs to include class struggle and anti-racism, right? So it needs to be explicitly Marxist and it needs to be explicitly critical race theory and feminism all in one thing. And that white feminism, right, is like an imperialist form of feminism that castigates black women to the sidelines. It doesn't care about what happens to women in Africa,
Right.
for example, or doesn't care about, you know, the struggles that are specific to black women, right? And she's very, like, one of the major things that she brought towards feminism, for example, was a critique of the feminine mystique and the concept of like the white suburban mom stuck at home, which was like a big part of second wave feminism.
I've heard
And
all
she's
this
like, hey,
before.
dude, black women, right? So you recognize
Yeah,
the theory,
I no, I
right?
I
Just not
and
the
I'm
name.
no.
Right.
No. I'm disagreeing with how this is used in like the common zeitgeist. This has been my point the entire time. This is why
Right.
I'm trying to like specifically delineate, and my criticism is with the feminist movements.
No, you're
No,
not.
if we were in it,
No,
Scott,
you're not disagreeing with what I'm saying. You're actually agreeing with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that her flawed and fucked up logic is that we will fix it with more feminism, and feminism is specifically towards
Scott.
creating like fix. No, you're harping. You're harping. Listen,
Maybe, but I'm.
relax.
But I guess I'm
right?
not getting
Like,
heard.
you're completely correct that feminism never was and never has been and never will be about actually equalizing the genders, and it is always focused on the things that benefit women that and in Bell Hooks's example benefit blacks and benefit, you know, the proletariat all together, whilst at the same time completely ignoring and casting aside any of the negative impacts that occur on men, etc.
And she calls
Unless
the
it is a
antithesis-
tool,
Right.
unless it is a tool for saying that feminism helps everybody.
And she
and
calls-
the way she does that is she says that you're not punished for your gender.
Yeah.
And she ignores gender problems. She
I'm-
says you're punished for your class.
Yes,
You're
and-
punished for
yes,
your race.
and
you're
she,
punished
and,
for these
and,
other
and she
things.
and she categorizes
exactly.
anybody who doesn't go along with this as participating in this white liberal feminism. And this white liberal feminism is like a stamp that they're using for any kind of non-intersectional feminism. I understand.
Exactly,
What,
yes.
I understand
Sure.
what that's being said. It's not me misunderstanding. I'm saying that right there is not the political zeitgeist. What the political zeitgeist is they will see, like, say, oh, white women, oh, white liberal feminism. It is much more about the white than it is about the liberal feminism. What my only argument here is that, like, black liberal feminism, like these black feminists, all this stuff, even I'm assuming this person who I haven't read, but I definitely think it is the case with Crenshaw. All of their movements are also just self-interest organizations masquerading as equality organizations. That's my criticism. I understand what they
Yeah,
say.
so
Even
I'm
though
calling them
it's
liars.
complicated.
That's what's going on.
white, you can be a black person who is a white feminist. That's a thing. It's not about the race of the individual. Like it's talking like Scott had it correct
Yeah.
when he's talking about
You,
it's an
if you're like a
appeal
second
on-
wave or third wave feminist,
yeah,
but
yeah,
you're a black
yeah,
woman,
yeah,
but you're
yeah.
ignoring
I'm
black
sure they're
issues,
saying
then
that.
you're a white feminist.
I'm sure you're saying that,
But
but when Democrats hear, what do they say? Oh, black women are carrying the party on our back. It's the white liberal feminists, these suburban moms.
And-
They're the problem. It's the black women
hold on.
who are
Black
carrying
wo-
the party on our
black
back.
women are a huge portion of the voting base for okay, sorry.
Not in
Hold
the
on,
general.
can we
Let's
just
not
admit
do
that
it.
two things can be true at the same time?
Yeah.
I think you're
Yeah, we
kind
can
of
just-
speaking against each other because, yes, from a theory-driven perspective and from the arguments made by Bell Hooks and other people, Prime is right. When we're talking about in practice, you're absolutely right, because in practice, the theory is one based off of resentment against white people, against wealthy
No.
people, and against
That
men.
has been my
Not at
entire
all.
argument.
Feminism
Okay.
is almost
Yes.
I know
entirely
that's been your
motivated by
argument.
resentment.
Okay, this is
I know that's been
this
your
is not
argument,
true, but there's a piece
Socrates,
of it that
wrap
you're
it
right.
up for us. You got whatever you're
Okay.
saying. It'll be a final thing. Then
We didn't even get to talk about Kim Jong Un and the Chad
Good
IQ
point.
distribution.
Well, no, there's another
So-
super chat, so we're gonna stay on this topic for a little bit longer.
There-
By the way, Prime.
Okay. Let
There
me
is.
do my thing in like
We got-
two
It's about
sentences,
you.
and then we can go to the super chat. Okay, in like two sentences. Every fucking everything ever is advocating for some kind of interest. Okay, that's not a critique of anything. It's advocating for an interest. What that scope of interest? What the scope of that interest? That's the relevant piece. So when people are critiquing, oh no, white, liberal, suburban, feminism, whatever, the thing they're critiquing is that the interest is really, really narrow. More woman drone pilots, right? That's the meme, okay? So you're not critiquing all
Yeah.
of these different things that are.
No,
right,
I agree with
or-
you.
Right?
I agree.
And-
I agree.
and-
I agree with you.
yeah,
That's why I'm
and-
a libertarian, because I advocate for the smallest minority, the individual.
Yes,
The
gamers.
individual.
Yes. Okay.
Unlike you,
then-
who's against minorities.
Yes, exactly. And
Okay.
what Bell Hooks is talking about is that men need to be included, and men historically have been included, but not enough. And that way has been lost in a lot of spaces as you're experiencing. I'm not trying to disregard your experience. What you're saying is absolutely true, and she's right. I think this would be honestly gratifying for you to read because she's speaking to that exact experience.
Socrates, you're going too far now, brother.
She might be right in that specific part of it. Maybe.
Yeah.
No,
but that's the thing is that she's emphasizing the way that to be consistent about advocating for feminism and for the gains of feminism is that
You must
the
also be
focus
Marxist
also
and you
has
must
to be
also be
no,
racist. We got it.
shut the fuck up. That you also have to be making sure that men are part of the thought leaders of that movement, are included in that conversation, and that the plight of men is understood at a first person level and at a theoretical level in the ways that men are injured by lots of things in our society. That we could disagree
Abs-
about the names, but she's advocating for inclusion of men as a primary player within feminism.
I absolutely agree with you there. Like Lactoid. Like you think I don't understand your argument. I do understand your argument. I think you misunderstand what part of it I'm disagreeing with. Like if you're talking about, especially like you said specifically the parts of the feminist movement that are in power, right? Those parts, right? Yeah, they practice a lot of what you're talking about, right? I would agree with you about those movement, like literally the fucking what was it called? The Times Up movement, right? The Times Up organization is exactly an example of what you're talking about and what Bell Hooks is critiquing, right? Both of those things could be true at the same time. That so I agree with you. Yes, with a lot where a lot of the power is at, right? How feminism was enacted onto the women in Iraq, right? I have a whole big spiel about that. But that was an example of what
Before you
you're
said in
talking
Iraq,
about.
you were pointing down to the women and then pointing
Oh,
at
I'm
the
sorry,
only
sorry.
woman on the panel.
But-
I
but-
just
but
thought
sorry.
that was funny. The women.
Iraq is somewhere. Iraq is somewhere, right? I would agree with you. You're
Over there.
misunderstanding where somewhere all around, right? But like I would agree with you that there
That's the imperialist nature of white
imperialist
feminism,
nature
by the way.
of their movements.
That would
So
be
but I'm
Bell
gonna leave
Hooks'
it there.
argument.
I gotta read
I'd be
this
pointing down.
Or as,
another one really quickly.
Socrates said, more female drone pilots. As the meme.
Lactoid. Yeah, lactoid is diverting from intellect on purpose. Low IQ men apparently you can't put IQ in YouTube.
Oh my
Low IQ
God.
men had an easier time with marriage and status in 1971 than in 2025, which is why gender wars carry the uprising of the proletariat vibe to them. An easier time.
I could go on about this, but I'm just going to let
Which
us
is-
move.
Yeah, I guess
Okay,
I would
So
just
noble. I love it.
well, to answer it, I guess first of all, very unscientific of YouTube to not allow you to reference the solid science of IQ. I'm not kidding. This is like obviously politically motivated. This is
he gets
bullshit.
very upset about this.
This is absolute bullshit. This is like obviously like leftism infecting the cultural zeitgeist and being anti-science, right? I get just as angry as this as if I see somebody come on and say global warming isn't real at all. Nothing's happening. No, this is unscientific. This is completely unscientific. IQ is real. It matters. To answer the question
No.
specifically,
I don't think
Israel.
she's disagreeing with
no.
IQ being real.
No, I'm not. This is not targeting her. I'm attacking
This is
YouTube
a
right now.
tangential rant of lactoid.
Yeah, this is a tangential rant where I shit on YouTube, 100%.
What he's saying is fuck Neil Mohan.
Maybe. I don't know who that is.
That's the CEO of YouTube.
Oh, well, there you go. To answer the question, I
I thought you were a streamer and you don't know that. That's weird.
I didn't know.
I don't
that
fucking.
either. I had no
He
idea.
didn't know it either.
I
Okay,
don't- I didn't-
whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
For
not.
shame
I wasn't
on
trying.
all
Not
of
Bell Hooks, not
I-
the CEO. of
Corey
Meta.
knew it.
Come on,
Corey
lactoid.
knew it.
I wasn't trying.
Corey
to,
knew that shit, didn't
Oh,
you, Corey?
God.
Yes, I had
CEO
an
of
I wasn't
feminism.
trying to just divert from intellect on purpose. That's never my intention. I'm perfectly happy talking about intellect. It is two things are 100% true. It is 100% true that income is strongly correlated with IQ, and it is also true that IQ is one of, if not the strongest predictor of romantic pairings. People tend to be very attracted to people who are either kind of close to themselves or higher in IQ. This is a very, very strong phenomenon.
She would agree with you. And
Yeah.
her whole thing about IQ is that there was an imbalance in terms of, well, maybe this might be distortion what she's saying, but there's an
According to FQ,
imbalance in the
Einstein is a
distribution
Chad.
between IQ, right? Between men and women. This creates an imbalance within the dating market that it makes sense to use as a proxy, right? To bounce that imbalance would be money, right? Would be salary. That is a
I think
good
I
indicator
think that's
of
a
that
I think it's a
position.
dog shit argument, to be honest. I think it's actually probably the exact opposite. It's
I
that
don't know.
resource allocation is important to building a stable family, and IQ tends to correlate strongly with the ability to gain resources. I don't think there is a lot of evidence to suggest that women are specifically deeply attracted to IQ, and then a lot of money is just like a proxy for that. I think they're more so attracted to stability for a potential family,
No, hold
and
on.
that IQ
IQ
is an
can give
aspect
you,
or element of
No,
that.
yeah, that's what, yeah, that's what I meant.
No, I understand.
Um,
I understand what
but
the
If that was the case,
misinterpretation.
Bill Gates would have like
No,
72 fucking wives.
I
you know
understand.
what
I
I mean?
understand.
but
Yes,
Not
you're
zero.
right.
well, he's got a bunch of mistresses.
He's a Chad
Right.
for sure.
On the subconscious
For
level,
sure, right?
on the
Exactly. He's not.
there could be something on the subconscious level of like you see that somebody makes a ridiculous amount of money, and then you might assume like, oh, they must be smart. I mean, they're making all this money. There could be a little bit of that phenomenon going on. Well, I guess what I'm saying is that like. There's going to be a strong correlation between the two, regardless, right? Like, if a woman
Yeah,
meets
for
somebody who
sure.
makes a lot of money, like, oh, like I think when women say they want to date guys that make a lot of money, it's not just because they want the money. It's because they tend to like guys that make a lot of money because those kind of guys also tend to be smarter. And my response to this is very simple.
Mm.
I want a society in which women are pursuing the smartest, richest men, and the smartest, richest men are pursuing the most fertile, intelligent women, and everybody else can just go pound sand. That's my perfect ideal society.
Or
FQ's
ride a motorcycle.
$5. She says it's all quote unquote meritocracy and quote unquote IQ matters until the culture of dating capitalism murdered sexual communism for flunky men. Well, basically, I'm sure I'm going to butcher your argument, FQ, but I mean I think this is one to strike against red pillars, and two, saying that now all of a sudden men have all these excuses for their failures, right? When before it's about a meritocracy, before it's about IQ, right? But then it's like, oh well, now these people are getting ahead in life, right? Being women, and now that doesn't matter. Now it's not my IQ that's the problem. That's not why I'm failing. It's because meritocracy doesn't exist anymore, right? That's why these women are getting jobs, right? And I'm being left behind. And so, like a bunch of excuses for men who aren't,
Man, you make the red pillars sound more correct and base than they actually are.
I need to say one thing real quick. So in your chat, there's somebody who says you can't even measure IQ. So look up what an IQ test is. We can continue now.
Okay. All right.
You can't measure
so
G factor perfectly.
we are
I think
going
is what they're looking for.
IQ is an
to
attempt to measure G.
leave this topic
Yeah.
behind now. It's happening. It's happening.
Amazing.
And as I do that, I'm going to read another super chat. It doesn't have to do with this. For $10 from a while ago, Alexander Wynn says, "Been a busy end of the year, and thanks for reading. I don't think the answer is meaningful. The answer that Scott gave previously about what was it?
Well, I don't
Tyson.
think the answer is
But
meaningful.
maybe but maybe I'm misunderstanding some things. I'll see if he wants to talk about it offline later. So hopefully
Yeah, my
maybe we can
DMs
have
are open.
hit him up, Andrew Wynn. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so beyond that, all right. Yeah, we're gonna move. Thank you, Mike from Canmore gifted one membership to the YouTube channel. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much for the kind of support. Okay, really kind. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next topic, right? If you enjoyed the pre-show, if you enjoyed
A 2-hour pre-show.
Just imagine how good the show is going to be.
Yeah, right.
That wasn't even the
compared
show,
to
you
like
guys.
the 1 hour and 10 minutes left of the actual show. If you enjoyed that pre-show, well then what you should do is follow the channel, right? You should follow us on Twitch. You should follow us on YouTube. You should follow us on Kick. I finally made a Kick account. So we're streaming on Kick now. How's the gambling? I hope it's going well. Use some of that money that you're winning, right, on the channel. I don't even know what they're called. Kick subscriptions, memberships. I literally don't know. I just made it last week. I have no clue. But consider following the channel, one or the other. Being a part of the community. Really appreciate anyone who might be watching on Kick. I don't even want to look at the numbers. I'm sure it's like 2 people. Thank you for anyone who was here. Oh, also I made a TikTok the other day. So TikTok at Prime Kai, right?
What? I can finally
yeah,
get on
dude.
TikTok and stream with you. I have some
He'll be-
subs there.
Yeah, and he'll be banned within the week.
Well, hold on. I did make a TikTok, right? I can't stream yet because you have to like get a certain
I have
number
1,000
of
followers.
I think it's
I think
a lot
it's 100.
lower than 12,000. A lot.
It's a
a lot lower
thousand.
than that.
1,000 followers.
Oh, well, okay. Well, somewhere. In any case, I haven't reached that level, right? But one thing is for sure, I will not be streaming the Reverie on TikTok, right?
No,
Why?
but there's a lot of money to be made.
Because of
Prime,
this
and I can-
motherfucker right here. That
Prime-
guy?
Prime,
that
that
guy?
doesn't even
Yeah,
matter.
that one.
Prime, that doesn't even matter. We'll have a separate talk. There's a lot of money to be made on TikTok, and I'm happy finally people are starting to get on, so we can. We can,
Okay,
we can
we'll
do
have
this.
a discussion.
I've only
yeah,
been
no.
banned from TikTok 3 times. Okay.
And Twitter once or
We
twice.
need to kill the term unalive though. That is a
Because
awful
of
term.
Twitter's
Yeah, it's
TOS,
awful.
I've never been banned from Twitter. What are you talking about?
True. Yeah. My bad. My bad.
So I have much love for my friend Scott, right? He is not algorithm safe, unfortunately. And I love that about him. I love that about my
Yeah.
friend Scott. I'll be doing other things on there, right? Our friend Corey and I were streaming on Dr. Gregory's channel. Dr. Gregory was here with us last week. And we did like a thing together. That was a lot of fun. So come follow me on TikTok and Kick. Yeah. So I can put the link for TikTok into the description. Oops, sorry, into the thing. I'll do that in a second. Okay. In any case, we'll move on to the topic at hand. It only took. We just had a little tangent. It's like no big deal, guys. I don't know what people are upset about. Okay. All right. Okay. So, and we can get rid of this banner. We can get rid of this banner. All right. All right. Okay. Here we go. All right. We're on task, as always, here on the Prime Kai channel. All right. Police are using a new automated.
She wants us to talk about it again. Bring it back. Bring the conversation back.
As soon as you remove the banner of our women ruining America.
Yeah, she had nothing to do here. Police are using a new automated license plate reader that tracks billions of callers per day. While this technology is not new, Flock Safety has created an integrated system that combines there she is that combines this across law enforcement agencies nationally. This data across law enforcement agencies nationally, and it all can be accessed by police without a warrant. Should systems like this be allowed? If not, why should we hobble law enforcement's abilities to track criminals? If you're against this, are there other technologies that we should block police from using? Is it even reasonably possible that we can freeze the advancements of law enforcement capabilities over the long run? Or is this simply a losing battle? So yeah, in case you haven't heard about it, this actually went quite viral. So I imagine a lot of people have like heard something about this in recent days. There's a company called Flock Systems or Flock Safety, I believe. And like we've had like license plate reader cameras and just like random cameras placed in different areas to like watch traffic before. We've had that. What they're doing is simply like aggregating this data and allowing it to be accessed by police of everywhere and everywhere, all without a warrant. And so there's big data being collected here, and there wasn't really a discussion with like localities about should we institute this or anything. It just happened. And all of a sudden, law enforcement has this tool, this extremely powerful tool, which they had a lesser version of it before. But we haven't had like a democratic discussion whether they should have this version, this massively expanded version. So that's what I really want to talk about. I want to talk about does should it matter, right? Like again, we had cameras looking at cars before, keep a track. I mean, if you've ever gotten a ticket because you sped past a red light and an automatic camera got your license plate, right? Well, then you already experienced this. But this is just this on a much larger level. So should we people be upset about it, right? Is it just a logical advancement, or has this broken through some sort of limit, right? And we're saying we should go no further. So I really want to discuss that in other police technologies. So I will go to a friend Lactoid. I'm gonna start there.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV. Um, I'm feeling pretty combative now. I don't know why. I think the topic got me kind of heated.
Women get you really upset. I know.
No,
Go
that
ahead.
like especially because anyway, yeah, I the prior topic got me I think more heated. I'm
Little
actually
triggered there,
a
Lactoid.
little bit triggered. Yeah, I'm pretty. This one I'm pretty torn on. So I'm gonna very aggressively take the fence setting position, I guess. And whoever can make the best argument, I'll just go over. Because on one hand, I'm like, yeah, kind of Orwellian cameras everywhere, kind of pretty fucking scary, pretty reasonable to be like, hey man, we shouldn't have the government watching our shit, man. Okay, I'm with you, I get it. But then on the other hand, getting your car jacked sucks. And if this helps reduce that, which my cursory research on the data appears to indicate that it does, and it would make sense that it does if it's finding stolen cars and giving us like kind of an idea of where they are. I don't know how effective it is at actually like a deterrent, but it does appear to be effective at least recovering stolen vehicles. Um, and in public, you don't have a constitutional expectation of privacy in the first place, right? Like I can walk out in the road, and I can see your license plate. I mean, the idea, the cops can see your license plate. That's what it's for. So, on one hand, it's not super egregious to me. They're putting a camera on a public street in public, scanning a license plate that was made so the police can look at you and look what's going on. Okay, I understand that. But on the other hand, like this scale is kind of scary, and I can see why people are a little bit concerned about, Big Brother.
Thank you so much. And Desolate Mirror, I think you're the first person to follow me on Kick. Thank you for that, Desolate Mirror. I you're awesome. You're a Chad. Thank you so much for being so kind as to hit
A
us up.
high IQ chat. One and the same.
And high IQ Chad, right? Who must have a high salad because those things are correlated. Let's go to our friend Scott, who recognizes that we are short on time. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, recognizing that we're short on time. Hello, Desolate Mirror. Welcome to Primekai's Kick channel, and to Desolate Mirror and only Desolate Mirror. You can find me, Fabian Liberty, on YouTube and on Twitter primarily. Yeah. So in regards to the topic, I would say in the most succinct way possible, technology is good, and government is evil. I am absolutely positive that this technology is is a force for good. Like I can hate the concept of the government panopticon, while at the same time recognizing, if someone kidnapped my son or my daughter, I kind of would like a system when someone puts an APB out that 2 states later their license plate gets tagged, 2 states away, and someone can respond and like get my son or daughter back to me, right? At the same time, the actual problem of this is that what we have done is, without actually increasing the state's power via legislation, we have increased the state's power to surveil and control us via the natural evolution of technology. And when you have a government where the police are not that popular, and they should be less popular than they are, um, and when you have a increasingly growing surveillance state where they use metadata to track people and find information about them in the hopes of being able to shut down speech and shut down people's ability to meaningfully resist against government tyranny, giving them more power and more technology is a bad thing. And this is just more reason why we should abolish the police from the state and allow it to be privatized, so that companies that are actually liable can be able to compete in the market.
Okay, thanks so much. Let's go to friend Corey.
Well, even though I'm not as trigger as Lactoid, I too am a little bit conflicted on the topic. That's just because my gay show score is lower than his. But regardless, yes, I think privacy is really tricky. To Scott's point, in terms of with extreme surveillance, if kidnapping or child abduction rates go down or precipitously fall to zero, I can see a benefit to that. But then there's obviously a con of extreme surveillance, or if there's this precipitous drop in overall crime. Okay, there's obviously some good there and value there. But then yes, maybe extreme surveillance. I don't know where the balance lies based off of the reading of the article. They seems to push it maybe a little bit to the extreme. But I don't know exactly where the perfect balance lies, or even if there is one. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to friend Ali.
I think 10% of these cameras end up helping solve crime or whatever the fuck it is. I think a majority of these cameras, all it's going to do is give people more tickets for municipal bullshit, so that the city or the state, the fucking evil state, can make money, right? If it's one thing that will make me a libertarian, it's I hate the ticketing system that's instilled by the cops. I don't think they should be. I don't think cops should or cities should be able to have cameras that catch you speeding, and then all of a sudden now you owe just a $200 ticket, and then there's a point system, and they can revoke your license. And then most of the fucking criminals that they're going to catch are just going to be people on bench warrants who maybe couldn't afford to pay their speeding ticket. And now their license is suspended, and now they have a warrant out for their arrest because the mafia, they couldn't pay the mafia that is the city and the state. So right now I'm a libertarian on the issue. Obviously, it's not reasonable for me to say fuck the police and that they shouldn't be able to have cameras, because I want them to actually do their fucking jobs and stop being lazy, fat, overpaid shits. But yeah, I just think this is a big money grab. It's just gonna further. And then yeah, sure, I mean, sure, some criminals will get caught, but I mean, I don't think it's due to it should be more because the police are doing their jobs, not because there's cameras on every single corner.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Socrates.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to hear that there's some brethren in our libertarian friend here, in actually calling out, not over policing, but over authoritarianizing the state. We can talk about cops having constant, permanent surveillance cameras when we get rid of the fucking Patriot Act that we swore we were going to get rid of. Oh, as soon as we've won the war on terror, maybe we'll stop surveilling everybody everywhere in digital life. And now they want to do it everywhere in real life. We know what these are for. I mean, let's get real about this. There's two reasons that this kind of push is being made. One of them is to support the idea that there's some kind of insane crime wave that we need to have some kind of authoritarian lockdown to prevent. This isn't true. This is a lie. Crime is decreasing. Things are getting safer. The kind of hostility in the streets that can be increasing is from cost of living increases, SNAP benefits now being cut, maybe permanently, tons and tons of people losing the ability to just buy food, children not being able to buy food for your children. There's likely to be more people who will have to steal to feed their kids, and now there's going to be cameras automatically finding those people and arresting them and locking up people so that you can get more people in prisons, and the people who run the prisons will be able to buy this nice private corporate system we have where people who run prisons can buy the politicians they like, and the rest of us have to live with the laws that they create. So this is just an authoritarian crackdown on what they see as a potential way that people might rise up if you destroy their like ability to survive in the world.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, our good friend Zealous, right? We didn't really need your comments about the previous topic. This is where we need you to step up. But thank you for being here, Zealous.
Thank you for having me.
She
You
seems
are
very low to me.
you seem extremely low.
Okay.
While she was speaking a lot during the last topic, we just never heard her.
Maybe she was.
Oh no.
I'm on my phone, so this is where it's
we
gonna
can't hear you. You're super
We were able to
low.
hear you last week pretty well.
Can you turn her up
Yeah.
to 200%?
I don't know if I can. Let's
It's
see.
not going to be enough.
Well, I'm just saying you can control audio to some degree on your end.
It's not easy here. Let's try. Try speaking now.
Is that any better?
No.
You got max volume.
Alright. It's probably just
Try try jumping in and out.
Or your phone's speaker
Are you
function?
using your
is that-
same phone?
yeah, I'm using the same phone.
Is your phone on speaker or is it like
Are you
it's
holding
on-
it with your hand and covering up the mic?
No, I don't think I'm covering the mic. Give me
Like
one
we can hear something. We know you're speaking, but like
second. Hold on. Is
Oh,
that
oh,
better?
there
you
you
go.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Were you holding
Alright,
it in
there
your
you
hand
go.
and covering the mic?
Yeah, what were you doing?
No, I was using my Bluetooth. I was using a speaker because I feel like the sound reverberates.
Mm.
But okay. Well, there we go. For me, the service is definitely a big problem. I feel like it's just mass surveillance, which is a constitutional problem for me. I think that creating location maps and patterns of movement on people and storing that and just having it, and any cop can access that at any time for any reason. I definitely feel like that's a constitutional problem, and I don't know. I don't agree with it. I feel like we already are at the I feel like the line of what's acceptable with our police surveillance already, and I feel like this just totally crosses it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right.
Who did you think was
let's
going to
just
be
jump in.
police state?
Well, I was hoping Gibbs to be here. Honestly,
I'm-
Gibbs isn't here. I was about to
Gibbs?
say.
Well, to be fair, I'm pro like getting the
There should be
criminals.
autocannons too. Shooting
Like
everybody.
I'm not convinced that like the concern with getting criminals is motivated by some kind of like only 8% of our prisons are for profit, private. The vast majority of prisons are like publicly funded at a loss.
How much money do cities make off of like honestly speeding tickets and bullshit like that, which is what I think we criminals, right? That's
Sure.
where all the money is coming from.
I mean, this is like the
Privatized prisons don't mean shit to
Yeah.
the fucking municipals.
This is probably a motivate. Yeah, I can see this going that route where this starts to get used and justified more of like tickets. Now,
Mhm.
I get the
That's all it
concern,
is.
but I think tickets are preferable to taxes. So,
Well, you have both. So like,
well, maybe if we can
you-
start
you
funding the
have
city more off
taxes-
tickets,
you
then we
have
can
the
reduce
taxes
taxes.
paying for the people giving you the tickets. It's a vicious cycle.
Well, it's a
right?
camera
See,
that does it now.
Well, I mean, we're still paying for the camera.
Yeah, is that cheap? Like, I guess I'll have to see an actual
Bro,
cost
you're not
benefit
even a
analysis.
libertarian. Why am I talking to you?
No,
Scott,
wait,
get
I
this guy
just
real quick.
said the tickets
This
are
guy
better
real
than the
quick, he wants
taxes.
the
I don't like
fucking state,
taxes.
He doesn't care.
No.
it's a camera.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's take a step back from because I agree. Like, yeah,
You want to automate the state now, huh? You want
ticketing
to automate
people
police?
going 15 miles an hour over,
He's a
like,
socialist.
yeah.
Oh my
like,
God, you are a socialist.
whatever. But you would agree that
no,
like
whatever.
you would agree there is a valid interest at the very least. There is like a valid. The question here is, does it go too far? Because there is a genuine valid interest in I don't want my fucking car jacked, or if my kid's kidnapped.
This isn't gonna do shit for your car getting jacked. Your car is gonna get jacked.
It
if
does.
if it's getting jacked locally, to which the people are going to the chop chops immediately, and if not, the people are dropping the license plates. If someone's smart enough to steal your car,
No,
right? The people
there's
that are
some of them.
joyriding are joyriding for an hour and a half, or dropping your car off in some alley, or they know exactly where they're taking your car. It's not going to get caught 2 states down because no one does that. No
Well,
one's
no,
taking your car
I'm
2
not
states
saying
out
I'm
anymore.
not saying it's going to
Unless
get
they
caught.
kidnap a kid, in
I'm
which
not
case, yes,
saying-
that very specific scenario. I'm glad we have the system, but for the
Sure.
majority of the time that the system's going to be used, it's going to be some fucking guy who has a bench warrant, and "Oh, we need to get our ticket price." They're going to take him to jail.
Well, it depends what the
that's
bench
our tax
warrant's
dollars
for.
at work.
Hold on, it depends what the bench warrant's for, but from what I've looked
It's
into, it
usually
actually
unpaid
has been
tickets, is what I'm
has
saying.
been somewhat effective at like recovering stolen vehicles, right? Because you're right, the kind of pro, the guy who's stealing the car, then taking it to a chop shop right away, and knows the routes to avoid these cameras or whatever. Yeah, probably not going to be super effective against that guy, but at the same time, like that might be effective perhaps at like triangulating where these shops are over time. It also, not all vehicle thieves are like this sophisticated. Very often,
Isn't the
it's
idea
just some
that we
meth
kind of
head.
know where the shops are? We just don't have the evidence to bust the shop like at the time. Right?
Well, if we
Like,
have a bunch of stolen
know
vehicles
that
going there.
the shop exists, but you can't just go in and shut the shop
No,
down.
I
Criminals
know,
are-
but if you have a,
criminals are more savvy than you think, maybe.
there are
No, no,
some.
we're talking me or Scott or
I'm talking to
Lactoid.
Lactoid.
Yeah.
I think there are, just like I said, there's some pros that are going to be more sophisticated. I still think these cameras could probably help
not
at like
even pros.
triangulating certain like chop shops because, oh yeah, by the way, you've had 80 stolen license plates, go into your past
How long have we been
immediately
fighting
the
drugs
street.
and we can't catch drug dealers in the streets? I like.
First of all, we
Everyone thought-
do
everyone-
we
everyone
do
thought
catch
their-
drug
everyone thought
dealers.
their phones were being tapped, so like every drug dealer on earth was going to get caught. And yeah, the fucking streets are just filled with.
We catch a lot of drug dealers. We have a lot of people in prison for drug offenses. What are you
Mhm.
talking about?
Yeah,
I
and
disagree that we should be enforcing
we
that.
still have a bunch of them, right? But we still have a bunch of
Okay.
them, right?
You're
And so
right.
we
We
have
will
this-
never be able to
we
perfectly
have
enforce
this
every
high
crime.
surveillance state. We have this high surveillance state to prevent drugs. We have this high surveillance.
Oh,
state to
but
prevent
there's still
terrorism,
drugs.
But we don't prevent anything.
Why do we
The
even have
Muslims are
laws
taking
against
over
murder?
America.
We've
Why
had
are the
laws
Muslims
against
taking
murder
over
for
America?
hundreds of
If the
years.
surveillance
Okay,
works,
all
if
right,
the
okay,
surveillance
And there's
works,
still
why-
murder.
We have okay, we got okay. Look,
I'm loving
clearly
this.
And a lot of
Lactoid-
criminals, by the way, are not sophisticated. A lot of criminals, there's a strong correlation between low IQ and being
Clear.
criminal, right? There is a
I
lot
I
of
just
these
meant
criminals.
specifically with.
Clear.
Hold on, I just meant with specifically with chop shops.
With chop
Like
shops,
the
but
people
yes.
that run chop shops
Yeah.
are a lot
Fair,
better.
yes, just like I
Okay.
said,
Giving
yes,
them credit.
yeah. Those
Yeah.
those specific like professionals, I would agree. Those are probably like the higher end kind of sophisticated criminals.
Lactoid.
You
I think
just-
a lot of
you
no,
haven't- you
I think a
haven't-
lot of
you
car
haven't
thefts are from
seen-
meth heads and like these people
you
who are just
haven't seen a documentary called Gone in 60 Seconds. Okay, right? It was about this. It was about.
I haven't read
the
Bell
industry.
Hooks. I haven't realized this particular
Yeah,
documentary.
you
Why
have
am I even
nothing,
on this
you
page?
have
I don't
to-
nothing.
You're like
That's
a
it.
newborn babe, right? Like just experiencing the rope for the first time. But no, no. I think so. I understand. I built into this question, right? Like assurances, just in case no one was in favor of the surveillance state, right? Because
Well, Lactoid is.
like, well, hold on, because like
It's on the fence.
people will say, right,
That's what the
like,
camera is, on
hey,
the
I'm
fence.
against, right, I'm against like internet companies like collecting my data. I'm against TSA, right, like harassing me when I'm trying to go like across international borders, right, and searching my shit, right.
Another
Like,
government
yeah,
agency.
Not
yeah,
Lactoid.
but
True.
indeed, right.
And it's
People will say
socialist.
all that, right? But if you
Correct.
ask enough questions, right, eventually you'll get to a level of surveillance that they're okay with, and that's why I wanted to discuss, right? So like, is this block system too much, right? I obviously to think so, but again, we already had this on a lower municipality level, right? Like, should we not have? And this is an honest question, right? Should we not have cameras that for that show when you run a red light, right? Or speeding cameras or anything like that? Will we be better off about it? We might, and I'm curious what your responses might be. Like when police have new tools, like should police not be able to use tools that like search through social media for threats? This is a big thing, right? Because people talk about how Tucker Carlson just did a special talking about the shooter who shot at President Trump last August, right? The one who almost hit him, right? And he like
Allegedly.
was going through, allegedly, but he was going through his social media, right? Because we haven't heard shit about this dude, if you go through his social media, if you go through his YouTube pages, right? At first he's like extremely right wing, but then he has a hard flip to like extremely left wing, and it's weird, right? But he starts like making threats. Well, should the police have the ability, have like data aggregation tools to comb through social media comments, right, to find these things? Do we want that? Maybe this could have been avoided. So yeah, go ahead, Scott.
So a couple of things. First, I'd like to say, based Ali, just one point of contention. You said obviously it's not reasonable to say fuck the police. I would just like to say it is perfectly reasonable to say fuck the police.
I meant in
Fuck the
regards to like
police.
policy. I can't just be like, well, you got to, just get rid. It doesn't, for
Yeah,
the
but you
argument,
believe
doesn't
in
really
laws,
make sense.
Ali. So how can you say?
Yeah,
that?
I believe in laws. I believe in laws, and I believe,
in
cops.
laws.
Listen, I believe in laws, and I believe in cops doing their job right, like the whole spiel. What I don't believe in is the city or the state using these fucking laws just to have money grabs on its basic everyday citizens. I'll anecdotally. Listen,
So
the
then get
law
rid of the
is
speed
there to
limits.
protect the law. The law of the road is there to protect the drivers. If it's 3 a.m. and I make a right turn on a no turn on red while there's no fucking cars on the street, right? Yeah, I get that I broke the law, but you didn't protect anything. You didn't do anything. You didn't do your job. You didn't. All you did was mafia hold me and take my money.
It's
That's
really
all you
interesting.
fucking did.
It's actually really interesting that you brought that up, because if you've ever read Ted Kaczynski's manifesto, that's one of the things he actually
course
talks
you have.
about.
Yeah,
right?
bro, it's fucking bullshit.
Is our continued subservience to technology and to the concept of order and rules from the state. And one of the things he talks about is being on an empty road and like obeying the red light. I think he's wrong, and the reason I think he's wrong, apart from all the killing and anarcho
Good point of
primitivism,
clarification.
is because nobody cares about that. What they're afraid of is a cop that they don't see somewhere giving them a ticket and punishing them for driving down the fucking road when it's empty. I just thought that was interesting. But just a few things. Lactoid, you kind of already mentioned 8% of private, prisons are private. It's 7% state, 16% federal. It's a little more than 8%, but it's 8% of the prison population is housed in private
Sure,
prisons.
that's more accurate.
But essentially the same thing. Yeah. Private
Most
prison
prisoners are in state
industry is
prisons, by
not-
the way. The vast majority.
Yeah, 92% of prisoners are in public prisons, and most of them are in state prisons, not federal prison, right? So it's like when Biden is like, I'm going to pardon all the people that are in prison for nonviolent drug crimes in federal prisons. It's like, cool, you pardon like 82 people in this country, like thanks, because they're in state prisons. Yeah, I don't think that that's a major drive. I do agree that the private prison industry is a socialist system that we should get rid of, obviously, because it's a monopsony, right? There's only one purchaser of the product, and it is the state, right? It's not private, right? It's fascist. It's pseudo private.
Sure. Agree, actually.
Yeah, this
Yeah, I think we all
concept
agree.
of tickets are preferable to taxes, Lactoid. I
Get 'em.
understand what you're saying. Here's why
Because I can avoid it, right?
Well, yeah, here's the problem that I have with that.
Not
Is
anymore.
that tickets are preferable to taxes in isolation,
Mhm.
right? All things remaining equal, I agree that if we have laws that are designed to maintain order or to maintain that people don't do dangerous or reckless behavior, that they are preferable to taxation because it maintains that order and stability. The problem is that the more society accepts tickets as a form of taxation, then the more incentivized the state is to make more and more things ticketable offenses.
Mhm.
And this becomes like a regressive tax on like
Well,
just
same logic with
people
taxes, though,
attempting
too,
to-
right? Like,
Yeah, well, there it's just another form of taxation.
well, that's
They're
my
both
point.
bad.
Yeah, it's like a form of taxation that I can avoid by not speeding.
Right. I'm just saying that like the more we support ticketing as a form of taxation, then the more they encroach upon
right.
what is or isn't ticketable behavior.
Let me
Right, 'cause
clarify.
there's no like moral law reason that you ought be able to make a highway have a 65 mile per hour limit and then give you a ticket for going 75.
Sure.
Right? Like that's not a moral thing.
Well, right. Let me clarify really quick. I guess what I'm saying is I agree that like and I guess to Ali's main point, which is like, oh, this is like a dumb law. I'm getting punished for this. I'm getting ticketed. This sucks. I get that. I think the solution here is to like get rid of these dumb laws, like make some exception where at 3 o'clock in the morning, if there's nobody there, then you can run the red light.
Yeah,
for
but that's not what
motorcycles,
the
well, hold on.
discussion is. The discussion is, can we put more cameras up for
Right.
these
Well,
dumb
no,
laws? Like, we're
I'm
not
going to
going
tie
to change the law.
I'm going to tie it back, right? They did
Please
this
respond to my.
Yeah, I'm also responding to Scott's question.
My
You're
bad.
good. You're good. They did this for motorcycles, for example. Like for motorcycles, they're often not heavy enough to actually for the pressure plates to trigger the light to change in some areas that use pressure plates to trigger the light. And so in states
They
that
get
have
fat.
well, you can get really fat and like cause it, and for some people that might work. But
Get a heavier bike.
Get
a real man's bike.
A man's
I got a
bike,
very I got a
yeah.
very heavy bike and it still doesn't sometimes. The solution to this is you wait 30 seconds and then you can run the light legally. Like they have a specific rule that they made to solve a specific problem because it was kind of dumb if you just had to sit there. Fair enough. Like I like when the law is creative this way, but like this idea of, well, if we just make tickets like we encourage ticketing for behavior that's like speeding or other forms of perhaps like risk increases, this might cause the government to go further. True, that's a real concern. If we increase taxes, that might encourage the government to raise taxes further, which they do. And for me,
I agree.
I am much more willing to disincentivize speeding than I am working. The income tax disincentivizes people going out and working and providing to the community, while disencouraging speeding, which I agree can be like kind of like a pain in the neck sometimes. Like, yeah, I just want to fucking speed. This is bullshit. But like, there is some strong correlations between speed and death, right? We should probably like be careful about that.
I don't necessarily disagree with you to a large extent. I'm just saying you have to be careful of the incentives, right? And the more you incentivize them being able to utilize ticketing as a form of taxation,
sure,
right? You're absolutely correct that good government, quote unquote, might see flaws and reduce their own income to make our life easier. It also could be true that they go, oh, well, if you accelerate too fastly or you change lanes too quickly or, or like California stops now that you have like fucking, now that you have cameras everywhere, we're going to measure whether or not you actually stopped at that red light for 2 seconds as opposed to 1.5 seconds. Things like that. You could, there's also a scenario where the more money they get from this, the more they may be encouraged
we don't have to imagine that scenario. If I'm remembering correctly, and this was a while ago, you'll see. I believe it was the town where Michael Brown was killed. I think that's his name. Way back when Hands Up, Don't Shoot. That one in particular, right?
That hoax,
the myth, yeah.
And yep. Well, we won't do it. Okay, but the point is that town. If I'm remembering correctly, if it was that town, they came under there's a term for this, where the federal government like reviews the police force and they put them under like you know what I'm talking about, where they put them under federal care, like federal control. Yeah, okay, but anyway, whatever that term is, that town was under review. They did a study of that town, and what they did is exactly what our friend Scott was warning about. They use ticketing to fill in their tax deficit, right? And they did it to one part of the town, right? The black part of the town.
That's where the most money is, because that's where the most people are misbehaving.
So they suffered just a whole list of tickets, of unnecessary ticketing. And they use that to like pay for the courts. They use that to avoid like raising property taxes or anything like that. This is what they did, right? Like, and because they could just like keep finding more ways to ticket people, right? There was no reason to tax other ways, right? They didn't have to be.
You're selling me on it
because I know you guys hate taxation, but they didn't have to be democratically accountable to their taxation, right? Their effective taxation.
Every ticketable offense that is not in violation of the non-aggression principle is just another form of taxation, right? Like if you're ticketing people that are aggressing, right? committing property theft, damaging someone's property, fighting someone, harming someone in some way, right? Like that's
Driving
two
too
criminal
fast.
organizations. That's criminal organizations fighting.
I get you.
Driving too fast is not a violation of
I get
non-aggression
you.
principle.
Wait, why?
It could be
Oh no
definitely is.
no Socrates no we can't do that.
85 through a kindergarten.
We can't. We want to stick on this topic, but like I understand your friend, and Scott. I am not trying to like push past your point. I'm just saying that like
No, I'm just
yeah,
saying I'm against it. It's
Okay.
criminal. It's
Yeah.
criminal extortion by the state
not-
in
yeah.
another form.
Mhm.
I don't. Yeah, I would agree. Then I would agree. I would agree, and I would, and
Wait,
I would agree
speeding
that it was,
tickets?
well, I would say that it was
Yes.
racialized.
Yep.
And the
Aye.
way that, and that's another thing.
Things
like,
are violation of the
I don't think
NAP.
it's something you address, Lactoid, because it's something you would never address. But like, I think
Because it's not a
that
real
the incentives.
libertarian.
I think the incentives. One second. I think the incentives when we're
Ali knows.
talking. about
Everyone here
this,
is becoming more libertarian except Lactoid.
Yeah,
hold
like they're
on.
just becoming more
That's
of
true.
a statist.
That's
You're a
absolutely true.
statist.
That's absolutely. Hold on a second. I think the incentives for what you were talking about, like ticketing in favor of taxation instead of taxation, is to ticket right the least powerful people, right? Like one or the other, whether they happen to be committing more crimes or not, right? Whoever has the least blowback on police, right? Like including like white men in rural areas, like rural towns. Like, yeah, I can fuck with these guys because we know the police chief isn't going to
probably a bit of
harass them
both.
over that.
It's
So-
probably a bit of both,
It's
right?
less
It's
dangerous
probably
to
a
speed
bit
in
like
rural areas too.
yeah, I mean, it's probably a bit of both.
Well, they can
right?
find
Like,
other ways
it's
to ticket,
probably
though.
it's probably in part because if you target low socioeconomic status neighborhoods, right, you're gonna have a small condensed area where you're going to find more crime, and so it's going to be easier to draw revenue. And at the same time, it's also probably true that these people have less power to affect change or to complain or bitch in a meaningful way. That like if
Yeah.
you start going after gated communities for like bullshit ticketing offenses, motherfuckers are gonna
Very quickly.
start
The
changing.
lawyers have to
Power's
move out.
going to start changing hands quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll go to Corey's been waiting. I also want to hit up Zelos to see what she thinks in a second. But yes, please, Corey.
So Ali, I just want to maybe understand or clarify your position better. Like, are
Yeah.
you against these cameras like in principle, or just like how they're implemented? Of like just like largely for tickets and just
How they're implemented. Obviously, if I could like trust that the city or like the police were using them in a way that was like, hey, we're actually looking for criminals and that's all we're using it for, and we're not just trying to like fucking extort our citizens, then like I'd be cool with it.
Okay, yeah, that's actually what I want to clarify.
Oh, okay. So I want to hit up Zelos, and so I want to know what your thoughts. You talked about like, hey, we should be wary of like having these like databases of information. But like there are classic examples, like on college campuses, all kinds of crimes happen on college campuses. I remember we had on my particular college, and I'm sure that on most of them, we had like a student police
Like
force,
alert system?
not a police force. You know what I'm talking about, like a student like community watch or some shit like that, right? And they would like go around and like look to see how people might be in trouble, and they found people every so often in pretty awful trouble. But if those places were wired up, and if police could monitor it, right? Let's say, especially if AI technology gets better and we can tell when altercations are happening, right? Well, wouldn't you want that? A lot of people would benefit from that advancement, right?
I mean, yes and no. I feel like our rights shouldn't disappear just to make policing easier. I think that we have a baseline already of our civil liberties and rights, and I think that it should be taken more seriously when we have things that like slowly encroach upon those things. You know what I mean?
But did your rights disappear, right? Because like in this case, we're talking about filming people in public. You can already do that, right? I can take a camera outside, start filming people, and it's fine. And so like we're just being doing more filming, but just the police could take a look at it.
Well, I think non-targeted surveillance. I feel like there would be pros to it. I think that there were things that it would prevent, but I also think that on the same token, the more comfortable we are like giving up our freedom for our safety, I feel like that's a huge problem. You know what I mean? I think that we have our baseline in order to protect our rights. I mean, we have, I don't think that we do a good job at actually living up to it. But for instance, like innocent until proven guilty, I think that those things are going to make way for people who are not innocent to walk free. But I think that that's a consequence that we should be comfortable with in order to protect our individualism, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you so much. Letting my friend back to it.
I'm gonna defend speeding tickets for a second. I think it's totally fine to like try to change
Boot tastes good,
laws.
doesn't it?
To try to change laws, okay? When they seem dumb or they're overbroad or like, hey, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, why can't I make a left at this red light? Totally get that. Yeah, I'm in favor of raising the speed limits on highways. It should be 100. I'm fine with that
Do you
too.
season your boots?
I'm also in favor of drunk driving as long as you pass.
I am also in favor of a limited legalization of drunk driving. This is again like I'm perfectly. I want the laws to reflect a freedom maximalized society. I really.
What
am.
part of you is a
season your
libertarian,
boots?
Lactoid? What part of you exactly?
I
is a
literally
libertarian
just
other than
okay.
You want to do whatever the
Ollie,
fuck you
Ollie,
want to
Ollie,
do.
in
You
this
want to say
conversation,
That's libertarian.
the
It's
state,
Let's
the
go.
state can affect
Ollie,
everyone
Ollie.
else, but God forbid it
Oh
affects
my God.
Lactoid. Is that where you're a libertarian, brother?
Ollie.
Explain this.
In
brother, I
I'm
need to
explaining it. In this
listen,
very
I believe
conversation,
Fabian- I believe
I have
Fabian
opposed.
Scott's
I have
a
opposed
libertarian.
taxes. I'm in favor of raising the highway speed limit and allowing drunk driving to some extent. Like I'm confused as
That's
to
what makes you a libertarian?
I would think those
No
things are pretty fucking
taxes?
libertarian. Yes.
He's like, no taxes, but you could ticket the fuck out of everyone in the state. Yeah, true.
Look, if we're gonna,
Ollie's
if we're gonna,
ANCAP
yeah,
arc
yeah,
is
no,
amazed.
hold on, Ollie.
Ali, let's go.
Ollie, just so you're aware, when Scott says like
Yeah.
Ollie's ANCAP like
Do you
arc
season your
starting,
boots?
like you can agree with Scott. Like I think ANCAPs serve a place. What you are advocating right now is sort of like
As
an
in the head-
it
the
is
head
sort
of
of
libertarianism.
anarcho-capitalist, right? This idea of like, well, all ticketing is bullshit. I've already made the argument that I think that if the state has to raise revenue some way, and I think it does, I want the state to raise revenue in
Taxes aren't
ways
enough
that
of a
have
way to raise.
no. I think it should raise revenue in the ways that are least detrimental, and I think that it's more detrimental to take a portion of somebody's work, like somebody who's out every day doing what they're supposed to be doing, as opposed to somebody who, I don't know. We'll make it the most extreme example. I'm going 85 and a 25 by a kindergarten. No ticket.
No, you stay a person in jail.
Oh, you want the big bad state to come and put somebody in a cage? Oh my God!
because
Are
the
you
guy
even a
driving the car-
libertarian?
The guy put
Are you
endangered
even?
children?
He's not a
Yeah,
libertarian.
when you're
He feels like-
endangering children with a
Oh,
three-ton
does speeding?
vehicle
Does speed?
driving-
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
don't think a
So it's
ticket does
it's
anything. Ticket doesn't do anything.
No, it absolutely does. It discourages
It does nothing.
behavior. It
Here's a
discourages
$300
behavior.
ticket, sir.
It discourages behavior that can lead to harm. If you're speeding, there's been scientific study. I shouldn't even have to fucking prove this. Going fast can lead to accidents.
What are your scientific
You're
studies
only
telling about
having-
the amount
you
of
don't-
people that get hit by cars annually?
A lot of people get hit by cars annually.
Maybe because the fucking laws don't work. Maybe because the fucking speeding tickets
Bro!
are getting hit.
We should
Are the
get rid of
tickets preventing
speeding
people-
tickets
No, no,
because
no,
some
no.
people still get hit by
If we had-
cars.
if every neighborhood had private security,
Oh,
they could secure their own
no, you're
fucking
appealing. No.
roads.
This is
Ah,
shameless.
what? What
Shameless right now, what
I
you're
don't-
doing
I
right
don't-
now.
Why am I? Why am
No,
I giving
you're
that-
appealing.
listen,
No.
I'm gonna get a ticket
Looking for
every-
an audience
every
where you can
few
find
months, every
one.
3, 4, 5 months for some fucking for a
Libertarian
parking
struggle
ticket.
session. Let's
Uh-huh.
go. You're only being critiqued because you claim to be a libertarian, but then you
Yeah, you're the
support
one who
state.
But then I
Hold the
support
title.
people getting tickets if
Don't
they
hold the title if you
speed
can't
by
defend it.
kindergartens. Oh
Don't
my
hold the
God,
title if you
Lactoid's
can't defend
crazy.
it.
The
I
remnant
can.
is winning.
Here.
Defend it.
I'll
We're
defend it.
preaching
No.
to the remnant, boys.
I'll defend it right now.
Zyle Zulu.
I will.
Zyle Zulu.
I will defend it right now. When you get on the road, there's a certain level of risk that you consent to. The level of risk that you consent to is dictated by the laws in society around driving. There is a level of consent there. Is it perfect? No, but it's some level of consent. When you break traffic laws, you are, to some extent, violating the consent of all the other motorists around you that you put in danger. If you are going 25 miles an hour over in
The
a
will of the people ass argument
if you
from
are
a
going,
libertarian.
if a lot of people,
Libertarian.
including myself to some degree, only get on the road because we get on the road with the understanding that somebody's not going to be going 100 miles an hour in a 15, or that somebody's not going to have like a blood alcohol ratio of 0.3.
So
Like,
here's the
there
thing.
are
Most
some
people don't do that. The
expectations.
person who's going to do 115 is going to do 115 no matter fucking what. We're talking about the average
not true.
ticket where someone gets pulled over doing 85 and a 75 on the freeway.
If it was
That's what
legal,
we're talking about.
if there was no law against it, there are a lot more
We're talking
people.
about rolling a
if there,
stop
if
sign
there
when
was
there's no one on the road. That's not a
if
fucking
there was,
real quick,
if there was
real
no
quick, have they
laws
ever done a
against it,
study on that?
if there was,
Have they ever done a study on that?
that getting rid of
Do they
speed
have-
limits raises how fast someone drives
Reduces
the Autobahn.
speeding, yeah.
in the
Reduces speeding.
No, in the Autobahn, like
It reduces speeding and traffic collisions
No.
when you get rid of speed limits.
no. In the
You're
auto,
not breaking.
no.
You're not speeding if there's
I
no
actually
limit to break.
Hell yeah.
just looked at this the other day. The Autobahn proportionately actually has more accidents by how the traffic would suggest. And the people on the Autobahn do drive significantly faster than people who are driving on other highways in the US that have set speed limits. There are still speeders. I'm not disagreeing, but your average driver is going to be driving faster. Speed does raise the risk profile of operating a motor vehicle. It just does. You have a shorter reaction time in order to brake if something happens in front of you. If you swerve out of the way, you have less control of your vehicle. This is all just like basic science.
More gun
There is
ownership means more people are going to get shot, so it raises the risk of people getting shot. Should we limit guns? Or
yes.
our car?
We have limitations. We have limitations on guns and weapons.
We have limitations on guns.
We should have some limitations on guns. Yes.
We should have some limitations.
Whoa.
Yes.
What limitations should we have on guns? Tell me.
Violent felons should not have guns.
I always told you the way to defeat Lactoid is just to get more right of him.
I just
and then
answered.
he'll just back down.
answered. I didn't back
Attack
down.
the right from the right.
Whoa, I did not back down. I
Hell
just
yeah.
said
Why?
violent.
You're,
A restriction on
why?
guns. Violent felons.
What
I
restriction
think
should we have on guns?
violent felons should not own guns. Children should not own guns. There are certain levels of firepower that you probably should be like nukes.
Why should anyone own a gun?
Because you can have responsible gun ownership just like you can have responsible car ownership. I'm not saying getting rid of
So what
driving.
about mentally
I'm just
ill
saying
people?
having
Should they have
speed
guns?
limits.
So background checks for people who have guns, because mentally ill people should have guns or no?
Background checks for people buying guns is actually one of the restrictions that I'm like most okay with. As long as there's not like some kind of, depending on how they go with the database of it, I think it's probably fair to have some kind of background check. I'm amenable
So a
to
list
that.
of people who are buying guns or at least want to buy guns.
Sure. Maybe not a list, but like a search of their background to make sure they're not a violent felon,
Yeah,
or they haven't been
obviously there would
committed
be a
to
list
some
of
like
people
mental.
who have had their background searched.
No, the
and
government
why was
doesn't.
their
No,
background
the
searched?
government
Because
doesn't
they
have
wanted
to.
to purchase a gun.
The government doesn't have to keep those lists, and in many places they don't. And to good, maybe they shouldn't.
But the stores do and probably
No,
should.
the stores often don't either.
Don't
And by
keep a
the way,
list of who they're checking?
if stores want to keep track of things that you've purchased, they could.
Wait,
As a libertarian, I'm not against a private enterprise from keeping track of its customers' purchasing habits.
If the stores didn't keep track, wait, you wouldn't be able to purchase a gun from the people if there wasn't essentially every time you buy a gun, you're on some list.
Not
You
necessarily.
have to get checked, and there's a receipt of purchase, and there's cameras everywhere. There's always a way to track.
Yeah, you're right.
The fact that you own
there
guns.
is a way for them to track if you've bought a Milky Way bar, and
Yeah, there is, and you're pro this, and you're for this.
yes, I'm pro camera.
You want more. You
existing.
want more surveillance because your car might get stolen.
What I said is I'm on the fence because I am in favor of enforcing laws against crime to an extent. What I'm not okay with
We
is the
already
sort of
have cameras, you want
Orwellian.
more.
Potentially, that's what the whole debate
But
here
you
is
don't want
about.
Orwellian-
The
you don't want
debate
Orwellian
here is
before
about
the future.
should we be having more cameras and to what extent?
Because of the car that gets stolen, why don't you just defend your car with your gun?
Because I'm not always around my car.
But you should
Sometimes I
hire
leave my
someone
car
to
You
in
should
something
have
called
insurance.
a parking lot.
Why
You
do you
go
live
to
in a
private,
neighborhood where your car's getting
Private
stolen at that
contractors.
rate? What?
Anyway,
Get a better house.
There's a private, a better neighborhood.
here's the only argument that honestly has appealed to me thus far, has actually been made by Socrates when he brought up
Based.
the Patriot Act, and this is why Edward Snowden is an American hero, and why the consistent
Thank you.
American administrations that have shat on Edward Snowden are all unbased.
And he lives in Russia. Sure, you
well,
love
he
that.
had to move to Russia because he had to escape
had to run
American
to Russia,
imperial
yeah.
tyranny. Anyway, the Patriot Act it was illegal, right? Courts have found that the data collection methods they used were illegal. So as of right now, legally speaking, Edward Snowden blew the whistle on illegal government practices, not the law. They were breaking the law to mass collect data from American citizens, private data. We're not talking about out in the public street where you have no expectation of privacy. We're talking about private data that was illegal for them to conduct in the first place. And what the argument is, well, Lactoid, if we get to the point where there's cameras everywhere, couldn't a government that's already proven itself to be absolutely criminal in the way it conducts data collection to maybe start breaking more laws in terms of data collection there? Good argument. That is a good argument. It's possible, and that kind of endpoint there concerns me. But we have to have some level of criminal enforcement, right? I want police without a police state. I want cameras without a surveillance state. So
That's a contradiction.
I know. Okay.
Can't have police without a police state.
So there's ways to approach this, which are one of the issues with the Patriot Act. It's not just that there was a lot of surveillance. It's that the even minute having to go to a FISA court, which was the warrants were almost always given, but that they didn't even have to go to a court to get a warrant. And the idea of there being cameras everywhere, even like, okay, I think the most innocuous form is that like, oh, to you it looked like the light was yellow, but like to the light it looked like it was a red, so you're getting like a $200 ticket. Like in a way, that's the most innocuous because it's not like some feds busting down your door because they saw you near a protest like 5 years ago or something, right? But still, the idea that it's just like there's not even a person involved in some level of judgment analyzing the context of the situation and saying, hey, this person was a danger to somebody somewhere. It's just an automated system that's just either gathering a huge amount of data that can be then used later or just throwing out tickets to people. That's just like, oh, it passed the automated flow chart and now you're getting a fine. To me, that's fucked up. Just automating every little bit of that, where there's not even an idea that we should have like a warrant or a court involved in.
Can I add on to this just slightly? I just want to add on your opinion on this.
Please.
What would be your interpretation, Lactoid, that this could potentially be a violation of your constitutional rights by the nature that you cannot face your accuser in court if your court is an automated AI system?
There is no accuser. It's just
no. So when it comes to I mean the way around this would be
in the
like,
spirit,
sure.
not in like the strict legal sense, but in the spirit of the Constitution.
Well, okay. Well, in the spirit,
right?
I think
like,
it's even easier.
The idea.
Because like
right, like the idea that you should be able to face your accuser in court, but there's no fucking accuser. It's just a system.
Well, okay, so
the robots are coming.
So there's like the technical aspect, which I think you could probably get around by having an officer review it. But then there's like the kind of in spirit argument, which I honestly think is a little bit easier because there's a video to review. Like you can face your accuser. It's this video showing you brazenly running the red light. And again, I get the sort of, I guess, my understanding is as of right now, it's automatically scanning the plates, but it's not like, there's still a person behind the decision to like take legal action at that point, right?
For the moment.
Yeah, for the moment. The concern is like, well, what if AI just automatically does that? And then if somebody protests, then perhaps they get like a human to review it, kind of like a YouTube channel deletion
cataloged in the system is problematic.
Yeah.
Tracked everywhere they go.
That's a fair concern. When it comes to AI, like
it's all a fair concern.
I guess there's a concern, but there's also a benefit to having AI do it. The concern would be, well, we kind of want, humans to have a level of discretion over these decisions. But on the other hand, if we're being real, like there is a lot of room for human error. especially with cops. And Prime, for example, brought up earlier where there's some concern about racial profiling when it comes to like how cops act, right? Now, this is a subject of wide debate. There's hit rate analysis, different crime rates in certain communities, et cetera. Like it's a big subject of debate. But like if you were, let's say, to set up just like an AI program that just I guess you would have to place it in the correct places, I suppose. But once it's running, if it just handed out tickets based on, look, you broke the law, you get the ticket, no discretion there. I mean, wouldn't that kind of solve the whole like racial bias
AI can
allegation?
be racist in ways that we can't even dream of, because anybody who's going to set this look, okay, so I do AI for my work, and so I understand the way that somebody who's setting this up for some fucking cop municipality is going to think is they're going to pull in stats from a database. Is, oh, well, what kind of things correlate with somebody having done this kind of infraction? It's going to be like, oh,
Spinning
well,
rims.
yeah, spin rims.
No, but
Spinners get
no, but
tickets.
It's going to
but
be like, oh, we've detected dents
Okay.
on their car. They're probably a bad driver. Like, there's so
I get
there's
that.
actually a huge amount of it's pretty interesting to read, because you wouldn't necessarily think, like, what you said seems intuitively very obvious. It's like AI can do this objectively. Humans have all these biases. AI is so good at learning
The
those
AI is made by a
Well, what I'm
biases.
human.
saying is based on the parameters that you give it, is what I'm saying. So, like, if you set up an AI to, like, so scanning the license plates, right? And it's, like, measuring the speed of the vehicle, and it knows the speed limit of the road that the camera is set on, and it's, like, looking at the lights, and that's all it's doing. It's not, like, making any kind of,
Well,
like,
that would not
thought.
even be an AI.
That's not.
That's
Yeah.
just like a
Okay,
yeah.
well, then let's just do that.
Okay. So I want to put out two extremes here, right? The first extreme is my olive branch, right? If this power is going to be implemented and there is no means of having liberty or being a real libertarian, and recognizing that you shouldn't have police in a police state, that you should have privatized property, um, is there any way that we can maybe work to constrain this to a certain degree? And by that I mean we can use these systems because they're here, but we put in, a legal barrier that says, these systems can only be activated in terms of search by federal authorities or local authorities that
Who's
are
got a
working
warrant
with
and
federal authorities, or that you have to have a warrant to access this information so that we can use it for APBs, for, like, kidnap kids and things like that, but that this system would be illegal for the police to use for, let's say, ticketing offenses and things like that.
Oh.
Like,
I,
could we constrain it towards the more egregious forms of crime that we're trying to stop, while also requiring some form of warrant so that police don't have unfettered access to data whenever they want it for whatever reason?
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think that there needs to be strict retention limits and still like warrant requirement for accessing like the data. You know what I mean? I don't think any cop should be able to go and look and see where you've been for the last month. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's just insane.
yeah.
Well, the
well, let
problem
me
is
double
that you don't
down
have a
on that.
reasonable expectation of privacy in public. And so there's no reason for a warrant, because everything that's being tracked here are things that you do in public, including, but
Right.
but it's mixed with data that isn't, right? I don't think you have a reasonable expectation of privacy for the police to search you on where you've appeared on ring light camera footage, right? Like, I think what is reasonable here to track your entire movements through the state is not the same thing as, like, me being on a sidewalk and getting photographed,
Yeah,
right? Like, there's
and I
something
want
different happening here.
and I want to double then triple down on what was just said. Um, one, like, I think there's also a different sort of expectation about like just tracking when you're leaving home, right? Let's say if your private property, if maybe you have a bit of protection on your private property, that disappears at some point when you're filming everything, right? Now you know when they're coming and going, and sure, that part is technically legal, but like it feels a bit different to know when someone's in their home or not. And then to on
Because the real topic, just to be clear, is on a system that makes metadata out of
Do
all
you
of
guys
this.
want to ban
The-
private investigators?
Well, here's the thing is because
let me finish my point. Oh, sorry, you were gonna say something else. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say that there's already Supreme Court precedents set in two major cases that already have deemed that long-term location tracking requires a warrant, and doing it is non-constitutional. And so basically, this surveillance is already crossing that line. They've already ruled. It was Carpenter versus the U.S. 2018. And it says that long-term location tracking requires a warrant because it reveals intimate details of a person's life and allows them to travel back in time and reconstruct your movements, and it violates reasonable expectations of privacy. And that's basically what this is. A license plate database is tracking your location 24/7, and that long-term tracking it definitely violates your Fourth Amendment rights.
To add on to her previous point, I think that's a good point too. I'm not aware of that case, but I'd love to take a look at that. But to add on your previous point and to combine it with something our friend Scott said previously, talking about Edward Snowden. Or no, it was Lactoid said that. Talking about Edward Snowden. Like in the databases that they were creating, right, of people's like cell phones and like their conversations, right, like where they were accessing.
No one's gone to jail for this. No, none of it has been stopped.
Agreed. But in any case, the databases that exists. What they found when they did like an audit of this situation is that like law enforcement was doing the things that law enforcement does. They were using it for petty personal reasons, and so you found like law enforcement like tracking like their ex-girlfriends or their wives, right? To see like what they're up to. That's a thing that happens once you have this power to begin with. So even if we're talking about like public information, right, being able to see a person as they move across in the open world, right, that can be used for all kinds of private reasons that I think we understand intuitively can be corrosive and dangerous. But yeah, anyone else wants to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. It's that the intense amount of data that's captured, combined with likely cell phone data, social media accounts. When you scrape all of that together, uh, there's a difference that we recognize, that you don't have an expectation of privacy when you're in public, and at the same time, stalking is also illegal or not okay. So there's a difference between, if you're walking in public, then people can look at you and see you, but somebody to follow you around and follow you home to your house and track your movements, at a certain point that crosses a line. And the idea of, okay, I'm in public, somebody might see me, somebody might see my movements, but tracking every single person and correlating that amount of data to reconstruct so much about their life is really far beyond the kind of capability that's ever really existed.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
At a certain
Wait,
point,
that's
it
not
becomes
true.
a threat.
We've had talks. Real quick.
PI, private investigator. Like I've hired people
but
to do
that's
this.
a guy following you to
And
a place. That's not everybody.
for days.
Like always.
No, this is a guy following you around, taking like minute details of everywhere that you've been for days.
This isn't like necessarily a good thing, and I don't think
It's legal.
you should be. I know it's legal.
But wait.
This is legal.
There's a huge fundamental difference, because if we're concerned about tyranny and authoritarianism, there are not enough PIs to follow around.
Well, yeah.
All the people, right? But
Yeah.
there's enough cameras and enough tracking.
Sounds like a
and
jobs
enough...
program. To
Well,
me.
yeah, exactly.
Right. This is why, like I've been saying, it seems like a matter of scale. That's a good point.
Well, a PI is a reactive.
Glorified stalker.
A PI is reactive, whereas like this is preemptive surveillance on
Well, not
everybody.
necessarily.
Yeah.
You
Not
can just hire someone to follow up.
Yeah, I could hire a PI
reason.
right now just to follow you around for days.
If a stalker needed a job, this would be a great job
awesome.
for them. It's just you have to get certified to be this. So
a lot of creeps.
wait, Lactoid. So like the camera's giving you a ticket, you seem to be fine with. So we already have insurance companies that ask of you to put like the little monitor chip in your car, would you be okay if the state just instilled a bunch of those in everyone's car, and then that would give you the ticket if you went too fast on a road that it recognizes the speed limit as a certain way? It's a chip that's already in your car that it's tracking the data, right?
I mean, at that point, you might as well just put speed governors in every vehicle that can't go
Well, it's
over the
already.
speed limit.
I think that's
Why
already in
don't?
the cars.
What would you be okay? Would you be okay with speed governors?
The only concern I have with
That's an
that
interesting idea.
is there's like emergency situations that justify breaking the speed limit, and I think in those scenarios, like medical
You
emergency,
could contest it in court.
passing, yeah, like I think you should be able to like, I guess, contest it in court. That's a good question. I don't know actually.
So I want to do
because
the
that's
flip
the next
side.
step. By the way, just for the
I
record,
said-
that's the next step. Is like,
Yeah,
how okay are
I
we
said
with
it-
surveillance? If we're okay with the camera on every corner, then we're going to be okay with the chip in every car.
Scott
So that
says he
was-
has the second scenario, so I want to give him space to do that. After that,
Right.
Corey. No.
Yeah, the first scenario was my olive branch, right? Like creating the warrant system, right? So my second scenario,
Time to burn down the
is,
bridge.
yeah, I want to read a tweet, okay? I'm going to read a tweet. And this tweet is from Sigartis on Twitter, who's in Germany. He tweeted out and got 774 views, September 29th, 2025. No, every person who is financed by the state pays no net taxes. They live off taxes. Every civil servant, every politician, every employee in a state-owned company, everyone who is subsidized and financed by the state, not a single parasite pays any net taxes. So because of this tweet in Germany, he was woken up in the middle of the night by armed SWAT teams. They broke down his door. They made him unlock his phone at gunpoint. They took his computer. They took his phone. They took his DNA and blood sample. They took his fingerprints. And then he was specifically told that he was in violation of Section 130 of the German Criminal Code, and he was under state surveillance for his insulting of German politicians by using the term parasite. Now that's Germany. Germany doesn't have free speech. Germany is a fascist country, right? They're evil, just like the UK. To a larger degree than the United States is, of course, right? Like in UK, you can get community service and get fines for calling, your rapist, the F slur, things like that, right? While your rapist walks free, because anarcho tyranny, right? Now, you may say, well, but we have the freedom of speech in this country, so like that, we're good on that. But we've already seen our constitutional rights over and over and over again abused, and the encroachment of the state go further and further. And when it comes to the surveillance state, right? Like, even Donald Trump signed in CISA. And lest we not forget that when parents were protesting by going to school board meetings and saying that they didn't like the literature that was in their children's school because they thought it was sexual, the FBI made a special designation under the Patriot Act to track all of those people and their movements and all of their online communications. And so I understand that this technology is inevitable, the ability to track people to a higher degree while they're out in public. And I don't think that simply tracking people is a violation of anybody's rights. It's really about the intent behind the tracking that determines whether or not someone has like a guilty mind, right? A PI is not guilty of anything other than doing his job, whereas a stalker is guilty of, hoping
Not
to
getting
find
paid for the
well,
job.
no, a stalker.
It's an internship.
Right, a stalker that's a bird watcher is not a fucking is not doing anything aggressive, but a stalker that's hoping to find a woman, naked because or in a position
We call them
where they
birds
can abuse
sometimes.
them,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
right,
old time
is
way of
very
calling them.
different.
It's a
Or
different
if you're
type of bird.
casing, or if you're casing a bank so that you can do a bank heist, right? Like you already have that guilty mind. That information gathering is for a purpose, and so I would say that as this technology increases, we should be extremely wary of giving the state any portion of new technology
Absolutely.
so that they can
They'll never
utilize
give it
that.
back.
What if a
as
stalker
means
hires
of
a PI?
Just lazy as
Well,
fuck. I don't know.
it would be the PI in question would not be the one with any form of guilty mind, assuming they don't know the reasoning, but the stalker would.
Yeah, but if the
That's
stalker just did
interesting.
everything the PI would do, we could still be stalked. I've hired PIs. I think PIs are
Well,
kind of just like
again,
real-life
it's the
stalking,
mens, it's
honestly.
the mens
I've
rea,
hired
right?
PIs,
Are
I've
you
used them
are
to
you
stalk
stalking
people.
them?
Yeah.
Are you stalking them? it's
For a
listen.
good
It can be
reason.
creepy, and you
I
can
just
think
I just
it's
want to know where
wrong,
this
and
wood
I
chair is at all
agree.
moments of the day.
Right. That's exactly. And if you're doing so that you can catch her in some
No,
compromised position or abuse her, then yes, what you're doing is
no,
wrong.
I just
But
need
if
to
you're
know where
doing
she
so
is.
just out of
Okay.
curiosity, I would say it's morally wrong.
Snooze him to know
But
at
it
all
is not
times.
a violation of her rights. If you were a libertarian, you would understand the
No,
distinction between
no, I just
prescriptive
want to know where
were-
she
if-
is.
situations.
If you
I
were,
just want to know where she is at all times. I don't want to like catch her in a compromising position. I'm not like breaking any laws.
socialist.
I just want to
Sometimes she
follow
turns her
her
phone off.
around for the next 2 years.
Right. It's morally wrong.
Let's.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I understand you don't understand the distinction because you don't know anything about natural law.
If
because you're a
I'm
pretend libertarian.
I know.
Small
Wait,
L,
wait, real quick.
small
This
L,
position you have right
lowercase
now is very
L.
tenuous, which is why you're like peppering in the insults because you know it's tenuous.
It's not
Explain to me how a stalker who has the intent to do nothing more than what a PI can legally do, how that is any different.
Because when the intent is to engage in a crime, then you are planning, you are an outlaw to engage in that crime.
That's
The
just because
stalking itself is not a crime, as you pointed out, by the fact that a PI can do the same thing.
no,
and that is not a crime.
this is the horrific appeal to the law at this point. You're saying that just
It's not
because
an appeal to the law
it
at all.
is, you just said because if you intend to do a crime that implicates some kind of guilty conscience, but we just talked about how the law is weird in that it's legal for a PI to do all this.
I'm sorry. Because you're not a libertarian, you don't understand the
Small
difference
L,
between
lowercase.
law as natural law and crime.
Sure. Okay. Wait,
against
let's talk about natural law then.
right?
Explain to me then.
I'm not a legal positivist,
No,
and the
fair
fact
enough.
that you think that I am is hilarious.
Okay, legal, like natural law then. Why is it the case that a PI who has the intent to do everything that a stalker might otherwise do, but gets paid for it, how is that any different than a stalker who has the intent to do anything a PI would want to do, but doesn't get paid for it? What's the violation
Because
in
there's
natural
no
law
rights
one way?
violation. There's no rights
Is there any rights
violation.
violation for the stalker?
There's a rights violation for the stalker if the stalker is intending to find the victim to abuse them.
I just said he doesn't in the hypothetical that I gave. I said in this hypothetical he does not have the intention.
And that's what I said. And that's what I said originally. I said it's morally wrong, but it is not a violation of rights in that.
Then how is it morally
if you
wrong?
stalk someone, it's morally wrong from my perspective, right? Because this would be getting out of the domain of purely anarcho-capitalism, because anarcho-capitalism only shows ought-nots, presumably from the violation of the non-aggression principle. But there's a whole host of things that are morally wrong that are perfectly legally justified from ANCAP perspective, like prostitution.
Sure.
Stalking
So
would
you
be
feel
morally
the same
wrong
way.
in this because it's creepy, because it's a means that
And you
can
feel the
make
same way
people
about
feel
PIs.
uncomfortable. It's an anti-life position. I don't necessarily feel the same way about PIs.
Why not?
Right? I would say that because I think the PI
Creepy
is
sounds like
intending
whimsy to
gather.
me.
I would say that it's. I know that you would say that it's whimsy, but we're no longer we're in the domain of moral judgments of which I'm saying.
Which I need to
do
know
not have
libertarian
the right
theory to
use the
figure
state
out,
to-
apparently.
like, well, you should. Yeah, you should do some
to
reading
figure
on
out your
libertarian
whimsy.
theory before you call yourself a libertarian.
Yeah, I need to
was
look at
no
in order to
libertarian
understand your
checklist
whimsy,
philosophy.
I need to learn more about libertarianism. If what you're
No,
saying,
I think
if
when
what
you're no, I'm talking about this. So you're in the domain of preference when you're in the domain of engaging and understanding.
I'm
things
asking you
that
what the basis
believe
of
to
your
be
preference
morally
is.
right or yeah, the basis of my preference is that it is an anti-life position because I think it is damaging to the psychology of the individual that engages in stalking. I think that those behaviors can be transferable to other humans. I think that those behaviors can potentially lead towards abuse in the future if the person allows himself to go into fantasy. I think that it can make the other person feel uncomfortable. I think it can make people in public feel like they're constantly being watched, which then has an effect on their ability to engage freely in society because they feel like they're under a panopticon or that there might be a creep around the corner. There's a whole lot of reasons,
And
but I
all
think it
that
could be
applies to
harmful
PIs as well.
to allow. I don't think that they apply to PIs in the same domain because the PI is doing so under a neutral basis, that they have been hired to do something under a means of potentially finding something negative. Now, if they're doing so to like blackmail somebody, yeah, I would say that that's getting in the domain of negative. But if you're doing so to find someone cheating, right, then maybe that's in the domain of something that's morally neutral or positive.
Well, hold on. Can I ask one thing?
Well, a stalker
Before
could be
going to
also
Corey?
stalking somebody for like some kind of like
Uh,
virtuous,
uh,
like to make sure that somebody's not doing something either. My only point here is that
Yes, I
yes,
agree. But like when we
sure,
talk about stalker,
but
like
yeah,
there's a certain connotation
and my
so
whole
because we're
argument was
making a
benevolent
no,
differentiation
stalking.
between a
and my
PI
whole
and a stalker.
my whole argument is that I think I think PIs are essentially like paid legalized stalkers. The main reason why people are going to hire PIs, like in the civil litigation context, is going to be hiring PIs to figure out whether or not somebody's actually as injured as they say they are.
Right, but there's a
Somebody who
problem.
says, "Oh, I'm
And the
so
problem
injured,"
is that
and,
you're
and
not
so
differentiating the mind of
I,
you're saying you're
I
only engaging in the specific behavior, but not the mind or the intent behind the
no,
behavior.
I
And
I
it's
no,
clear that a stalker and a PI isn't the same
not
thing. We have different words for them for a reason.
I understand. My argument is that we have two separate words. I understand, but there's like significant similarity to the point where a PI, somebody doing what a PI does but not getting paid for it, can fall under the umbrella of stalker.
so
I'm not disagreeing. Yes,
Yes, the
there's
significant
obviously
difference,
there's
however, is the
obviously
state of mind, mens rea.
Scott. There's obviously like scales of insanity when it comes to stalkers. You can have like the crazy stalker who's like actually like looking in somebody's fucking basement window, or like
Right, but that's
stealing
irrelevant.
the panties out of
let's
their the
go.
garbage can. Hold on. But you also can have stalkers. You can have people like doing stalking behavior that we would all consider stalking. Like, again, if I wanted to know what's up with you, so I get in my car and I drive to where you are, and then I follow you around for 3 days because I want to learn more about Scott, and I'm really interested. Maybe I'll like find out some interesting things about Scott that like I can remember, or maybe talk to him about later, or talk to other people about later that might be like socially advantageous, et cetera, et cetera.
What does this have to do with anything
These
that I
are
said?
all things that PIs can do and are often do when they get hired by people. There is no significant difference between a class of people that we would call a stalker and PIs.
So there's no difference in the state of mind between someone that was hired to
Not
investigate
necessarily.
an individual versus someone that is obsessed with
Let's
someone.
go
Not
to
necessarily.
Okay, well then
so
you're
we
just
we
being
gotta
silly at this point.
wrap it
You're
up.
just refusing to
Corey,
engage with the difference.
Corey wanted to say something, and let's wrap it up after that.
Okay, well, I guess on this topic of stalking, and so Lactoid, I'm sympathetic to your position, and like as I mentioned, I'm sort of on the fence, but I lean more towards like this seems like a little bit extreme. But then like, how do you feel like to the actual extreme of like either a PI just actually like literally using a drone to like follow someone 24/7, or like the state, and it's not cameras anymore, it's now drones with cameras following like an individual person or persons.
Well, I
Is
mean,
that like permissible or legal to you?
it's likely legal, and it's.
Should it be legal to you?
I think if you're going to have PI, I don't know if I feel like I'm torn on whether or not PI should even be legal to the extent they are.
Sure, I understand.
I don't see a significant difference between a PI.
The cops should be legal, but not PIs. What the fuck?
I don't
What kind
see
of libertarian are you?
Oh God, I don't
He's
read enough
not.
theory apparently.
That was the point of my argument.
I don't see a huge significant difference between a PI following somebody with a drone or a PI driving behind somebody and following them throughout their entire day with a camera on the dash, which is how they do it now. There's, in my mind, it's a difference of technology. One is higher up than the other one. I don't see a huge, like, on an individual basis, a massive difference there. So yeah, I am really concerned. And one thing I just have to say, because I read it just while somebody was talking. I think it was Scott. The Carpenter versus U.S. matter that was brought up. I looked into that. It is an interesting decision because the court does seem to very specifically carve out like cell phone metadata as to where specifically your location is as a privacy interest. They do carve that out, but they make it very clear that this doesn't apply to basically anything else. This is like verbatim from the syllabus. This decision is narrow. It does not express a view on matters not before the court, does not disturb the application of Smith and Miller, or call into question conventional surveillance methods and tools, such as security cameras, does not address other business records that might incidentally reveal location information, so like the purchase history, for example, and does not consider other collection techniques involving foreign affairs or national security. So the court here is and it's a 5-4 decision, by the way. The court here is saying this doesn't apply to cameras. We don't think that's a privacy interest in public areas. Any business transactional records, not necessarily. But cell phone data of where you've been is. I read through the syllabus. I think the argument's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But if we're just looking at this from a legal perspective, I don't think that based on that opinion, the court is going to say that, these
The flock
the
system.
flock system is going to be a violation. I mean, they seem to be on board with the surveillance cameras. But I agree with you. It doesn't make sense why. If you're saying that cell phone collection of where you've been is privacy, in my mind, it would stand to reason that cameras would be too. But for some reason, the court's just like, nah, no, cameras aren't.
Let's leave it here then. I think it's a good place to end it. That was like super interesting. I think like even in our short amount of time, I thought we had like a really like fun conversation. And of course, my favorite part is when my good friend Ali bodied Lactoid. I mean, look,
Are you against speed limits
someone
too?
had to say it.
Are you against
Someone
speed
had
limits?
to say
Prime?
it.
Are you against speed
Right?
limits too, Prime?
Hey.
Yeah.
Prime had a
Don't-
good
don't
day today
distract.
because no one yelled at Prime, right?
Don't distract.
He also got $500.
Yeah.
Very good day.
So Prime will keep his pains out of it, right? It's unimportant what Prime thinks. But, but I appreciate all of you guys. Are fantastic, and I love that energy out of my friend Ali. That was that was wonderful. But let's we're going to give all these nice wonderful people an outro. Before then, guys, if you've enjoyed this conversation, hit the follow button on whatever platform you're on, right? Too many platforms to list out, but follow the channel. I really do appreciate all who did. I think we really still only have one follower on the kick right now.
I'm gonna follow you
That's
right now.
okay. Yeah. Thank
I don't
you.
have a kick
Right?
account.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, and TikTok there, right? All Prime Kai, right? Prime Kai all the way down, right? Brand consistency. That's how you're supposed to do it. All right. So consider helping out the channel by subbing, gifting bits, gifting subs, or whatever, right? If you've enjoyed it. But yeah, follow the channel. We're gonna have more of these great conversations. And like I said, I want to do stuff on TikTok. We'll have streams there. And last week, I was with Corey. We were streaming together. We were streaming on Dr. Gregory's TikTok channel, but I was also streaming here, right? I was restreaming that on the Twitch and YouTube. So stick around, be around for those conversations. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So consider following if you haven't done so already. All right, I'm gonna give an outro to all these great individuals. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. You were a little rough on him today.
If there's
Look, I
anything
love
left
my-
of him at this point.
if there's anything left of him. I love my friend Lacto. My friend Lacto is fantastic, and I love that he's always ready for the fight. No matter when it comes, no matter what direction it comes at him from. So shout out to Lactoid for being such a great sport.
Yeah, no, I don't back down. Fuck that shit. I will take on all of you, and I have will take on anybody, and
Unless
yeah,
it's the state.
even the state, even the state, motherfucker. Yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. You're free to stalk me there. Please don't stalk me whether you're paid or not anywhere else. That'd be preferable. I'd like to keep all of the rest of that private. Yeah, if you like what I had to say, come check me out.
Thank you, CD_Unk, for following us on Twitch, and Corey Campbell following us on Kick. Awfully kind of you. Thank you so much.
I technically made your channel more accurate because before it said 1 followers, now it's 2 followers.
There you go. There you go. I appreciate that. And all man, look at the growth rate, right? Up 100%. So we're going to the moon here. Thank you to our friend Scott. This was a really fun topic. I think across like the entire from the beginning of the stream to here, like a really fun topic. And I really enjoyed your contributions today. So thanks, Scott.
Yeah, you can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube or X predominantly. Please don't sub to my Twitch. I haven't been there in years because I say things that are too spicy for Twitch, and I don't want to get banned on Twitch and then I can't come on these panels anymore.
Yeah.
Though I heard that there's like a difference now. Like maybe sometimes you can Like there's like the rules have changed apparently. If you like, you can be banned but still be on other people's streams or something. Twitch isn't that bad. They're just peddling prostitution to underage people and engaged in rampant censorship of people's opinions so long as they disagree with their woke politics. But other than that, Twitch is okay. Follow me if you want to find if you want to learn more about libertarianism. Libertarianism as is always against the state and for privatization of everything. Obviously would be pro PI, anti police, things like that. You
Well, I mean,
couldn't really
because you're
call
a
yourself a
libertarian, of
libertarian,
course. Yeah,
right? If
exactly.
you were
Makes sense.
if you were for the police state and against private policing, things like that. If you are part of the remnant, as Liquid Zulu puts it, and you would like to be preached to, then come on down and we'll have a good time.
Thank you so much. Our good friend Corey, thank you for jumping in. I think you enjoyed just watching Lad get bodied. So it was a good day for you too.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Always grateful to be invited and to be here. And I find it interesting that I can ask someone about what do you mean by natural, and then someone gets triggered, but then two people can spend 20 minutes hashing out the difference between PI and stalker. That's totally copacetic there. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Zealous, Socrates, Ali, Scott, Blackwood. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Ali, slayer of false libertarian prophets. I appreciate you, friend. It was nice. I just always enjoy when you get pumped.
It's
And
fun.
I thought you were going to get more pumped during the gender discussion. You barely say anything there. This was what got you. With
Fake
No,
Muslim.
I had to say, I am an atrocious
Fake
Muslim.
Muslim.
Okay? I am an atrocious Muslim. I am a Muslim culturally, right? I am just born of the ilk, right? I defend my people, just like just for the fun, right? It's a good time. But this topic is something I actually really fucking care about. I hate municipal tickets. I hate speeding tickets. I hate stop sign. It's just so stupid.
They
So
fucking
stupid.
suck.
So
You hate
unnecessary.
stop signs?
Ali,
You hate
I've
stop
been
signs?
informed.
Yeah.
Ali, I've been informed by my chat to answer your question. Do you season your boots? And I've been informed that white people do not season their boots.
Ah, you guys just eat boots raw? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy work.
Insane work.
mayo.
I'm so sorry, Lacto. Just a little bit of bread, mayo, maybe a tomato, right? Just
Yeah,
Some
spice up your life a
kale.
little bit
We like a
better.
little bit of kale with our boots, yes.
Kale with your
kale
boots.
chips on his boots.
Avocados.
Ooh, avocado
Yeah,
boots.
thanks for having me on, Prime. It's always a good time.
Absolutely. Next, Socrates. Like, I'm really happy you're here. Socrates at first wasn't going to come, right? He was a little unsure of himself, right? Didn't know you'd have much.
I thought
to say,
everybody
but
would
then-
just agree on this, and I think we did. I think we got unanimous consent to.
well, even then, you can still
defund
have
the police.
a deep a conversation, right? Like even them, like this is a really good crowd, and so we're good
Yeah.
at finding something to yell at each other about.
Yeah, I mean, there was other questions in the prompt. What other technologies would you ban? I was thinking about stuff like I don't know if people are familiar with like area denial weapons. So police have things like there was a question if the
a gas, like noxious gas or something.
no, I'm talking about like there's a question if the police in Serbia used microwave weapons that would burn
Oh,
people at a
yeah.
distance. In the United
Yeah.
States, police have things like LRAD, LRAD,
Yeah, sound weapons.
which is sonic warfare straight out of Warhammer 40K, that can emit an ear-splitting noise that if you don't get out of it's like a laser of sound. If you don't get out of that area, you can become permanently deafened. So the idea that police can just like very cleanly disperse a crowd and violate people's constitutional rights to protest, which they're doing a lot of right now. So the thing that we didn't really bring up, which I understand we have different kind of political persuasions, we want to keep focused on the topic, but like we do live in a a nation right now that is under attack by an authoritarian regime that is currently murdering people in fishing boats because they say that they might have drugs with no evidence ever presented.
Exactly what
Are
Lactoid voted for.
they're
break
deporting
the law.
people who speak out against wars that other nations engage in because they say that, well, maybe we might have some interest in that somehow. They're locking up American citizens via ICE, and police, more so than the army, have a very high infiltration of like white supremacist extremists. So the police are the ones that you need to be a little bit more wary of. There isn't the same kind of training, there isn't the same kind of vetting, and so just willy-nilly giving out a lot more ways for this force to just surveil people again, like with the Patriot Act. Those were powers that were given that were never rescinded, even though we all, even like MAGA conservatives today say like, oh yeah, Iraq war bad, Bush bad, Patriot Act bad, and yet we still can't seem to get rid of this fucking law. And so
Yeah.
the idea that we would just like give more authority to the state to just mass surveil everybody, and it's bipartisan. Bush did it, Obama expanded it, so it's not like this is just one side that's engaging. Everybody should be united against fighting against these like thefts of our liberties. So thank you. You can see me getting riled up about this in my my daily life. I'm a scientist. I work in cancer research. I have a PhD. So I also talk about science, and I'm really interested in philosophy. So thank you so much for having me. I came on because it was this group of people.
Oh,
Nice.
great.
And I agree, Socrates. I agree. Trump is the most socialist president of my lifetime. We should do
Oh my
something
God.
about it.
That's why Lacto voted for him.
my
It all makes
Mao.
sense now.
So, Socrates,
Turkeys
you
are
have
cheaper.
fun then?
Trump wins.
I had a lot of fun.
Okay, great. Right. So remember that next time you're feeling a little hesitant, we can have a good time here. But yeah. Two, I know you had a lot of questions about ANCAPism, right? You should go and talk to our friend Scott directly. Let me
that's
assure you, he will not shut up about it. He will explain it all to you. And so
That's what I do. Yeah, it's the whole point of my channel.
And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, like, if you really want to do it, like,
advertising,
have
not
a
criticizing.
How
have a
much do you
one-on-one. Yeah,
charge?
I'm advertising for you. Yeah, have a
You
one-on-one.
invite me on, I'm gonna proselytize.
Wait, how much do you charge? Because Ayn Rand said any man who gives services for free is a slave.
Well, my chat mostly pays me.
Okay.
Okay. And three, you should come on the show that Corey and I and Dr. Gregory are doing. We're like thinking of having guests come on, right? But like I think you'd be fantastic, honestly, Socrates. You like fit exactly. It's called the Anti-Maha Headquarters. And
Hell yeah.
I
That's
think
perfect.
you.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we'll sign you up. So thank you so much, Socrates. And finally, last but not least, a new friend, Zealous. Great improvement, right? I liked your additions this week. Like honestly, like it was really good. You interesting court case. Got our friend Lactoid thinking, like he hardly ever does that, right? So I appreciate. I'm sorry, Lactoid.
I just hear the law and I just support it, right? If the law says it's good, then it's good.
That's simple. But thank you, Zealous, for coming on. Really kind of you. I know you had other scheduling conflicts and stuff, but still made it here. So I hope you enjoyed it despite how it started. I do appreciate it.
You guys were scaring me just a little bit, but I'm still here and I had a good time, Thank you for having me. And
Wait,
I really
all of
enjoyed
us
talking
scaring
to
you or
guys.
certain individuals?
Certain individuals for sure. Yeah.
You guys.
She means me. But
You
it's
guys.
okay. I like my
Certain
women scared.
certain individuals, but
As long as they get paid for it, it's okay.
I had a good time. And thank you guys always.
Fantastic.
You can find me here on Twitch at Zealous 777. But I'm hardly on it. Yeah.
I think I looked for your channel the other day, and I don't think I could find it. I'll look again. Maybe I was looking for the wrong one.
You know what scares me?
I think it's Zealous _777. My bad. It's
we know how women are with underscores.
Underscores,
right?
yeah. You sure it's not like
How many
people with triple
underscores is it?
Bro, what is
Not
it?
again.
Pause. What is that? What is it with women and underscores? Genuinely.
I don't know. I don't.
There's something that is that women find attractive about underscores and usernames that men don't. This is
They got
this is
that
one of the
underscore
great
gene
mysteries.
going. It's the hormones.
Right, I mean,
At
something,
least they just
right?
press the button, the underscore button.
I'm done. I'm done with you guys. Good night.
Zealous. I'll tell you about that later. Okay, all right. Look, I have a raid ready. Okay. Ali was
Do
busting
you?
my balls last time, so I'm gonna start a raid. Okay.
What's her name?
Her name is Buchibo or something. I don't know.
Ethnicity?
Um,
Wait, guess
yeah.
ethnicity, guys, real quick. Because
$2 from FQ. She said, "Hey." She knew she was being attacked, right? So $2 super chat from FQ. Shout out to you, FQ. Off of the raid.
Oh shit.
Go follow her at whatever underscore.
Whatever
Fair
underscore
Queen
is-
with like 3 or 4 underscores.
3 or 4. Who knows?
Who knows?
All right. Ending here. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Socrates, if you wanna do a one-on-one, just DM me over Discord. I'm busy tomorrow, and obviously it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You know, so like,
Oh shit, that's
and I like, so I won't. I have like something on Saturday, so like maybe Sunday or sometime next week or something.
Yeah, I can see maybe Sunday or like next Monday or something.
Well, I usually keep my Mondays open just for Prime.
Okay, yeah.
It's look,
maybe
a
Sunday,
lot of people
Monday,
give me
or Sunday,
shit for
Tuesday.
going on Prime. They're like, "Why do you still go on Prime?" It's like, dude was here for me from the beginning, and usually has interesting topics, right? Like there's a bias to them, but they're interesting topics.
He's a real
when
one.
everybody else is talking about the news of the day, it's like it's like here's an interesting thing happening that people aren't necessarily talking about. And it's also easy content. Let's be honest, right? It's like, boom, my Monday's filled. Like I don't have to worry about it. Like I have a debate panel. Like, so I feel like Prime deserves a little more respect than some of the rightoids
Hell
give
yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of people on the left that like host good panels.
It's a lost art, honestly. I mean, I think there's an idea that like more yelling and more just chaos and whatever is great, but it's like too much of that, and it kind of stifles it.
I mean,
Nah,
personally, I
I'm
prefer
usually not so
2v2s.
You were a teddy bear.
I'm a roll of the dice. All right. Like,
Look,
you
I
know
was
what
sitting in the
Some
woods
days
for
I'm chill.
I was sitting in the woods for the last 2 days, and
You hunting?
Yeah, I was hunting. And I all the pent up rage of motherfuckers walk in front of me, and they never did.
Listen. I will give you so much less shit if you just drop the libertarian name. I need you to know that.
Now, look,
Like I am very
Gary
focused
Johnson
on gatekeeping.
I know you are. Gary Johnson got
Right, we are
booed.
preaching to the limit. Like we're not supporting fiat libertarians anymore. All right,
Ah, look-
Dave Smith is on the chopping block. All
Gatekeeping
right,
libertarian.
like
No,
we are fucking.
Scott, this is the thing. Like,
Call yourself a paleo
No,
lib.
I know,
Just
no,
do it.
no.
Regulating libertarianism.
I call myself a libertarian. I don't call myself an anarcho-capitalist. I call myself a libertarian. Gary Johnson got booed for supporting driver's licenses, yet he won the nomination of the Libertarian Party. I think that there is room for...
Yeah, that was a mistake. It's pragmatism. It's not libertarianism. It's a different philosophy. It's just not the libertarian philosophy. It's not based in libertarian philosophy. It's just
we've had-
using libertarian like an adjective.
I think libertarian is a political
What
spectrum.
defines libertarianism to you?
I think libertarian, like, it's a spectrum. Everything's a spectrum, man. Okay, gender, political beliefs, it's all on the spectrum.
Hell yeah.
I wanted to ask.
So how is that not just whim? How is that not just
No,
whim?
it's not. Look, there is
What
like
makes it definitionally libertarian?
like all, and I'm not memeing when I'm calling political ideologies a spectrum. I think that political compass, like the political compass test, for example, like there is someone who's like more libertarian, and there's somebody who's less libertarian, and I think like you can have people who are more libertarian, this is as a political designator, it causes it's useful. Like political identifiers are useful in casual conversation to quickly identify generally where somebody stands, as opposed to having to give a diatribe as to all the one's specific beliefs. So when I say that I'm a libertarian, I communicate that I am generally very in favor of freedom of speech. I'm opposed to taxation, and I even add the modifier right-wing libertarian to make it clear, to like distinguish myself from people like who claim the left-wing libertarian tag,
Sure.
right? So people generally have an idea of what I believe, and my beliefs are pretty much in line with like the right-wing libertarian philosophy in America. Most
So
people
what
who
is
call
a
themselves libertarian.
philosophy if it's contradictory?
No, I don't think it. I don't think it. I don't think it is. I view these things as values, and I think that you can value things over others, and that's not a contradiction. If I value like liberty very strongly, and I value consent very strongly, I can value consent more than well-being. I think libertarians generally do. And if I
Right,
value
but that's
consent more than
how
well-being,
but libertarianism is not a system of values.
right, that's a disagreement
It's
we
a
have.
it's a philosophy. It's a philosophy of the non-aggression principle.
No, I think that if you have like anarcho-capitalism, like you genuinely believe
What
like every
like
libertarian is anarcho-capitalist, otherwise they're not libertarian, right?
yeah, if they're contradicting the
Sure.
non-aggression principle, then they're not a
So
libertarian.
I have in my bookshelf the Libertarian Reader, and there's like maybe one or two ANCAPs in there, and the rest of like the 12 authors that have written extensively on ideas of personal freedom, liberty, limitations of government, et cetera, they're not ANCAPs. Like they believe in
Would
some
you
level of
consider
government.
someone would you believe someone is a communist if they believe in some levels of capitalism?
To some extent,
Wait,
yeah.
so
Lenin, for example, he believed in some levels of capitalism. He was still a communist.
No, he didn't. He believed in some markets.
Yeah. Some limited,
Well,
like
Market
wait,
small.
socialism
Well,
is
in
not
Cuba, for example, they allow haciendas where they have small family-owned businesses that are allowed to compete in a market, and the profits from that enterprise go to the families. This is limited capitalism in a communist country. Yes.
I
it's
think
you're talking about markets, but you cannot be a communist and be for private property rights. Just like you
wait.
cannot be a libertarian and be against private property rights, which you are against to some degree.
So just to back up a little bit, I think Scott, I've heard you say that you have kind of like a recognition of like a descriptive versus a prescriptive kind of ideological framework. Like
Yeah.
communism or Marxism is can be totally adopted as like a descriptive framework where
Well,
it's just
communism,
like understanding capitalism,
Marxism
critiquing.
is a full ideology, right? Anarcho-capitalism is not a
No,
full ideology.
I don't agree with that, but you probably know a lot more about it than I do. I
Well,
just
I
read
would say
that
that
book.
Marxism has moral ought claims. Libertarianism does not have moral ought claims.
I think it has some, but they're not. It's what is it like in Pirates of the Caribbean? It's not so much rules; it's more guidelines,
Right. Marxists can
right?
I'm saying,
disagree.
listen, you can, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Marxists can't disagree. I'm not saying that libertarians can't disagree.
Mhm.
Libertarians disagree all the time. What I'm saying is if you say I believe in the ideology that at a minimum places the non-aggression principle as its axiom, but also
Mhm.
sometimes I'm against the non-aggression principle, then you're not then like that's a problem.
Well, wait, but that's when you're looking at some given specific situation. So this is just how I think about it, and it sounds like you may just analyze things in a very different way than I do when it comes to this. But it's like when I'm looking at something in the world, I have my set of values, and there's this phrase, and there's a book that I've been meaning to read, but it's no straight path takes you there, where it's like if you're I don't know, if you're sailing and you're sailing into the wind, you have to tack to move forward. You So the idea that it's like you can always simply move directly in the direction of your kind of guiding north star, and you're never ever gonna compromise in any way to
Right.
move in that direction can be just counterproductive to get there.
It might be counterproductive if you're talking about political strategy, right? But if
Okay.
you were saying it is justifiable to violate the non-aggression principle,
Hmm.
then that can be your opinion, but it but it does not a libertarian make, right? If libertarianism is the philosophy of the non-aggression principle in its most
Right.
simplistic definition, and then you say sometimes it's okay to violate the non-aggression principle because the ends justify the means, or because it gets us closer to something, or because it's politically advantageous, then what you are adopting is you are adopting a philosophy of pragmatism. You're adopting the philosophy of what works is what is good, as opposed to adopting the philosophy of libertarianism, which is it is always wrong to violate the non-aggression principle. That is my biggest point of contention. That's why I attack you so much. Is like, I agree that you are a fellow lover of liberty. I agree that we share many of the same values. I agree that we are going to be on the same side of the fence on 90% of issues. What I disagree with is that when I go out into the world and I try and discuss or preach libertarian philosophy, and then I encounter people that are saying all of these things, they have a presumption of what libertarianism is, and it's it's coded from their interactions with other people who claim the mantle of libertarianism, and those beliefs that they then put on me, I have to dispel because
Just
I'm
call
fighting
yourself an
for the
ANCAP.
philosophy of.
That's much
Well,
more.
why would I give up?
descriptive.
Why would I give up the name that Rothbard, the ANCAP, set up to call it? Why would I give up the name of libertarianism when Murray Rothbard is the one that coined the term and was an ANCAP and used the two interchangeably?
I mean,
Why do I have to give up the
Sure,
name?
I'll explain why. I'll look into that. I wasn't aware that Rothbard came up with the term libertarian.
It
That's
starts with
interesting.
de Jacques in Europe, and these are what you would
Okay.
consider democratic socialists, right?
So then
And
you
the term
stole it from him.
libertarianism, absolutely, we reclaimed it because
Well,
we
I'm
reclaimed
reclaiming
the
it from
vision
you.
of. Right, but you don't like right. I mean, I agree. I agree that you can try and take the name of libertarianism
That's what I'm doing.
away from it and say, I just would like to redefine it as the
No,
ideology that says sometimes it's okay to violate the
no,
map.
it's been
right? But like
defined.
clearly we're different things.
Right, I understand, but like what I'm saying is, what you just said is, I think, telling. When you just said, well, some like left winger came up with it, because that was my understanding of its roots, and then it was adopted.
It was
by,
completely out of like
Yeah,
circulation, right?
sure.
De Jacques was one guy that said it,
Yes.
and then it was just
Right,
basically
and that's what
nobody
meant it.
used it
But the way,
until Benjamin Tucker
Sure.
on Liberty Magazine.
but the
right?
way that a word is used is, in my opinion, the meaning that it takes on. If if I say, oh, like, Nazism is bad, and someone says, oh, well, what's wrong with like just having some socialism in a nation? I would think this person is being a little bit obtuse, because that's not the way the word is used. And in every American political context that I'm aware of, libertarian doesn't describe firm, hardcore anarcho-capitalism like the kind that you subscribe to. And what it does describe is a more broad tent that can include ANCAPs. I think the ANCAPs are like on the far end of the libertarian spectrum, but I think it also includes like civic libertarians, people who are like maybe pretty moderate but are like kind of in favor of free speech. I think it can include like kind of more minarchist kind of people like myself. I would put myself in that category, or maybe closer to like in between minarchism and like just mainstream Gary Johnson libertarianism, etc. I mean, that's kind of my understanding of how most people understand it.
I mean, the Libertarian Party platform, right, was created by anarcho-capitalists, and the party platform is anarcho-capitalist.
Their candidates
as far as
weren't.
I can tell. Right? Yeah, sure, because it's a political party that then was engaged in democracy,
And they won the
so you had a
primary.
whole bunch of people that aren't libertarians that end up voting for the Libertarian Party
In the
candidate
libertarian
because they want a third
primary?
party.
No, I don't think people are voting in unless
Absolutely, it
unless
happens all the time.
you think that people who are not involved with libertarian politics are voting in the Libertarian Party primary.
That's not my claim. My claim is that there are non-libertarians voting in the Libertarian Party.
Because they're people who
because they're
call
not
themselves
ANCAPs.
libertarians, but
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah.
feel like they're
Well, again, goes back to the definition.
actually.
This goes back to the definition question. If it got to the point where most like libertarianism, let's say, took a different meaning, let's say the Vaushite kind of left-wing libertarianism wins out, and then everybody begins associating libertarian with that term, then I would I'd figure out something else to call myself. Political designations to me serve only utility. If you want to know what I think, you'll have to dig deeper. I only give libertarian because most people understand generally then what that means. So generally who I am as a political thinker.
Right, and
why I
that's
think,
my
and
problem.
that's
Is
why I
I
think
try
ANCAP.
and go out and preach libertarianism, and I have to deal
Sure.
with people that are preaching an ideology of pragmatism, not libertarianism.
You're the one fighting uphill. If you wanna take back, I guess not all the way back, but if you want to take a little bit back libertarianism to mean your brand of anarcho-capitalism, you can.
to be definitionally consistent, unlike fiat libertarianism.
I mean, definitionally
Wait, so-
consistent. It's a definition that you said was stolen from like a fucking communist.
De Jacques used the term libertarian socialism. He was
Mhm.
essentially an anarcho-syndicalist, right?
Yep.
But he wanted to differentiate himself.
Like a Voshite.
Then
yeah.
the word fell completely out of favor.
Mhm.
And so when Murray Rothbard rediscovered Benjamin Tucker's work in a New York library on Liberty Magazine and blended that with Austrian economic theory, he created the philosophy of libertarianism. Now, other people started liking some of the things that Murray Rothbard said and some of the things of like Hayek and other Austrian economists, and they started using libertarianism or libertarian like an adjective. And as an adjective, it's not an ideology anymore. It's just describing a set of values. It's so you can't be both a noun and an adjective. If it is a noun, if you say I am a libertarian, then you are describing an ideology. And the only way for that ideology to be philosophically consistent is to be one that says that the non-aggression principle at a minimum is an axiom to the ideology, and that violations of the non-aggression principle are not libertarianism.
Look,
if you want to use it as an adjective, like I'm kind of libertarian, so I lean libertarian sometimes, then like, yeah, sure, use it as an adjective, as a set of values. But you cannot say that you embody the philosophy of libertarianism
If somebody asked me,
and then have a philosophically inconsistent definition of that philosophy.
if somebody asked me, Lactoid, do you subscribe to, are you libertarian in the sense that Scott means? I would say no, right? But I'm not gonna stop calling myself a libertarian when the current political climate and almost everybody that I know, and really everybody outside of what I think is a relatively niche community, understands libertarian to be a sort of broad umbrella capturing people who are have a very strong value in liberty. Basically are what a lot of Republicans pretend they are, which is, yeah, we do want actually like limited government. We do want lower taxation. We do want these things, and we support efforts to kind of go that direction, right? Rand Paul, Ron Paul.
Well,
you don't have.
I would say Ron Paul and not Rand Paul.
Well, I understand there's differences,
Rand
but
Paul seems like a dummy.
Well, by his pragmatist philosophy, Rand Paul would be a libertarian. But the problem is
even
that's a
Ron,
contradiction.
even Ron Paul, like he ran for an office.
What you're saying is irrational. What you're saying is you're abandoning reason for whimsy.
I'm not abandoning reason
to
for
say
whimsy.
that I'm going to continuously call myself and identify myself with a philosophy that I believe is contradictory and pragmatist, and not the philosophy of libertarianism. Again, if you want to use it as an adjective and say I'm kind of libertarian, or I lean libertarian, or my values are fairly libertarian, that's
I
fine.
understand what you want me to
using
do
it as an adjective.
I'm,
but when you say
I
I'm a
disagree with your
libertarian, you're
definition.
identifying yourself.
I am.
Okay, well then what is then your definition isn't a philosophy. It's a set of values that you then apply
I don't see how that-
pragmatically.
I don't-
and
I don't
that already
see-
has a definition. That's pragmatism. That's the philosophy of pragmatism.
No, pragmatism.
Whatever works
as
is
a,
good.
No, as a political identifier, a pragmatist is not anywhere near efficient enough for me to be able to use. If I call myself a pragmatist, no one's going to know what the fuck that means. And you can have pragmatists really on any sense of the political spectrum. That just indicates somebody who's willing to like make compromises in order to accomplish political goals. Yeah.
That's what you are. You are a pragmatist.
I understand.
You have some libertarian values.
But I'm a
and
libertarian pragmatist.
You can. I would almost accept that. A libertarian.
You would almost
pragmatist.
accept that.
Right. I mean, because it's describing the form of pragmatism that you have, which is based off of libertarian.
No, you should define yourself as a
values, but
libertarian
not-
extremist. That you should. That's what you.
I am
should,
an extremist.
Yeah.
I am a radical. That is
Radical.
what it means to be a libertarian. I am an anarchist. That is what it means to be a libertarian.
That's what you
Because
think
I
it
am
does.
consistent in my philosophy. You
Yeah.
are not.
I-
You are engaged in contradiction,
Uh-huh.
and you make it difficult to talk about libertarianism. You poison the well
Uh-huh.
by putting forward an ideology that is not libertarian. You put forward an ideology that is against the non-aggression principle.
Okay. I disagree. And we're never going to agree on this.
Well, Scott, have you considered lobbying the government to ban him from calling himself libertarian? Because I think that might be very very pragmatic.
That
To do that.
could be, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that would be two criminals fighting each other,
or
the
even
state
running
versus
for
the
government.
statist.
Even running for government, like Ron Paul, for example, is not really a libertarian because he was running for. And Millet, I'm pretty sure he left some taxes, so he's kind of a pragmatist too. So he's not really libertarian either. In fact, can you name any major figure that's held any power that's a real libertarian by your standards?
Yeah, Millet is certainly he's very close, but he is,
But he's not.
luckily he has started calling himself a paleo libertarian in podcasts because that's far more accurate to what he is. Because you're correct, he's not a full blown anarcho capitalist.
Okay. I mean, same challenge. Can you like anybody who has ever had power in any kind of political realm who's an actual anarcho or actual libertarian, as you would define?
I mean, I have no problem biting bullets because I'm actual libertarian, right? We buy bullets all the time. No.
Sure. And so you would
Again,
agree then
this is
that
what is this?
Why should you
an appeal to pragmatism
Yes.
to prove that you're not a pragmatist?
No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think that political designators. Why not call yourself a communist? Because if you call yourself a communist, no one's going to know what the fuck you mean.
Because I'm against the ideology of communism.
Right, and what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? It means I'm anti-communist.
Yeah, what's a communist?
You want me to give an entire definition of communism that encapsulates all of its forms?
Well, there's a shit. Hold on, there's a shit ton of forms of communism, and I think it'd be fucking.
Right.
And by the way, they did this, and I think that
Communism
I think you're doing
difficult
this
to
to some
define because it's a contradictory ideology.
Sure. But I think you're doing this to some extent, where you had the Maoists who are talking shit on the Stalinists, who are talking shit on the Trotskyists, who are talking shit on the Leninists, and all of them are saying, "Look, we are the
Let
real."
us not forget the
we are-
Luxembourgists.
We are the
okay,
Luxembourgists.
sir?
Yes.
How dare you?
We are the real communists. Don't you dare call yourself a communist, you dirty revisionist, right? That was what Mao
People's Front
called
of
Stalin.
Judea.
That's what Mao called Stalin or Khrushchev, right? A revisionist, and I think he also called Stalin that too. But I could be mistaken on that.
But it's not. It's clearly not the same thing.
but
because
I think-
Marxism is an ideology that is contradictory.
But
It
here-
literally believes in contradictions existing in reality.
when somebody
It is it is definitionally contradictory.
when somebody calls himself a communist to me,
Mhm.
I know what they mean because that term has utility. I know generally where they fall on the political spectrum now. I know generally the policies that they support. Generally, not entirely, but generally. And I know enough to know that I oppose them. This is the same thing when it comes to Republican. You can have Republicans who disagree. You could have conservatives, right? We talk shit like Connor, counterpoints. He gets a lot of shit for branding himself as a conservative, whether or not he's like a real conservative or fake conservative. But he definitely holds like a lot of beliefs that are like
He's a
bona
real
fide
conservative.
conservatism, right? Like he's very much in favor of guns. He's a pro-life. Politically speaking, I think he's more of a Democrat. But ideologically speaking, he definitely has like a conservative slant. And I don't think that like this gatekeeping that you're interested in doing. I know that you find it to be important to you.
yeah.
I actually find it to be the opposite. I find it to be incredibly politically disadvantageous. I think that
I mean,
the
Marjorie
only,
Taylor Greene is a Democrat now.
I
Well,
think,
I mean,
I
you
think the
would.
only-
You're a pragmatist,
well,
not a
I
libertarian.
know because my interest.
You would say that it's better if it works.
All cards on the table. My interest is not to be the most right in my little circle of friends. My goal is to create a society that maximizes liberty as much as possible. And the only way to do that
Mine too.
The only way to do that is to appeal to voters. That's the only way to do it.
No, I disagree.
How are you
The
going
only
to
way
do it?
to like because you're not going to get anarcho-capitalism through fiat libertarianism.
I'm not saying you're going to get that. I'm saying you're going to like get less, maybe make it slow down the march towards statism a little bit, or maybe reverse a little bit as much as you can.
No,
You're one
I-
person in a country of 320
Liquid-
million people.
Yeah, Liquid Zulu, he put out a really good video. I think you should watch it. It's like a takedown on pragmatism and Dave Smith, right? And it's the something of a celebritarian. And he makes, I think he makes a strong argument here. So there's no reason for me to reinvent the wheel, right? What the job of preaching libertarianism is to preach to the remnant. Like, we are on a collision course for, the destruction of the US dollar and the collapse of the American empire, and trying to have these pragmatic 2 steps forward, 1 step back solution isn't doing anything but watering down the ideology. And the correct response is to preach to the remnant, those who will remain after the collapse occurs, after the dust settles, and new things and new systems need to be built. We are preaching towards that
Oh
remnant.
God.
I don't think
that
that
makes
you're
sense.
going to get.
No, it
I don't think that you're going to get this, like, constantly watered down fiat libertarianism is going to then bring us to libertarianism. I think the exact opposite is going to occur, where we constantly water down what libertarianism is in the chase towards results, and what we will get is we will get no libertarianism. What we will get is this, like I said, this 2 steps forward, 1 step back approach, which is exactly what Republicans have been doing for the last 100 years. Instead of saying these
And I'll
are
vote for
our
them
hard
sometimes.
lines in the sand, like, instead what they do is they go, aren't we better than the Democrats because we bring about
Yes.
socialism slower?
Sometimes,
And, like, I don't want
sometimes-
libertarians to be, aren't we better than Republicans because we bring about socialism slower?
I know
We're
you
still
don't want that.
headed towards more and ever increasing socialism, and that's not good.
I
It's
know-
definitionally bad.
Great. I know you don't want that, and that's great. If you want to, you can keep trying to lead your movement to redefine the term as it's commonly used. That's fine. My point is, as a political identifier, it still holds utility. In my opinion, that's the only purpose of any political identifier in the first place, is to hold some kind of utility.
I disagree. I think it
I-
holds.
I
I think
know
it
you
holds no
disagree.
utility if it's not definitionally accurate.
I know you disagree. For me, definitions, as with all language, words have meaning that we assign to them. And
Yeah.
libertarian has a meaning in the current political discourse that makes sense to most people. If that falls out of favor, then I'll call myself whatever new term that most identifies with my political beliefs. But
I disagree. I don't think
we've
it
been on so
does
many
make sense.
we've been on so many panels.
It
Like,
doesn't make sense.
I
It's
think
contradictory.
I think people who've seen it know my values and know the political opinions that I hold and the policies that I advocate for. And to the vast majority of people, libertarian encapsulates all of that the best. It's the best fit. It's not a perfect fit. It's the best fit. If you had to
there's
put
a better fit.
identifier on it.
Paleo-libertarianism.
No, nobody fucking knows what that means.
Paleo-libertarian is more accurate.
But yeah, but nobody knows what the fucking means. Paleo-libertarianism? What? Okay, what is that? Explain it.
Paleo-lib.
No, for my mind, paleos are like people who only eat meat and nuts. That's what in my mind, like, invoked by paleo anything. So no, that's not like, so you have a bunch of guns and you live off out on the grid and you just like farm cashews and eat cow? No, that's not who I am. I'm just I'm a libertarian. I like I like Milton Friedman. I like Rand Paul and Ron Paul. I like Millay. I like Millay a lot. I like all these people. I think they are
Millay,
champions.
who is on podcasts calling himself a paleo-libertarian.
Yeah, maybe to him, like, that holds some kind of like maybe he disagrees with me that he holds himself to this, like, I guess, very high Puritan standard of what he defines
technically
himself.
you'd be a
But-
paleo-con. You wouldn't be a paleo-lib.
But most
nevertheless.
people don't see when they talk about Millay, they're not referring to him as a paleo anything. They're saying that libertarian or right-wing president over in Argentina. That's what they're saying. And that's why I just call myself a right-leaning libertarian. It's the most understandable political designation. I had a quick question for Socrates before we go. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, he's not an Austrian.
I'm not an Austrian.
I'm not
sorry.
Austrian.
What are your thoughts on the Ukraine war? Generally, you don't have to be super specific.
Generally,
I'm not going to hold you to a Puritan standard on this one.
I think it's an interesting situation I find myself in as an American lefty, because I don't love American empire. I don't love American hegemony. And it's a fact that there's literally no better way to spend military dollars than mailing a bullet over to Ukraine for them to put it in a Russian soldier. And that goes for mortar rounds as well. There's no more effective way to degrade Russian kind of general military and overall supremacy than supporting Ukraine. So I don't love that as American lefty of like America becoming number one. But if I were like hawkish, I would love the war. And just as like a human being, with I have a lot of friends who are Ukrainian, I have a lot of friends who are Russian. Um, I think it's fucked up that one country is deciding to invade another, and I think it seems very, from a moral perspective, very obvious that we should support them in like staying an independent nation if they want to do that.
Okay. Um, I don't know, and I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, because it's like very hyper specific. But
Mm,
at some point, so I'm pretty, I think, antagonistic towards the Ukrainian position, I think is the best way to say it.
mm,
And I have been for a while, and I've done a few debates on this,
interesting.
um,
Like
from both a moral
like
and
prior to the war, even or
um, well, I learned more as the war began, and so prior I was
mm,
pretty ignorant, I would say, as to a lot of the specifics. But
mhm.
following the war beginning, I learned more. But I'm pretty antagonistic towards the Ukrainian position, both pragmatically and morally. So, I mean, having a broader conversation might be interesting at some point, but that's going to be a long one. So,
Yeah, I mean, if we get into like, oh, Ukraine has this corruption thing, and they're like, I'm not going to know anything about,
sure,
like really like hyper specific politics, whatever. I can just say kind of as my, yeah, kind of kind of general position
that's fine.
on that. But I'm certainly, yeah, I'd be interested to hear about that.
Sure.
Um, and sorry, I was laughing earlier when Scott, you were saying that it's like, and Trump and the Republicans are, they're moving, they're only like moving slightly slower towards socialism. It's so interesting that it's like, what you see as socialism, I see as like corporatocracy or fascism or like white supremacy or all these different things. But I'm probably against a lot of the things that you're also against. So that's, I think that's, to me that was funny, and that's why I laughed.
Yeah, I
But
mean, I,
I
I
think
think I think socialism is difficult to define. It has a lot of different definitions,
it's really, yeah,
right? You know
kind
what
of
I mean? Like
bastardized.
socialism originally meant against monarchies, right?
Mhm,
Then it gets adopted by Marx and Engels to mean um the process of, the natural. Marx never defined socialism because,
mhm,
why would he? Right? Like I think the closest thing you'll get is Engels in science, socialism, scientific and utopic, right? But the closest you'll get from Marx is, the movement of history through time, right?
yep,
Because the dialectic belief that, contradictions are always, coming to a head, and then you get that kind of Hegelian dialectic
yep,
process of absolving the contradictions into a new superstructure or a new
mhm,
thing, right? And you kind of get that from the beginning of Engels, book, where he's talking about how capitalism came about because of the growing power of the bourgeoisie and the merchant class against the
mhm,
nobility. So in order to maintain power, we get more freedom from capitalism, in a sense, from the monarchy, et cetera, right? There's no
yep,
policy that he describes as socialist, because he's avidly against nationalism, but supports nationalism in Ireland and in Poland, because in
sure,
both of those instances, it's a means of resolving the contradiction of power structures, right? And
yeah,
then we get, Stalinism after Lenin, that claims that socialism is like a transitory state,
mhm,
harkening back to Marx's, very vague description of how communism will come about, is, that's when the state seizes the means of production for the benefit of the proletariat. And then
mhm,
we get democratic socialism and later socialists, in the modern era, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and after, the Frankfurt School and things like that, where, socialism is just, you know a means of like applying democracy and more democratization and you know um more, redistribution of power and capital, to even out the material conditions of people, vaguely speaking. the way
Well,
that
not
I use
not to even out, but to give more power to workers against capital interests.
well, I mean, even out as in balance the power dynamic to some degree from like
Sure,
a critical theory perspective, right?
sure,
The
sure,
way
sure,
that
sure, sure.
I utilize socialism, I think, is perfectly commiserate with Marx's interpretation. And what I would
Mhm,
say is that socialism is when the state or when some group with power, be it a corporation, etc., right, um, engages in controlling capitalism to resolve what is the perceived inherent contradictions of capitalism. Right. So when I see a
mhm.
government policy say capitalism fails to be able to provide this, therefore we need government intervention because of the inherent contradictions between the capitalist desire for profit and the needs of the people, that's socialism to me. And it can
Ooh,
be on the
ooh,
right or
wait.
it can be on the left.
Just to jump in, there's another, I think, even more interesting description of socialism, which is not there's kind of like a more simple case where it's like, oh, capitalism has some externalities, like
Yeah.
it does things really well, really efficiently, but then some people suffer, and to relieve a little bit of like homelessness or something, some people lose their jobs, we add some socialism. That's like the kind of less interesting case. The more interesting case is like, um, like in China, they recognized at some point that their like capitalism was faltering, and so they made a bunch of initiatives to help prop up like small businesses and to
Hmm.
like kind of reinvigorate, um I don't know, like a more,
It's state
I don't know what's supposed
capitalism,
to.
which I would
Well,
call a form
no,
of
no, no, it's
socialism.
it's not it's not I I guess technically it's state capitalism, right?
Yeah,
In
I
like
mean,
a
it's their own brand.
right?
China's
Um
brand of socialism has always been um hyper aggressive and very hyper like hands on, while at the same time constantly attempting to use markets. Now, obviously, Mao
mhm,
didn't utilize markets very much, but like basically
sure.
every predecessor of his, attempted to utilize markets to some degree, in varying degrees. And as we move, through time, we get more and more market socialism. But it has
Mhm,
also been a very hands on approach to market socialism, right?
mhm,
It's not like Europe or the West where we have markets and then we try to correct the imbalance of the contradictions in capitalism per se by like
mhm.
wealth redistribution. Rather,
Yeah.
it's like, ooh, the market has failed,
Mhm,
so what we're going to do is like put someone in your company that is there to make sure that you are following the tenets of the little red book, and you can be brought into the office if Tencent Media making video games fails to be communist enough, right? Like it's a China's version of communism and socialism has always
mhm.
been kind of its own thing, which is very hands on, but also very market driven. And so I think
Yeah,
state capitalism almost is too vague of a term to describe the unique way in which
for sure.
China engages in socialism.
Yeah. It's more like, these things that we're doing. So like, I mean, here's an interesting thing. It's like, Elizabeth Warren said, "I'm a capitalist in my bones," and she created like one of the kind of, I would say, most incredible consumer rights protections agencies that um, that returns money to people from fraud by banks, and um, doesn't require any tax dollars to fund it, because it's operating entirely from the fines on the banks from like stealing from people. But that's, or her like antitrust practices to try to dismantle what, I don't know how you feel about the term crony capitalism, but in order to,
I'm
yeah,
fine with crony capitalism. I think crony capitalism is a
with the
form of
term or with
socialism.
the
Well,
with
I'm fine with crony capitalism as a term. Like it
mhm,
doesn't bother me because it's a descriptor of,
yeah,
I mean, obviously we're borrowing the word capitalism from Marx, right? We're not
mhm,
even like it's not like, Wealth of Nations described capitalism,
yeah,
definitionally. It was Marx that described capitalism.
mhm,
Um and obviously that, that name has been, kind of taken away from Marxism to a certain degree.
Hmm.
So like crony capitalism is just like it's an adjective to the concept of capitalism, signifying that like there is fraud, waste, abuse, you know, um, you know, buying of political capital and favors in a market economy that is something different than pure capitalism. So like it
Hmm.
doesn't bother me. It's just to me it's another form of socialism, as would be trust busting.
But wait, so you're fine with the term, but you don't like the practice of antitrust, but you also don't like monopolies that you feel like are formed by government regulation, creations of like copyright and things
Right.
like
I
that.
think it's the government created a problem and then the government creates a solution for the
Uh-huh.
problem they created instead of getting rid of the problem. Right. And the
Sure.
problem
Hmm.
is intellectual property, um, you know, corporations being able to purchase elections,
Yep. Hmm.
regulatory capture. And these are all problems created by the state. And then a
Hmm.
company utilizes all of those weaknesses of the state to
Hmm.
gain a large, monopoly is an insane term to me, right?
Hmm.
Monopoly has been redefined by socialists, right? Because a real monopoly would be like, um, you know, when one when one industry is completely controlled by one person. Monopolies don't exist under capitalism.
Wait, by
They
one
can't
person or
exist.
one company?
Well, one company is fine, right?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm saying one person because my view of property is that there cannot be co-ownership of property. But setting that aside, by
Okay.
one company, one entity, right?
Yeah.
That you can't have that unless it's
What
by
if it's like
permission of the state.
two entities? Is that not a
It's not a monopoly. No,
okay?
I mean, they may have a majority of market share, and even that is like giving probably too much, right? Like, so for example,
Hmm.
Alcoa, right? The American aluminum company,
Hmm.
during their heyday, they had a quote unquote monopoly on aluminum. There was
Hmm.
no single company in the United States that sold aluminum other than Alcoa.
Hmm.
So they had a 100% market share of aluminum. And yet, Alcoa never made more than a 12% profit during this time. And
Hmm.
Alcoa's prices and the price of aluminum consistently kept dropping. And it's like,
Yep.
well, why would the price keep dropping when you have as close as you can get to a pure monopoly? And the
Hmm.
problem is that aluminum is not just in competition with aluminum, number one, right? It's in competition with two other factors that aren't showcased by this 100% market share. The first factor is, well, aluminum used to be a precious metal, right?
Yep.
The Empire State Building's cap was made of aluminum because it was seen as like this fancy metal that was like super expensive. Meanwhile, today aluminum's retarded cheap, right? And
Hmm.
the thing is that aluminum is in competition with all of these other metals, right? Because you can use you now you during Alcoa's heyday, you would never think to make pots and pans out of aluminum because the
Sure.
price of aluminum is too high, right? But in reality, aluminum is in competition with cast iron and stainless steel. So
Hmm.
even if you have 100% of the market share of aluminum, you're actually in competition with any other product that can fill the niche or the desire or the demand that aluminum could potentially do in the future or is currently filling. So even with 100% market share of aluminum, you're actually in competition with a bunch of other things. And then the second thing is you're in competition with capital investors. If you just get like 200% profit and you keep the price of aluminum insanely high, well,
Hmm.
another company could invest and then cut your price in half and only gain 100% profit. And now you have a competitor because you kept the price too high. The only way to carve out competition in that regard is to actually be in competition. You're in competition with other potential investors that are looking to put their money wherever there's a return on investment. And if there's an insane amount of profit in aluminum, well, people are going to start investing in aluminum mines and aluminum
Hmm.
companies and aluminum refiners, et cetera. And then all of a
Hmm.
sudden you have a competitor that is selling aluminum. And so like the concept of a monopoly that is used by economists today, I find to be like a means of attacking companies because they have 80% market share or
Hmm.
something. When in reality the problem is government privilege via regulatory capture, subsidies, like looking at, like, for example, the EV market, or things like that, where Tesla is getting subsidies, in the beginning,
Well,
and so
that's
like they're
very
gaining.
blatant right now. Where you just
Right.
have a
Well, well,
them driving
well,
up to the White House.
right. Well, I
Smoking
mean,
weird.
like, obviously, Trump got rid of the EV subsidies, and the hilarious thing is that people don't realize is that Tesla was no longer getting those subsidies
Oh
because the
yeah,
subsidies
it was a
were
ladder pull, 100%.
yeah, we're designed to, only subsidize companies in the first year engaging in the
Hmm.
market. So when
Yep.
they quote unquote got rid of the subsidies, really all they did is did a ladder pull for Tesla so that it would
Hmm.
make it harder for companies to compete, because he
Yep.
had a first to market advantage in regulatory capture of EV subsidies. And now he's not getting
100%.
those subsidies, and then those things are gone. So yeah, like
Woo.
that's my kind of like thing on monopoly in general.
Hmm. Yep. No, that makes sense. I mean, um,
This isn't
is there?
libertarianism so much as it is Austrian economic theory, right?
Yeah. I
Which,
mean,
I mean, you could say is a part of anarcho-capitalism as opposed to libertarianism,
hmm,
right? That's kind of the big
hmm,
difference between the two terms. Is ANCAP is the blend of libertarianism and Austrian economic theory, whereas
hmm.
libertarianism is just the non-aggression principle. There's no like belief that you must have a certain economic theory. Though I would say that the natural that Austrian economic theory is just right, and you know what I mean. And so, but that's separate.
Scott, would you violate the
Mhm.
NAP if it would lead to a world in which nobody violated the NAP again?
That was going to be my
I
question.
don't. Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that that. I mean, like, I would never violate the NAP, but also I just don't think that that makes any logical sense.
It's the hypothetical is like if you
Yeah, I
shoot
mean
this
it's
innocent.
hypothetical, but it's
Yeah.
not like a real reductio, right? Because like you're saying that this would require you to have the ability to see in the future,
Yeah.
and this would require an ability of there to be no force, because that would be a violation of
Mhm.
the non-aggression principle. So you would have to have a scenario where you are not forcing any human being. Like you have to get rid of free will in order to get rid of permanently all non-aggression principles. So it's required to violate the NAP consistently
Well,
in order to create a
No.
world where there is
wait,
no
wait, wait.
violation of the
Is
NAP.
it
It's
possible?
contradictory.
Is it possible to have? Is it logically possible to even have a world where people don't violate the NAP? I think is what.
No. No,
But
I mean,
okay, okay.
That's not even
But
what I
like
was
you're
if you have
asking.
advocating for
three.
something.
That's not what I
You're
was
advocating
asking.
for something.
What I was
Some better world.
like, I can make the hypothetical, and like God comes down and it turns out he's real, and he says, Scott, um, I'm giving you a test. I made people kill children before. I'm doing it again. You got a gun? Go kill that child. If you do, I will remove the desire of any human to violate the NAP again for all time. Do you
Mhm.
do it?
I would say that if God comes down to our world and appears before me, either A, I'm
Oh God.
hallucinating and I'm schizophrenic, or B, God is real and materializes, and we should do everything we can to capture him and make
You
him
can't capture him.
punishable
He's
for his
God.
crimes.
He's God. You can't capture him,
Who are you gonna call?
and you're not hallucinating.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If he's in the material world, then definitionally he has to come into our world in order to interact with it. And if he
Hmm.
comes into our world to interact with it, then that means that there is the technological capacity
No.
to one day be able to capture God.
Yeah, okay, he's gonna phase out before you get that technology. This is a one-day only offer,
Were
Scott.
we using
If he
AI?
phases out, that means he can phase in and out. And if he can phase in and out into the material world
So
in
can
some
we.
way, that
Eh,
so can we. And we
no,
then what I
no,
would do is I would
you
not violate
can't.
the non-aggression principle, and I would advocate that we
Scott,
develop the technology to be able to capture
stop being a
God and
shithead.
punish him for his crimes.
Answer the
So
question. Just,
so I think
No,
there's I think
it's
there's
not.
like
I'm not
a
being a shithead. What you're doing is
I just
I'm
want to
pointing
know.
out the flaws in the
There's
reductio.
there's
Like
no
you're
flaws.
trying to
There's no
use
flaws.
magic and systems of a primacy of consciousness, which I believe
Yes.
is contradictory with reality, to try and get me
Hypo-
to
hypo-
contradict my
hypotheticals.
own philosophy.
No, hypotheticals can be contradictory to reality. It's a hypothetical. I can make up whatever rules I want for it.
Right, but if it can't work in reality, then I
No,
don't need
no,
to bite the bullet
well,
on
no,
something that can't work in
That's
reality.
not true. If a hypothetical is at least logically consistent, even if it violates the rules like the laws of physics or other like
I'm
natural.
pointing out why it's not logically consistent,
Okay.
because it depends upon the primacy of consciousness, which is
No,
wrong.
you-
A equals A, and
No,
existence exists.
No, if you
Okay, wait,
if you
so
start
just
with
to-
base level assumptions, which the hypothetical has, which is you kill the kid and then nobody will ever commit a violation of the NAP again. That's all the information you need to have to answer the hypothetical.
Right. I would not kill the kid, number one,
Okay.
because it's a violation of the NAP. And number two, it's not logically
answer.
possible to have a world where there is no violation of the NAP and maintain free will. If free will is no longer maintained, then that means that there is another violation of the NAP, which is to say God has removed freedom of choice and will from people and is controlling them and is thus violating the NAP.
Sure. So I actually agree, but can we switch this a little bit to probe something that I'm interested in, which is okay. We can't eliminate people violating the NAP. Not logically possible. Whatever. Okay. There's something that you're advocating.
I mean, it is. Hold on,
There's
pause.
some
It is
different-
logically possible that, like, for whatever reason,
It could
right? Like, let's say
coincidentally
there's a
happen.
spore mushroom, right? And a virus spreads, and this virus is the NAP virus, right? And the NAP virus, like, makes everybody believe.
So God wasn't
that, like,
sufficient, but a
there's-
virus is.
A fungus.
Well,
I
right,
should have
like,
just
if
used
God-
the
if God-
fungus to make the hypo work.
God,
Fuck.
God is
God
using his
damn.
will to impose a lack of free will
I
upon
should've
other
used the
individuals, thus
fungus.
violating the NAP. Now the fungus
Ah, it
thing,
doesn't.
right, is it
Yeah.
doesn't, right? So it's
Mhm.
logically possible, but
I didn't
Ah.
the
finish
problem
last
is
episode,
that
I don't know.
it's statistically impossible, right? Because like at a certain point, someone will be free of the virus. Something will happen,
Oh
and
my
some
God.
person
Not
somewhere will
this
pick up the
virus.
stick, look at another person, and say, "Or else what?"
Wait, are you
right?
saying
like
that?
viruses mutate over time?
But it's possible, okay, that you could have some fungus or virus that will not mutate over time and will infect every person, right?
That's why I said it's logically possible, but it's statistically impossible.
Okay, so
Okay.
logically, so you're still not killing the kid, right? In this logically possible scenario now.
I'm not violating the NAP
Thank you.
as a consequentialist to get less NAP violations
you.
in the future.
That's all I
Okay,
need to know.
so
There
that
you
so
go.
that was
It's
gonna
like
be
it's
my
like
question.
there's a more classic example, which is like what is it, Omerta Village, right? Which is like everyone in the town is living in a high trust society where no one violates anyone's rights. But then you one day find out that in order to maintain this perfect society,
Oh, yeah.
there's a young girl that's being raped constantly every day in a dungeon somewhere. Is it okay? Is it good? Would you continue
How big's
the
the village?
process of this girl being raped? Let's say it's 10 million people.
Yeah.
And in 10 million people, there are no rights violations amongst all of these other people.
Yeah.
But there's some magic scenario where like it's only being stopped by this one girl being constantly raped.
Yeah, probably would do it. Yeah.
Right. And then the follow-up question is, will you rape her?
Now,
Will
Scott.
you rape this girl every day?
Now, Scott, this is logically impossible because how could this be happening? How could Omerta be sustained by such an activity? This doesn't make any sense.
I agree, right? But it's the more classic example.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna phrase it in like a little bit, maybe less sensational way. which is
TikTok
just
friendly way, right? Not bringing up rape.
No, just like yeah.
It's got to be visceral, right? You got to really feel the evil, right? It hits at the intuition of everyone because it's
Yeah, I mean, I
it's easy to
guess.
say like slapping someone in the face or something. When you say rape and then you say, "Are you willing to rape?" Day
Yeah, I
in
mean,
and day out,
I
as she
was gonna say
screams
maybe,
in
like,
agony for help.
get elected and then give up power, or more along those lines than like, yeah, something horrific. But let's say that there's something that you could do that could drastically push the world in a positive way in the direction that you want it to be, in which case you would have to do some temporary minor violation of the NAP.
No,
And no, okay, like a
let me
tax
be
that would,
very
like,
clear. I will not steal a penny to save the world.
Yeah, that's the classic example they give Scott.
Yeah, so this to me doesn't seem like this is like a political philosophy or ideology. This is like a more like
Libertarianism is not a
It's an
political
autistic
philosophy.
math question,
Libertarianism-
basically, more than it is a philosophy.
Libertarianism is a philosophy of natural law.
okay. So
It's
it's
not-
more of like
it's-
a religious doctrine, and I don't mean that in any I don't know, any kind of like loaded way, but it's just it's like it's a
Well,
it's a
if you want to, I think the more accurate word might be dogmatic, but it's true.
mhm. I mean, it's just I think there's like because literally everything could be dogmatic or could be pragmatic, and it's like there's a lot of people everywhere who are suffering in a ton of different ways, right? And so like I think that, you know, as a lefty, I think that there should be government social programs to provide for people and help make
Boo.
the world a better place. But it's like, am I going to stop somebody who's starting a charity to feed people? No, like that's good. That's a good thing that they're doing, right?
I mean, I would argue, right, and this is, you know,
I'd steal
purely
so many pennies.
separate from my, you know, my ideology itself. I would argue that if you are a pragmatist or if you are a consequentialist, that you will still, given enough information, come to my position. It just so happens to be that anarcho-capitalism is the position that is, you know, if you are a, you know, rule utilitarian, whatever it is, that if you are consistent and if you gain enough information, you will eventually realize that the social welfare programs are causing more harm than they are good. That
Yeah, I mean that's
that
entirely
you will.
possible. But I think there's something uh, there's something in this little like switch between it's one thing to think. Okay, so it's like the classic thing is it's like, oh, you know, good versus evil, hero struggle story. Oh, I'm not gonna kill the villain because killing the villain is an evil thing to do, and
No,
we
you
can
should kill the villain.
prevail. We can
Kill the villain.
prevail by
Blow
just
his fucking
being
brains
so
out.
good that we will kind of convert the world to goodness. Um, and it's one thing to do that because you really think like it I like good can't win if we do evil things, and it's another thing to think like, you know, like I'm not gonna kill the Nazis on the beach because killing is wrong. Like that's right.
No,
Like
no, kill the Nazis on the beach. Blow them up.
yeah. So
It's just not my ideology. It doesn't represent my ideology. I'm not a pacifist. Criminals should be killed.
sure. Uh huh.
Well, maybe not every criminal, right? Like stealing a
Right. Yeah.
TV,
Yeah.
like we shouldn't kill you, right? Like I believe in
Yeah.
a philosophy of restitution and retribution, right? But you know, murderers, kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Soldiers fighting for the Nazis, kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Kill them.
What about a
Kill them
Nazi
in the
that
most
what,
gruesome
Yeah.
what
way
about
you fantasize
a
about.
Nazi soldier that didn't do anything like bad other than just sign up for the Wehrmacht?
A Nazi soldier that didn't do anything bad other than
Yeah.
sign up behind the Nazi ideology
Sure.
and then fight for the Nazis.
Well, he was first
Kill
day
'em.
first day
They were just
deployed.
too cowardly to say no.
Yeah, first day deployed. There's like a lot of
Kill him.
There's a lot of penalties in Germany for like, you know, he gets sent to the concentration camp or whatever. So he like he gets on board and he goes and like goes to the Western Front and then he's there on D-Day. You just kill him. Okay. Why?
I mean, it's unfortunate that the same. So like here, I'll give you an example, right? Let's say there's a bank robbery occurring, okay,
Mhm.
and the bank robber, and you're a private police, right? Like we'll get rid of the whole like police bad thing, right?
Mhm.
You're private police tasked with protecting the property of the bank, and the person grabs a hostage, and that hostage is then they point a gun to that person's head. Will
Mhm.
you shoot through the hostage to kill the bank robber? My answer is yes. Now, if you have an option
Oh.
to like you have a sniper on the roof to kill the bank robber and you have like reason to believe that you can save the hostage, then you should engage in
If
that
the
behavior.
only
You are
pragmatic
morally justified in killing the hostage because you are not the aggressor against the hostage. The person that kidnapped
Huh?
them is. Similarly with Nazism, right?
Oh.
It is the Nazis that have conscripted this soldier, and they are the aggressor against this Nazi. And those people are just simply collateral damage.
must be a huge.
Now, if you have a
must be a
means,
big Israel
if you have,
fan. That's gonna.
if you have the means of killing, Hitler and killing, let's say you find out where the meeting place is for like all of the generals and everything, and you choose, and you have a bomb, and you have, option A, option B, and option A is to kill a bunch of Nazis that are, conscripted somewhere,
That's
and option
the
B is to
bingo.
send. right, send it to kill the entire, command structure of the Nazis, you're not morally justified in choosing to kill the conscriptors when you have the means of which to get rid of the Nazi regime. But but if you're in a war and people are shooting at you and they're supporting the Nazi regime, they have even if it's by their own act of cowardice, or or they're a victim of that regime, you have every right to defend your land, to defend your homeland, and to fight against those Nazis. And I'm not the aggressor for killing Nazi soldiers.
So when it comes
Dresden,
to
on the other hand, not fucking justified. Like,
Didn't that
wait, but
weaken the
those were
German war?
Nazis.
Yeah.
sorry, not Dresden. Fuck.
Hiroshima or
No, the firebombing we did after the war was essentially over.
well,
Dresden was before.
I
Oh
mean,
my god.
Dresden was firebombed.
No, yeah, there's a specific one. Now I can't think of it.
But you would
'cause
say
it's
Dresden
fucking,
was justified because it was before
it's
the
like
war.
1:00 in the morning. Some people will remind me. Hopefully, I don't know. It's not important. Sure, the second atomic bomb, not justified at all.
Why not? Arguably, that did end the war. By the way, like I think it was probably justified, just on like a pure consequentialist analysis.
I think it probably it maybe historically wasn't, but I'm not a.
Yeah, it's subject to debate, but from my reading
it
on
is subject to debate. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't think it's trivial one way or another. But
we did not need to do the second bombing at all.
I think we did.
Yeah.
We could have ended the war absolutely. Like they were already attempting to end the war. We did the second bomb as an extra fuck you. Look how much power we have.
Yeah.
That was we're gonna kill a whole bunch of innocent people.
But this is more
in
of
in the name of justice.
Sure, this is
But
more
that's
like
that's an empirical matter.
Exactly.
Whether
This is an empirical question. Let's say that like the second bombing actually did like is the thing that forced Japan to capitulate because they didn't know how many more we had at that point. At that point, you would say it's justified because the path of least resistance there was the second bombing, and the people of Japan are being held hostage by the government.
If Japan hadn't already offered conditional surrender, right, which they did when we did the second bombing, right, which is right. Let's reformulate that.
Did they?
I'd have to. Yeah, they had already offered conditional surrender after the first bombing. It was a conditional surrender, right? Like
What
it
were
was
the
like
conditions?
we wanted unconditional.
Right, we wanted an unconditional surrender, right? But like we very easily could have sent diplomatic attaches to fucking like called for a ceasefire and then been like, okay, here are our demands. What are your demands? And even then been like, we'll blow up more shit, motherfucker, if you don't meet our demands, right? Like we did the second bombing just so that like as a form of diplomacy. But assuming that history was different, I'd have to look at what's going on there, right? Because I would say that nuclear bombs it's very, very hard from a libertarian perspective to justify any nuclear bomb ever going off. And the reason I would say that is because you're killing a whole bunch of innocent people. Now, a nuclear bomb in, let's say, a village somewhere, and all it is a weapons manufacturing, like that might be considered justified, right? But like in a populated city with civilians, it's I don't think you can justify that from a libertarian basis. I cannot imagine a scenario where it is. Maybe there is a scenario where it is, where we like, we do the reductio in such a tight way that it's like this is the only way to stop the aggression, etc., right? But with all of the different weapons capacity that we have, I can't find a way that would justify a nuclear bomb ever.
Well, hold on. A lot more people would have died.
Same would be true of fire bombs specifically designed to light the wood and paper housing of Japanese towns so that we could cause terror.
Well, so just roll with like the historical narrative here, which is whether you think it's true or not, which is that the bombs forced Japan to surrender. Otherwise, we would have invaded and killed a whole bunch more people and lost a whole bunch more people too. Given that is now,
but
at
I'm
this
not
point,
a consequentialist. Yeah.
Well, even leaving consequent. Well, there is a little bit of consequentialism here, a little bit, because you're saying that you have to take the path of least resistance, and everybody there is a hostage from the aggressor. So the Japanese government, I guess, would be the aggressor because Pearl Harbor, and all the citizens of Japan are now hostages of that aggressor, which means that in order to stop the aggressor, we have to take out their total war. We have to take out their war industry, and so, but we have to do it in the manner that's like least, that causes the least amount of harm possible to achieve our ends, right? So just like
we
you
don't
said,
have to do no. So we don't have to use the means that causes the least amount of harm, right? What we have a duty to under libertarianism, as far as I can tell, right? And this might be stretching to the limit of my knowledge in theory, right? Because I'm a communicator of the philosophy, not I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a full blown philosopher, though I'm better than most, right? I would say, it's my understanding that the duty is not to cause the least amount of like collateral damage. Rather, the duty is if we have equal means of stopping the aggression and we have reason to believe that one will cause less damage than the other one, then we have a duty to choose that. And that's kind of like the philosophy behind the gentleness principle. But again, this is stretching to the like there are many things I'm confident to talk about. This is one that like I get to the ends of my understanding of the philosophy, right? So it's like if all I have is a handgun and a cop, I'll shoot through the hostage to ensure that I kill the bank robber. But if I have a sniper on the roof who's an expert marksman and he says in my ear, I've got the shot, keep him talking for just a minute, right? Then I have a duty to keep him talking for just a minute so the sniper can take the shot.
what if his
But if there's no sniper on the roof, right, then I shoot through.
what if the sniper's bullet is 1 penny more expensive than the bullet in the handgun?
But you steal that penny?
Yeah, so again, this is where I'm saying like I'm at the limits of my
Okay.
understanding of the philosophy, right? Like this is where I would say you'd have to talk to Liquid Zulu or maybe Stefan Kinsella or somebody that actually like writes and pushes the theory forward. I'm just a communicator of the philosophy. And so like we're getting at the point where I'm like I don't know that I can perfectly answer that question.
I mean, look, I think
That's
the
fair.
bombs were the nuclear bombs were cheaper than a full-scale invasion. So whether we want to look at it from the collateral damage or we want to look at it from just like the cost to the user of force, either
People in my
scenario
chat
there.
are getting pissed at me. They're like, "No, Napwise, this is incorrect. Napwise, it's discretionary for you to listen to the sniper, etc." You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know,
Wait,
chat. Like,
which one of them is a
you know what
fake
I mean?
libertarian? Do we know? What methodology do we use to determine who's the fake
All
one?
of them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, look, man, it's it's creating and communicating an ideology free of contradiction is a never-ending task, right? Like it is a constant struggle with ethics to determine the correct
Everything is a
answer in every
constant struggle.
situation.
Isn't that sort of admitting there was always some contradiction?
No,
Well, what are you struggling with then?
I'm not admitting that there is always some contradiction. There is some objective truth out there.
Okay.
What the struggle is the struggle to discover the objective truth. The human mind and the human knowledge is always incomplete,
I see.
right? I don't want to get into the philosophy of like, is truth ever knowable, etc. Like, to like, or like the asymptote kind of like Aristotle explanation, etc. Like, I don't want to go too far back in the philosophy, right? Because then the objectivists will start screaming at me. I think truth is knowable, but there's always going to be context dependent scenarios where we're at a situation where it's like, ooh, I'm gonna have to think about this. I'm gonna have to like we're gonna have to work to determine what the truth is here. And at a certain point, we're gonna get to the limit of my IQ. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty fucking smart, but at a certain point, we reach a limit where I'm like, fuck, dude, I don't know.
I'm not shooting the hostage, by the way. Just to be clear, I'm not.
It's not about what you will or won't do from a moral position. It's about what are you justified in doing. These are two different questions, right? It's about can I use violence to stop you from shooting the hostage? It's not about whether or not it's morally the right decision to shoot the hostage. I agree with you, right? I'm not going to shoot the hostage just to do this. But it's about whether or not you can then grab your gun and shoot me for trying to shoot the bank robber, while he's holding the hostage.
No, I wouldn't. I
right?
wouldn't shoot. I wouldn't.
Can
Yeah.
I shoot him if he tries to shoot you?
Right,
You
right,
sure
right,
about
right,
that?
right. You get it. Yeah,
No,
it's a
I would.
never-ending
I wouldn't.
Mexican standoff.
I wouldn't shoot. Yeah, I wouldn't shoot the guy that shot the hostage, but I would probably like arrest him unless the situation was like very understandable. Like if he pulled the gun and shot not intending to hit the hostage and like he had a reasonable basis to think that he wouldn't, I would be more forgiving of that. But if he just like sees the hostage and it's like some woman screaming and he's like, "Sorry, ma'am," bam, bam, but no, like absolutely, this
Well,
guy's going to
yeah, I
prison.
mean, I mean, like, and this is also too where I think many libertarians struggle with this too, because so many of them are autistic that they're very focused on the nap. This is where common law comes into consideration, right? This is where we would make rules for situations like this that you would be forced to voluntarily sign on to in
Huh?
order to live in the society.
Wait, what? Can
Wait, what?
you say that again?
This is a
I feel like I didn't
situation
catch
where,
that.
like, in order, like if Geico is my rights enforcement agency in Ancapistan, right, and
Mhm.
it's competing with Nationwide, right, this is a situation where Nationwide and Geico would both say, in order for us to represent you, and in order for you to basically be able to do any business here, you need some representation, right? Just like you can't drive on the road without car insurance, you're a threat to everyone there because of the potential fact that you don't have any financial backing to your ability to drive, right? And so, like, just like on a road, a private road would be the same thing. If you want to drive on my road, you have to have car insurance. In order to live in Ancapistan, you have to have a rights enforcement agency that is, an insurance in case you engage in some, in case you do violate the NAP. This is where common law practice would come in and said there are these morally gray areas where we go, yeah, this isn't allowed. This is part of the contract. This is part of the thing that would say, yeah, you may be justified by the NAP to engage in this, but in order for Nationwide to represent you, these are some extra rules that you have to follow. And that's kind
So
of one of those
there,
things. I think if you were a security
yeah.
force and like you were just killing anybody willy nilly, like, that this would be a situation where very quickly would go, look, we're not going to insure your business unless you agree that like these other things are going to be that you're going to follow these other rules voluntarily, or you can just not do business here. Get the
Yeah.
fuck out of our town.
So to
Right?
be
So
so
there
to be part so there's like a constitution that says that you have to sign up to one of these rights agencies. You need a subscription to one of these rights agencies, but you get to choose.
I mean it like every like this is the concept of anarcho-capitalism is like a thousand Liechtensteins, right? It's
Mhm.
like I don't want one nation state. So
Yeah.
in my personal ideal and Capistan, right, that might be the case. Another, perfectly viable form of anarcho-capitalism is Amish communities, right? Like they have a
Those
council
are
of
pretty cool.
elders. You know what I mean? Like, and they hate paying taxes like a motherfucker, and they hate welfare, and but but in order to live in Amish country, you have to give your cell phone, this beachy Amish, not like Pennsylvania Dutch, right? You have to give
Mhm.
your cell phone to like other members of the church so that they can go through your cell phone to make sure that you're not like watching porn or like doing things you shouldn't be doing on your phone. Like that's part of the
Sounds
rules of
silly.
living there. And if you don't live, well, I mean, it's a deeply Christian community, and you either
Sure.
follow the values there or you don't follow the values there, right? So
Doesn't
I mean,
sound
like different.
sound that free though. Like this is I think and can let you guys get some sleep, but just like
Yeah.
my perspective whenever I hear like I think there's there's only one thing that grates at me when these kind of conversations come up, when
Hmm.
terms like freedom or liberty are
Yeah, I prefer
presumed to
liberty,
be
not.
one thing, and that's what makes me personally feel good. And to not recognize that liberty means fundamentally really different things. We can categorize,
How am I doing
positive and
that though?
negative freedoms and stuff like that. But like liberty means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and to not recognize that like you need
Well,
to be able
just
to
know if
step
you're
back
talking
from
to a
your own
libertarian,
experience.
what I mean is
Mhm.
freedom from aggression. That's it.
Okay, but I think everybody wants what those words at like a, you know what I mean? Like if like freedom from aggression. Is there
I
anybody who
wish
wants
everyone would be a
to just
libertarian if that was the
okay,
case. You know what I mean?
or maybe
They like the
different
idea, they like the
different
sound of those
people.
words, but they don't actually
Mhm.
want freedom from aggression. That most people want to aggress upon other people in order to maintain the type of society that they want.
Or there's different types of aggression that are more salient to different people. So the kind of aggression of you have to pay taxes or we're going to come and get you, to some people that could be totally unbearable, which I'm guessing is is accurate to you. Like
Why? It's
that feels like
anti-liberty.
viscerally. Yes.
It's
To some
definitionally
people,
anti-liberty.
sure.
It just
To
is.
some
It's objectively
sure.
not liberty to
Sure.
take money against people's wishes to fund
Right.
programs.
Sure. To some people, that might viscerally feel fine. Maybe because they're brainwashed, maybe whatever. They've never thought about it, whatever. But it's not something that ever consumes them to think about. Oh my God, my rights, my liberty, my personhood is being violent. That's just not an experience that they have. Versus, um, wow, I get to live in a place where like people day to day don't harass me, or I have the liberty to do X, or I have the safety to do X, or I'm being taken care of, or people in my community are being taken care of by
Yeah, but none of
some
that,
group of people or
all of
whatever
that's
who's caring
irrelevant
for them.
though, right? Like we use definitions for um, you know, philosophically consistent foundations, right? Like I understand that people colloquially,
Sometimes,
that have contradictory philosophies of their own, believe in things, like positive rights and, things that are, but these things are contradictory. Like
I
it's
mean,
not liberty.
I don't think they're. I think they're in opposition. I don't think they're contradictory.
Sure. To be as accurate as possible, I would say they're contraries,
They're
right?
contraries. Yeah, yeah. If you provide a
People,
positive right, you
yeah,
must be
here I
taking
am,
away a negative right.
here I am saying, definitions are important for logic, philosophical consistency, and I'm using contrary and contradictory as, interchangeable because they are for most people, right? But technically speaking, they're contraries. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
which
So
is
it's
still a
like to
problem,
some.
right? Like it's still illogical, right? Like,
No, it's not illogical to value one thing that's right. Like I love eating a whole pint of ice cream. It's fantastic. It's really great. But I also want to be able to fit into clothes that I already own and like, and those things are in contradiction with each other, and it sucks. I wish I, you know, they do have those like, mostly fat free or carb free or sugar free ice
like
creams that are still pretty
keto
tasty.
fucking Halo Top.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It tastes
There's
like
like a
shit, by the
birthday.
way.
Some of them taste okay and have a decent mouthfeel, but it's not as good as like,
They taste
real.
fine if
Uh,
you're keto, right? Because your taste
Did you
buds have
yeah,
just say a
changed.
decent mouthfeel?
a decent mouthfeel. I mean, that's important,
Brother,
right? Because
when you're
the
doing food reviews, I learned not that long ago. I'm embarrassed to say it. 35 years old, not that long ago, I found out that mouthfeel is legitimately a large part of like rank of like food reviewing.
it's a big thing because it's
I
like
had no idea
I don't
either.
know, a
I thought it was a sex
sorbet
thing.
isn't.
Well, I'll give you an example, right?
Why
Like
is someone talking about the mouthfeel?
let's say you're making a bechamel, right?
Yep.
So in order to make a bechamel, first you need to make a roux, right? Now,
Hmm.
if you make a roux and in that roux you're going to get this like sandpaper consistency. And then you're
Yep.
going to add the cream in
Oof.
slowly and keep adding the cream in slowly and keep adding the cream in slowly, right? And you're going to get your basic foundation for like any like white cream sauce, which is a
Hmm.
bechamel, right?
Yep.
Now, if you improperly add the cream, you add too much cream, what you're going to
Hmm.
get is you're going to get gritty, you're going to get a gritty texture from the not fully oh my god, I can't think of the term, but not fully absorbed. We'll just say because I can't think of the term.
Emulsified.
Emulsified. Thank you. You won't get a fully emulsified roux in your sauce,
Yep.
and the flavor will
So-
be there, right? And the spice will be there, and like the creaminess will be there. All those things will be there. But you know what you'll have? A bad quote unquote mouthfeel
Sure.
because it will be like a gritty sauce.
So just to confirm, then you prefer
My roommate
your-
is a chef, if you can't
Yeah.
tell. He's actually a patissier.
You
Wow.
prefer
He's a
That's
pastry
hardcore.
chef.
You prefer your white
very
cream
hardcore.
to have good mouthfeel, is what I.
You got
from
it.
that. Okay.
It's got
That
it.
is how we're going to end this conversation about libertarian philosophy. Is that I personally prefer my white cream sauce to have a good mouthfeel. I will see you gentlemen later. And I'm, my DMs are open for any debates or discussions. Pleasure speaking to you, Socrates. And as always, it's fun.
Indeed.
Black
Yeah,
Coffee.
no, this was really fun.
Catch y'all later.
Take care. Have a good one. Bye.
Ah. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna keep calling myself a libertarian. How's my Russian? Большой плохой. Я хочу русский. Или мой русский большой плохой. Извини. Привет, как дела? Я... What is it? Пью? Я пью пиво, я пью вода, вино. Я хочу собака. Спасибо. Yeah, so that's just a couple months of learning. That's just off the top of my head. It's really hard when you don't have it in front of you. Like, I'm really good now with actually like being able to read it. My vocabulary of like reading is much broader than everything I just said, obviously. So, what? To go over по-русски. Меня зовут? Я меня зовут Lactoid. To зовут? Yeah. So, my grammar is going to be fucked up a little bit, obviously, more than a little bit. My case system is ass. But like I said, that's just off the top of my head. I've been learning for a few months now. Getting some basic phrases down. I can read Cyrillic pretty easily. Still working on that. Learning more phrases, chatting with people in Russian. Chatting with the AI in Russian helps a lot too. Still doing my daily Duolingo. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm gonna get there. That guy is a great addition to panels. Yeah, I like Socrates. I know I've debated him in the past. I don't remember how contentious it was at certain points. I'm sure it was, but I don't know. He's more left wing, obviously. Anyway, I gotta get to bed. I appreciate all you guys so much. This has been a great discussion where we talked all about all sorts of cool shit. And I'm gonna raid on out. Into Rager and Rogue. And yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to argue in Russian. That's gonna be fun. Just you guys wait.